those federal agents are not criminally immune. Just the president is. So while the president may enjoy authority, they, being the individuals who are being doing the detaining, could be criminally immune for violating civil rights and violating contempt of court orders if there's a writ given. Now, you can always sit there and say, well, the president can pardon them, but that won't stop them from eventually being freed. So your theory falls on a little bit because it requires a lot of state secret stuff that
No, that's
gets
stupid.
kept off
Everything you just said is just stupid. So agreed that by the terms, this doesn't extend to subordinates. But as you mentioned, the pardon power would include any federal crimes there. Also, analytically, if you include, hang on a second. If you include the president's authority as unitary executive as a conceptual matter and you consider it, it doesn't really make sense for it to be extended beyond or to be given powers to subordinates beyond what the president has. And so conceptually, it should also include that immunity. And as for state, and excuse me, so then what you just said is countered by what you said yesterday. And finally, as to state prosecutions, there's a very strong preemption argument for these individuals who are subordinates. Why? Imagine the following scenario, that there's a terrorist bomb about to go off. The president said, in Arkansas, the president says to the FBI agent, take the shot, kill the terrorist. And then some dumbass, like, terrorist apologist in Arkansas, some DA tries to prosecute him for that killing. Do you think that he could raise a good federal preemption argument? I was given a lawful order by the President of the United States. It doesn't fall within the jurisdiction.
Only if it falls within their core federal employment.
Yes, killing a terrorist who's an imminent threat is under the core authorities of the FBI.
Yeah,
so you would agree? Wait, hang on a second.
Lawful.
Hey, we're going to get an answer here. Esports Batman, do you agree that that officer has a strong preemption argument against the state prosecution?
For the terrorist situation, yes.
Yes.
Not for just randomly detaining.
All right, so let's change this to
The mission will become much easier.
We done? Okay.
I want to flip this right back to you because basically, let's say that the president says Nancy Pelosi is walking down the streets of San Francisco. He says to an FBI agent, hey, that person over there is a terrorist, an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to other people. Take the shot. And then the agent says, are you sure, sir? I don't really see any imminent threats of death or great bodily harm. And then he says, yeah, I'm the executive. Don't worry about it. Go ahead and do it.
I've done the investigation.
Now, so hold on. At the end of this thing, Nancy Pelosi gets shot in the face by an FBI agent under direct orders from the President of the United States. At that point, is the officer still liable under state law, and will it be infinitely more hard for him to defend? And then not only that, isn't the President still liable for impeachment?
He has a strong preemption argument against state prosecution if he
for shooting an unarmed woman in the face who's walking down the sidewalk.
On the direct,
they're going to let that stand as a lawful order.
So let me just, I'm going to put it out for you. He says, are you sure, sir? He doesn't seem like a threat. And President Trump at that point says, yes, we did a strong investigation. That's not actually Nancy Pelosi. You have to take the shot right now. I promise you. We did the investigation. Do it. Shoots.
Okay.
Strong preemption argument. Agreed? But yeah. So your second question was about state prosecution or?
No. Is the president still liable for impeachment even if it's not for criminal prosecution?
No one has ever denied that he's amenable for impeachment for anything. Yes, he can be impeached.
Okay.
What's
criminal
the point?
Prosecution.
Why are you bringing up impeachment? No one has ever
removal from office.
Yes, he can be impeached and removed from office. No one has ever denied the scope of the power under the impeachment clause. You're arguing with no one. Now the question is going to come back to you. Now the question is going to come back to you. Connor, the question is coming back to you.
Let me finish my thought, and I'll be happy to listen to you. I am arguing against Dan and people like Dan who say that we now have an Emperor God King, and the current Emperor God King needs to destroy democracy in order to preserve it.
Dan is trolling. I don't agree with Dan.
Hold on, I'm not done. We don't have an absolute monarch. We do have division of powers. We do have ways to hold people accountable. You're just worried about one aspect.
Hey, so Dan is trolling somewhat, but also to be 100% clear, what Dan may be pointing out to, and which I agree to the extent that this is Dan's point, is these kinds of scenarios where yes, you'd be amenable to impeachment, but like, what if he arrests the people? Yes, agreed, he could be impeached for those actions, but the fear is there's more of an incentive. This is what Destiny is getting at when he's analyzing the opinion, because there's no consideration given to this point either way. But like the incentive structure, if you remove The fear of criminal prosecution from the president is that he would be more likely to take these actions because he knows at a minimum he's not going to be indicted for those actions. That's the fear. Now, I agree that there's this, impeachment power that exists, and that hasn't been changed, and so that's technically a check. But what we're fearful of is, without the threat of everyone equal above the law, and that you can be prosecuted for your actions if they transgress a certain boundary, then those kinds of things would be much more likely.
Okay, so I've wanted to poke at you for this. So
wait, I'm going to ask a question of you. You just said that if I answered that, I'd be able to ask your question, or ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Is that true? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
You agree, don't you, that domestically, the President of the United States has, under some circumstances, the authority to order the use of lethal deadly force?
Yeah.
Okay. So you agree that's a core presidential power?
That was actually going to be my question. So when we're talking about, and this is actually why I'm a little frustrated.
Or no? Do you agree that it's
I'm going to answer the question. Dan, why you got to be so argumentative? It's going to make it. Yeah. Anyways, so the point being is that
joke?
Core. Yeah, I was going to do a Jew joke. So, anyways, Article 2 of the Constitution articulates the president's, roles, responsibilities, authority, etc., and then also talks about his exclusive powers, right?
Yeah.
And it seems like that's part of what the argument of the core is either power that is explained in Article 2 or is authorized by Congress. That's what I understood to authorize, like, official acts. For core, I wish we had a solid definition, because the truth is, I think that Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces is obviously a core responsibility, but does that extend to, quote-unquote, the periphery of his authority, like ordering, specific drone strikes?
Okay, cool.
So is that core, or is that peripheral, and do we have an answer, or are you just telling me what I want to hear?
We have at least one example for what is core. One example for what is core is the communications given to the Department of Justice about prosecutions, correct? You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree.
The Constitution, and you agree that the closest thing we have to a test for core constitutional is the exclusive powers of the president granted under the Constitution, correct?
What the fuck?
The constitutional citation for that authority, that being core, that is the prosecutorial power, is number one, the removal authority, which, by the way, isn't in the Constitution. There's no constitutional provision for removal authority. That's kind of implicit, okay? And number two, the take care clause. Do you understand how broad
Damn Gina and Eliminator, thanks for the 10
in terms of what they could entail? There's nothing that tailors the take care clause to only prosecutions, or the removal power to only, removal of prosecutions. As Destiny said, if you condition any order on removal, why would that not be an invocation of the removal authority? If you invoke the take care clause, anytime you say, well, yes, by enforcing the laws, it is illegal in this country to do a terrorist attack, and so my taking care of that the laws be faithfully executed is killing it before it happens.
Okay, so hold on, I have a follow-up question here. So within the examples that were given within the decision, right, there was also the communications to the vice president, and there was communications to the state. And what I found interesting when we're trying to define core versus peripheral is they kind of didn't give us an answer when it came to the vice presidential communications, because they said, obviously, like, communications between the president and the vice president on decorum and official matters or whatever, these are going to be privileged and part of his official duties. However, the president pressuring Biden in order to modify his behavior during the thing is not something that's authorized to the president in his abilities. Therefore, we remand it to the lower court to make a decision. So that, for me, is where you could throw, like, that federal enforcement of laws is a core authority of the presidency. However, this is getting into the periphery of his duties and therefore bears, like, judicial scrutiny.
Stop. No, it's totally core. If prosecutions to enforce the law and arrests to enforce, you agree arrests are covered, right? If the president orders the arrest of someone, that's going to be covered. That's core.
Well, so hold on. Can you continue before I answer the question, and or I can give you two answers simultaneously?
Okay, I'm not even gonna. I'll ask you a question after. If the executive branch, as described by the court, is described.
It's running out of bullets. It is
embodied in the person of the president. They're a branch unto themselves. If anyone in the executive branch has the inherent authority to arrest, as everyone agrees they do, it's a part of enforcing the laws is arresting people. And so before we get to killing, don't you agree that a core power of the president, if anyone has that power in the executive branch, surely the president of the United States has that authority as a core power?
Okay, so can I give you a hypothetical?
You know what? I'm gonna just tell you both to shut the fuck up. You guys have been going on for so long about the least important part about this. The president, without a doubt, has the right to detain people. It's so obvious that
Dan,
even as Ray,
Dan,
shut
you
the fuck up.
moron.
Stop. Don't fucking moron me, or you can go talk to yourself in a fucking mirror.
Have you read any of this, Dan?
Yeah, I know that as recently as in July 12th of last year, Rosendale was trying to do amendments to get rid of the AUMF, which allowed it to detain American citizens without cause indefinitely. So it sounds like there's still the ability for the president to have people detained indefinitely. That's under the case. And it could be the guys who say, oh, well, that's when we for terrorists who were at 9/11 or whatever. It doesn't matter. All it takes the president to be like, you know what? These guys, they're trying to destroy democracy.
What the fuck did I just find myself into?
The 9/11 bill. You know what? These guys want us dead. I want them detained. And that's all it takes. I don't know why the fuck we're going on about if something's core or not. It doesn't fucking matter. The president can act fucking moron. No, you're the fucking moron. You're over there arguing for shit that no one even does it. Hold on, I don't. Oh my god. Oh, so this is a strategy to talk over the other person when they're talking. All right, now here we go. You know what I do? I have a very special strategy. I learned this one from us. When someone's trying to talk louder than you, what you do is you put your headphones up over your ear a little bit and you keep going, and then they're screaming at you.
I'll wait for you to stop, and then I want to tell you something.
You can't hear them, and then you can just kind of talk about whatever you want to talk about, and eventually give up like the fucking beta male that they are, like you right now, shutting the fuck up. That's what I thought. I give you permission to speak, dog. Go ahead, speak to me.
Okay, I'll speak to you right now, Dan. So, Dan, you just said that the most principal disagreement between the Chief Justices of the United States of America is boring and not relevant to the fucking conversation, and we've been circling it, when it's the crux of the fucking issue, you goddamn moron. You spent 40 fucking minutes talking about presidential power that hasn't been given to the president, and you've been grilling Destiny on it, but you don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you didn't bother reading the decision, you didn't bother reading the indictment, you didn't bother reading the AUMF 2001, you didn't read any of the fucking documents related to the fucking case. So the reason why it's boring and irrelevant to you is because you're a fucking ignorant, smug prick, you fucking little bitch.
Okay.
So Dan, you're wrong on your interpretation of the detainment.
God damn.
To deal with the theater of war, and the reason why you're able to detain somebody who is a member of Al Qaeda or any other terrorist group is to remove them from the field of combat. The idea is the same as a prisoner of war, which is the idea of, hey, until hostilities have concluded, you're going to remain in detention so that you're.
Why are we talking about AMS? Why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about AMS? It doesn't make sense. It has no bearing on what we're talking about. Okay, Dan
brought it up. Everyone wants to just keep talking. Listen, I know for a fact the president can have people detained. Okay, they can do it today.
Yeah, no, but that's so obvious. It doesn't even.
Well, no, apparently it does. Counterpoint.
Apparently it does.
They're gonna happen, right? That's it. Like, so regardless of the mechanism.
Yeah, when did I say that, you fuck?
Oh, so the
you have an answer. You have an answer.
You keep giving this fucking, like, wide, like, well, technically, if you look at it under the Supreme Court rule, just say, like, yeah, the president can have anyone detained. Can the president have anyone detained?
You're not gonna pop any shields, dog?
I can go and do this all day. Can the president have anyone detained? Yes or no? That's right.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, that's cool. That's poggers. So what I'm suggesting.
Legal challenges, Dan.
Oh, really? Not if you detain all the senators.
Okay, hold on. Okay, because I don't want to wait. Okay, because I don't want to bleed all my fucking stream time when you guys are screaming at each other. Okay, Connor.
No, I do.
Connor, what did you come in here to discuss?
He thinks the hypotheticals, he's muted, but he thinks the hypotheticals are fake, that everything we're talking about is not true, and that I think you're saying we're fear-mongering, aren't you?
I'm waiting for Connor. Okay, go ahead. Okay, Connor.
Okay,
wait, hold on. Okay, Connor, give me the first issue that you wanted to bring up.
Okay, the main thing is Dan pisses me off. And
okay, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Talking about. Yeah,
I do that to lesser creatures. It happens a lot. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, assuming that you're Jewish and superior to everyone is kind of weird. But anyways, so the point being that assuming that like President Biden is God King or Trump is
God King, it's good.
Factually wrong to anybody who's read it.
Okay, can you give me an example of a thing that you think is blown out of proportion?
You found a parking spot pretty easily.
Yes.
Take it.
So, for example, he can still be investigated for the state level violations. He can even potentially be investigated for the vice president.
Hold on, wait, real quick, wait, one thing, stop, one thing at a time. Okay. You said he can still be investigated for state-level violations. What jurisdiction would a state have over Trump having a conversation with the Attorney General or with the head of the FBI?
So this is actually argued in the decision where they talk about once the president has fulfilled his legal obligations to enforce federal election law, after that, once he starts trying to pressure state-level officials in order to change electoral votes, the argument about whether or not that can be an official act is remanded to the lower courts.
That's not
because,
Hold on,
frankly,
stop.
Bullshit.
Jesus, Pisco, I can answer. Okay, hold on. So, whether or not that's an official act has been remanded to the lower courts. Okay, so there's multiple things going here. So one, they're remanding it for some of these actions. They've remanded it to the lower courts because the lower courts didn't even begin having that analysis, right, over what was an official act or what wasn't an official act. Okay. Number two, even if something isn't like a core power thing, okay, chances are it can be argued that most of these things are going to be some type of official act. Okay. But three, in order to overcome the presumptive immunity, you have to prove as a prosecutor that there is no danger of intrusion on the authority and function of the executive branch by questioning some of these things and having them like be used in court against the president, right? Do you agree with all this?
I agree that that's stated and those words mean things. We probably disagree on what those words mean.
What part of what do you think we disagree about what any of those words mean?
So, as an example, when it comes to intruding on the roles and responsibilities of the president or whatever, I think that anybody who wants to be alarmist about this decision can make the argument that enforcing federal election law or enforcing federal laws in general is a core part of the president's, responsibilities and authority. Therefore, if you are going to criminally investigate him for his conduct while doing those things, you're going to be intruding upon the powers of the office, right?
Well, wait, sure. Just as a real quick thing, hold on. What you just said, that's only true as of like 3 or 4 days ago, right? It's never been understood prior to this that the president would be above criminal prosecution for any of those things. But go ahead.
Well, I don't know if I fully agree with that statement, but let's continue with the example.
Well, wait, let's stay there because you're just completely and totally dead wrong. Do you think that the president did not have criminal immunity or was beyond judicial review for crimes, for anything that even things that might be considered like a core power?
I don't know if I agree with you on that. We have sovereign immunity for almost every major public institution on the planet. Why wouldn't the president's office have
What is
some level of
sovereign immunity?
What is
sovereign immunity has nothing to do with this.
What do you think?
How does it not? Bisco, please explain to me how it has nothing to do with this.
Yes.
Sovereign immunity definitionally
100%.
is immunity from criminal and civil litigation.
100%.
Please explain that to me.
In the context of American law, sovereign immunity refers to the immunity of different governmental structures, either state sovereign immunity or the federal government, and their ability to be
Mute this for a second.
You sound just like Jin. Adorable. Thank you for your hard work. Don't worry, I know how capable you are.
I heard you worked on my RK neutralizer. I'm sure it'll be effective against the toxin again.
You can trust me. To be honest, I tested it on myself at the clinical trial stage. I'm fine, so as descendants, you definitely will be.
What did you just say, Kate? That neutralizer was made from the Order's toxin. Do you know how dangerous that was? Do I have to lose you too?
Glay, I'm also part of Albion headquarters. I'm one of many people working for Albion and all of humanity. The descendants shouldn't be the only ones ready to sacrifice themselves. I'm ready to do my part. Let's help each other.
She's ready to do her part.
Thanks to Kate's efforts, we can continue with the operation.
Glay, this antibody will help you to stay strong for this operation. After all, it will give you immunity, and I've tested it on myself.
Let it go this one time. But never again, you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Kate. Really.
Now that everybody has the antibody, let's go get that Ironheart. We can't let the Vulgus take this one too.
If everyone is ready, I will lead the way. Let us find the Ironheart.
Okay, let's find it.
Peace go! Peace go! Peace go!
You're lost.
I am an intelligent, relatively well-educated human being. I am capable of understanding words. You are free to explain them to me if you want. But being a smug bitch about it does nothing for the purpose of the conversation.
I will.
So
Connor,
for
wait, no, stop. He asked me a question. I'm going to answer it. So the doctrine of state sovereign immunity relates to the ability for people to sue the government, that is the state of Louisiana in its official capacity, for damages related to whatever you're talking about, the martial law. The people who were suing them wanted either money or some kind of court order directing them to do something. They weren't looking to put the governor in jail, were they?
I'm sure if you asked some of them, they would have.
Okay, wait, hold on, stop. Hold on, okay. Connor, okay. Are you here?
No.
He's
I'm
here.
taking care of a baby while talking to you fine folks.
That's fine. Okay. So sovereign immunity, I believe, only refers to the fact that the government cannot be sued in civil suits. It doesn't speak to criminal law.
Reactor enhancement.
You're thinking of qualified, not sovereign.
No,
I'm looking at please. What? Do 3 people need to tell him no? Okay. Sovereign immunity refers to the fact. I'm just looking this up on the Cornell Law School's website. I'm just reading from here. Okay. The sovereign immunity refers to the fact that the government cannot be sued without its consent. Okay. I believe this only refers to civil matters, not to criminal matters. Unless there's some other part of this that I'm missing.
I'll come up with a rebuttal source. 1 second.
Okay.
So typically speaking, there are 3 different types of immunities. There's like the sovereign immunity as we know it, there's absolute, and there's qualified.
Enhancing the reactor increases skill damage. Oh, okay, this.
Reserved for individual actors. So
select a reactor you want to enhance. We recommend
individual government
enhancing the reactor that matches your optimization.
Sovereign immunity is speaking more broadly to the institution of the government.
Sorry, I don't have a rebuttal source yet because I'm still feeding a child.
That's fine. You're good.
I know what they're
arguing. You're good.
In the argument,
Yeah.
they refer to the seat of the presidency as an institution, which was part of their justification for absolute immunity.
Connor, they're basing the doctrine of criminal immunity on comparing.
I can't hear you over my crying child. I'll come back.
He's mad. Mad.
It's all these people who think that no news ever happens. They're like, nothing ever happens. It's all gonna be fine. Those are the real centrists. We have a real centrist in here.
A special human child.
I'm a real
centrist. What do you need?
You know, I think this came
argue
down
for a coup. I don't know what you
hold on. I view that there's 2 options on the table. The end of democracy or doing a little bit of fascism to save democracy. I think the latter is better. Okay? That's where I'm at. I don't disagree with the fact that what you're doing is like, it's fucked up. Should never have to do it. But I think it's better than just accepting the end of democracy.
Every step of your plan fails. The first thing you say is like, we gotta increase the number of Supreme Court justices. By statute, they're capped at 9.
Okay. Then we impeach them.
Well, you're gonna need Congress, and they're not gonna go
actually.
Hey, I don't need you. Stop. We will put an impeachment vote to Congress.
They're controlled by Mike Johnson.
Ooh, that's weird. I thought he was detained. You sure? I think they're not controlled by him. You sure?
Steven, I'm sending you a Wikipedia source. I know it's your favorite.
There's a really good way out of this that somebody suggested yesterday. You pull a Joker. You bring all 6 of the conservative Supreme Court justices into a room. You say only 3 come out alive. The president is criminally immune, and then he gets to, as part of his powers, nominate.
Thank you. That's an excellent meme, but I'm actually being serious.
You're not being serious.
Dan, what you just suggested is exactly what esports Batman is suggesting. You understand? You're like the exact same idea, right?
It's literally not. It's a power that the president has, and also it's temporary, and also it's done for one singular purpose, which is to try and keep America from becoming a king type system. So yeah, you're using the new. Right now, Biden's a king, under my understanding of everything I've read. So I'm saying, use the king powers. Don't be a fucking pussy, because you know what? If Trump gets in president, you know he's gonna use it. So yeah, use your
Why
king
only
powers.
detain Mike Mike Johnson, why detain people? Why not just kill them? You have the power of the president to do that.
Are you retarded?
It's related.
Yeah, you're actually retarded because killing people is bad. Putting them
Dan,
in a
you're the biggest fucking retard.
I don't need you to talk over me.
Thing. You can't even articulate what it is because you didn't read the goddamn document.
You enjoy just talking. I'm not talking to you right now. Listen, Batman,
I'm talking to you,
killing people is bad. Putting them in a hotel room so they miss a vote and you're able to go ahead and get rid of a few Supreme Court justices is a temporary thing that doesn't kill anyone.
Just as a quick thing, Connor, just a quick thing. So none of this sovereign immunity in the United States, none of this applies to criminal acts. All of this is just for civil litigation.
What you're citing, Connor, are sovereign immunity doctrines outside of the United States that, yes, it's based on the notion that law emanates from the king. But that's why you can't cite. This is why people are saying this is like a king opinion, because the notion of the king being above the law is something that America was like the foundational principle we're trying to fight against. That's why sovereign immunity doctrine in the United States has never had a criminal component to it. And yes, it's true that in this opinion, the court is linking their basis for criminal immunity to civil immunity doctrines like the Nixon case and sovereign immunity. But that's why people are saying it's harkening back to the king immunity stages. But there's not a history in the United States of criminal immunity based on connections to office.
All right. Anyways, I feel like clarification's in order.
No, we got. What do you, or who are you clarifying for at this point?
Well, I guess it would be, just for chat, because I feel like
Chat, we understand your point. You want to coup the government to make it so you can't coup future governments. Yes.
Oh no, I want to get rid of this specific Supreme Court ruling.
Yes, you want to coup the government so that you can make it so the future governments can't coup the government.
Wait, first off, are you couing the government if you're using the powers that are legal for you to use?
Yep,
that just
you could
sounds
be.
like using the law effectively.
Well, everything so far has been legally used. Like everything.
Was it couing the government when you're saying when McConnell kept that Supreme Court justice pick from going through?
Arguably, yeah.
No, not arguably. He used the law to effectively do something.
How do we enshrine this long term? So let's say we go with your hypothetical plan.
Yeah, the California strategy, basically.
Yeah, let's assume that it works, right? We get what we want. What's the plan to stop them from coming back literally a week later when they do have everybody in session, they do have the votes, and repealing that law?
Okay, so first off, the way that you do it is that you write the law so that it can't be repealed unless it has a supermajority. That's the same thing that's fucking California.
Okay, but you repeal that law.
You can't repeal that law unless you have a supermajority.
Why can't you repeal the law that makes it that you can't repeal it?
First of all,
tell the people in California. Ask them why they can't right now.
It would be
because
based
you can
off
write
rules of the Congress, which they can easily change, and they have multiple times. So
not without a supermajority in Congress, which you wouldn't have.
You would repeal the law that makes things non-repealable.
That would be baked into the law. And
okay, then you.
What do you mean? So wait, hold on. Let me ask you. Why have they not repealed this law that's in place in California that requires 90% supermajority?
Hell you're talking about.
You don't know about this law?
Law in California.
Okay, it's a very big
I don't
deal.
know it. I don't know. Maybe it's there. I don't know.
It is there. It's a very big deal. It's something from Uber and Lyft, and what they did is they petitioned the government essentially so that they need a supermajority to change this law that's defining people as contractors versus employees, and people are upset. Okay.
Cool. Under the Constitution, is there some basis for that, or did the actual body make a law that said that like this law is unrepealable?
Uber and Lyft did heavy, basically.
How did they pass the law initially?
A huge amount of.
Oh, was it a Congress?
No, I'm asking how did California pass? How did they pass the
law? Congress passed it.
Congress passed a law for California?
Or their state senators. Sorry, their state senators. Probably
okay, so then
the governor signed it. That's usually how it works, right?
I don't know. Is it? Did they put it up? People are saying it was on the ballot. Was it a referendum?
I don't know. You can read it right there. Exactly the act.
Hold on. Well, you're the one that's been bringing this over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Sure. Yeah. Let's look.
Left. Okay, so it sounds like this was put up on a referendum.
Okay, leave it.
No.
If it's a constitutional measure, then of course it can be different than the laws.
No, Dan is correct.
Leave the call, Pisco.
Hold on. Gavin Newsom signed AB 5, and then I think it went in 2020 the campaign Yes on 22 was a ballot initiative, so it was Prop 22.
Was it a constitutional provision or a statute?
Let's see, Proposition 2022 won by 58%. Yeah, if it's a ballot measure, usually it's a.
Which one was it?
I'm looking it up. I don't know.
Don't say he's right until you know he's right.
Well, he's right about it passing
mean what?
the Senate and being signed. But he was
That doesn't
also
mean
correct
it's not a constitutional provision.
Yes, I know.
So don't say he's right until you know that.
Listen, what I'm saying
Statute.
is that if you go and you were to essentially remove every Republican from Congress and the Senate, and then pass a law stating, okay, don't we have the filibuster law, right? But essentially, you're passing a law stating that no amendments can happen without a supermajority in the future, and a supermajority is creating that rule. You're saying that that can be undone.
I don't know that you can make a law under the American. Well, I guess if you're putting all your Supreme Court justices to interpret it the way you want, then I guess.
Yes.
But that, yeah. You're cooing the government.
No, I'm doing what's legally I'm allowed to do right now. You're calling it a coup. This is the coup. This is the power I have.
So just so everyone is clear on what's going on, if I give a legal argument to Dan and be like, no, you can't do it this reason, he'd be like, but we have our own justices there to interpret the law, so you're wrong. So it's like, no matter what I say, I'm automatically wrong. Yeah, okay, I guess if you are able to define the law however you want, and you can do whatever you want, and you can maintain it for however long you want, then yes.
To be clear, right now, the Supreme Court has said that I have the authority to detain people. I guess you don't disagree with that. So I'm saying I'm going to go ahead and detain half of the Senate, half of the Congress, of the House, and then we're going to take some votes.
But Connor's right. He could have done that before. He could have done that before this ruling.
Yeah, but he would be found guilty as a result, so that he hasn't done that.
You don't know that. He could arrest all the judges that would be trying to prosecute.
And again, hold on. Again, so getting with my plan again, getting rid of half the Senate, half the House, taking a vote of impeaching a few Supreme Court justices, adding a few new ones in, and then creating, putting a case to the court, the Supreme Court would hear in short order, which essentially would undo the existing ruling, creating a king and criminal liability, pardoning, so to speak, Biden for anything done, because obviously I guess I don't need to. You can't be held liable for crimes that are committed with the laws on the books at the time.
You just
can't retroactively.
Dan, I'm going to call you out on this. You were actually being pretty slimy on the Prop 22 thing. The reason why Prop 22 required a 2/3 majority is because the state has a rule that says, hey, when you put something on the ballot directly to the people to be enshrined in law, usually you cannot revoke it without another ballot measure. Let me finish. But many of the ballot initiatives will waive this protection and explicitly state a percentage majority by which they allow the legislature to repeal the law. Usually 2/3 is specified. So the 2/3 thing only existed because this was specifically a ballot measure put directly to vote to the people of California. Otherwise, a normal law wouldn't be subject to this.
Well, I'm asking right now, if a law was created by the Senate and the House, and it stated inside the law that it could not be overturned. Let me finish. And it could not. In fact, you could just amend this if you have the Supreme Court, as far as I know. So this is kind of null if you have the Supreme Court, the final court in the land, saying that this is all right.
This argument is useless because you're just saying you're like playing with action figures.
No, I mean, to a certain extent, you are. You're
okay, just heads up. 2 more minutes on this topic, okay? 2 minutes and 15 seconds to finish up the Dan coup hypothetical, okay?
Yeah.
I want to ask Connor some questions about him talking shit on Twitter.
Talking shit?
Yeah, you're saying that
I was very polite.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry.
Wait, are we done? Okay, wait. Are we done with the coup hypothetical?
Where is it that you have to go?
Well, we're letting Dan play with his toys, right? But we all agree that this would probably result in a shooting civil war.
Yeah, no, this would result in the president probably being executed. Yeah, there's a billion reasons why this didn't work in practice, of course.
He's trolling. I don't know what he deserves. Connor, I want to reset with you, all right? We can do this respectfully. I'm not.
Wait, hold on. Wait, before we because I don't even know if you can talk about respectfully. Okay, before you guys reset, do your thing. Connor, we were walking down a discussion path, and you brought up this idea of sovereign immunity as a defense for this decision, and my counter, because I don't know much about sovereign immunity, so I'm literally just reading about it now. Seems like sovereign immunity only referred to protecting government entities from civil damages, from civil suits. I don't see anything about sovereign immunity and protection from criminal suits. You shot me that wiki, and it mentioned that sovereign immunity applies to everything, absolute immunity, but that was for the broad understanding internationally of sovereign immunity. If you click through and you read on the United States part, yes, hello, thank you, yes, that is what I'm saying. If you click through and you read the article for sovereign immunity in the United States, it seems to be that the sovereign immunity is just protection for civil damages. So none of this has anything to do with criminal protections. I don't think there's anything listed here having to do with even the absolute immunity referenced by the sovereign immunity. Absolute immunity applies, a government actor may not be sued for the allegedly wrongful act, even if that person acted maliciously or in bad faith. So all of this just has to do with civil stuff, not criminal stuff.
I've been reading a lot over the past 24 hours. I'll just take the L on that.
That's fine. It's okay.
It's okay, because the court does cite that as a basis for it making this new doctrine. And they are making the jump from the pre-existing doctrines of immunity in the civil context in America to the criminal context. So I don't blame you, Connor, because
wait, what was the next part of his
intentionally deceptive? This argument has nothing really to do with he had said this is.
No, he brought it up. I understand, but it was on the way to the next argument he was making. He brought this up, and I said, well, let's stop. I said, what were you walking to next on what you felt like the court's decision here wasn't as wide-reaching as other people are claiming it was. Past the sovereign immunity.
Yeah. So, well, okay. So if you're asking me that question, so when we're talking about the government. And I'll try to keep this as brief as I possibly can.
Sure.
We authorize them to do crazy things like eminent domain, war on terror, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct.
So when you're talking about like a civilian level of these actions, we would always be talking about these are criminal actions. However, we authorize them to do this on our behalf because we recognize that government has a special purpose.
Correct.
This is part of the reason why, Obama drone striking the U.S.
Sure, we don't need examples. We understand what you're saying. Real quick, okay. You acknowledge this doesn't just apply to the federal government. This applies to state and local governments as well, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so keep going. So just to summarize that, so we understand that we authorize the state to do some things, and as part of their public charge, they have to take actions that we obviously and clearly wouldn't consider criminal because the state is being authorized to take these actions, right? It's part of the due course of work that you authorize them to do, right?
Yep, and
okay.
Almost everything that I've seen as justification from the court in this reading is that they are leaving it for, core and exclusive responsibilities and authority, so we don't have an absolute monarchy like, some people are pretending that we do.
Okay, hold on, wait, real quick. Don't worry about these. Okay, just as a quick thing, okay. I just want to, when we're talking about like criminal actions, okay, when the state is doing a particular thing. And the state has been trusted with the ability to perform an action, right? That action is not an action that like it would be criminal or whatever, but like they have like a special protection for it. Like it's literally their job to do it. We don't think of them as having done like a criminal act. We're allowing the state to do criminal acts, right?
Well, I think that this is debatable, particularly in the context of the war on terror.
Okay, it's not. When a police officer is, because if a police officer is doing something, we've said we need you guys to protect citizens and to uphold the laws in this country. And as part of the course of your job, you might have to kill somebody, right? We wouldn't say that like, well, we're letting them get away with murder, but they have to because they're a cop. They're not committing a crime then. We wouldn't say that they're committing a crime and this is like the defense of their crime. We would say that this is part of the course of their work.
I don't know if I agree with this because basically, oftentimes when it comes to homicide in particular, as an example that we're using, cops do commit homicides that are chargeable under criminal law.
Correct. Wait. Yes. Okay. Please. Okay. Sorry. Hold on.
Well,
yes. When a police officer acts in a certain way, okay, you can say that, yeah, you have committed a crime, right? But the statement that we're making there is that they've done something outside of what they're expected to do for their ordinary line of duty, right? Like if a police officer is doing everything expected within his ordinary line of duty, police officer's not going to get charged with a crime, right? We're talking about, I'm pretty sure we're talking about essentially qualified immunity, right?
No. Well, now I'm wondering where you're going because this feels like a parallel for the case that we're talking about.
No, don't worry about where we're going. Don't worry about where we're going. Just focus on, like,
Okay, you made a statement. I'm saying yes, I understand that statement to be true.
Okay, no, I'm just saying that we don't think of it as we're authorizing our public officials to commit crimes. That's not what we're doing when we're charging them with certain things. Where in another context, maybe they would be committing a crime, but that shouldn't be our intellectual framing of it or our conceptual framing of it, right? For instance, like we don't authorize doctors to commit crimes because we let them stab people with weapons, right? We don't think about a surgery as a doctor being authorized to commit a crime there, right? Not exactly one-to-one, but like,
okay,
right?
so just because you keep making statements at me and I'm agreeing with them, I'm going to try to take this to someplace where we can actually go.
No, hold on, wait. Please, for the love of fucking God. Stop, hold on. I am, okay, hold on. We have to establish a shared factual understanding before we go anywhere else. Stop trying to preempt every ended part of the argument. I'm just making sure we agree on some very, very basic things, okay? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay?
I said yes for you, and I'm waiting
Thank
for
you.
to finish.
Okay. Well, okay, I'm just making sure that we understand these things before you move on to the next part of your argument, okay? So we're not authorizing our officers to commit crimes. We're saying that as part of your job, there are things that you have to do, okay? And that you have the right to do these things because we literally are entrusting you to do these things. They're not crimes that we're letting you do. They're actions that you're doing, but it's not. We wouldn't consider these things crimes, okay? So move on to the next part of your argument for this, for how you think that the court's decision here is reasonable. I'm just making sure we understand that, okay? Go for it.
So, I would be happy to hear the nuances about the next statement. But what I understand it to say is there are core and exclusive rights of the executive that are not shared with any other body. And so the question that I was going to pose to you, I guess, is that Commander-in-Chief is a role and responsibility that's shared with his entire chain of command. And not only that, it's overseen by Congress. So I don't think, you know, could be wrong, I don't think that this is giving the president carte blanche to deploy federal troops on the soils of the United States of America and start shooting Americans in the face. Hold on, I'm not done yet. No. I listen to you, you can listen to me. So, and start shooting citizens in the face without any kind of legal recourse whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I think that any conservative of good conscience would say that he can have presumed immunity if he takes that role, but we're going to dig into that like a motherfucker because this is on the periphery of his duties. That's how I would attack.
Okay, what the ruling has said is that if the president is acting within his official roles, and if intruding on those roles would ever threaten his ability to act with energy and vigor in the future, that those actions that he's taken are beyond criminal review. So
okay, and sorry, go ahead.
So if the president did give an order to somebody, and is part of what we would consider like a core function of the president, no overlap with the legislature, okay? You cannot ever criminally review that action. So if the president of the United States is talking to his FBI head, okay, head of the FBI, he says, listen, I need you to order FBI agents to go and start raping citizens, okay? That maybe the FBI agents can get arrested for it. I'm not sure. I don't know where that would happen. But the president, you cannot review that conversation that the president had because that's a core function of the president. Him communicating with his officer for the FBI, a thing that's been created by, like, he absolutely has the exclusive right to do this, and you cannot question that criminally ever.
Okay. So then let's narrow down our understanding of what would be the repercussions of such an event, because I've heard this multiple times, okay?
Okay.
So from my perspective, all of the executive administrations are still under the rule of law of the United States. They do not have the same level of immunity as the President of the United States. So, part of their duties is to swear and affirm their loyalty to the Constitution of the United States. And so if they were given an unlawful order, which involves raping people, because...
Wait, real quick. We're not talking about them carrying out the order, and we're not talking about their liability. We're talking about the president's liability. Maybe they do, maybe they don't follow the orders, maybe whatever. But I'm just saying that if the president were to give that order, it would be beyond criminal review.
So let me put this in the context of worst case scenario, because and please give me some room.
Why don't you answer it first? Why don't you answer?
What's the question?
Well, there's not even a question. You can give a word.
No, there is. You just asked the question. The question is, don't you agree, or I guess implicit in it, don't you agree that conversation, that
Oh, it sounds like it, right? That you can never criminally review that.
He hasn't said yes or no.
Oh, do you agree that you can't Yeah.
So what is the core constitutional duty of the President of the United States that's being fulfilled by raping people?
No, wait. It's not about raping people. It's about him communicating what he thinks law enforcement should look like to the head of the FBI. Maybe he thinks that the way that they carry out that law is through mass rapes. It's the executive's power to decide how to execute the laws from Congress, and that's part of what he thinks. Now, it could be wrong, and everybody would agree that it would be wrong. We all agree with that. But even questioning that criminally, that Roberts is arguing that would be a violation of separation of powers. The judicial doesn't have the right to dictate to the president how to do his job, which is what you'd be doing there. And it would be weakening the executive because it would be making him second guess himself because now he has criminal liability for how he decides to enforce laws.
Okay, so I want to, again, give me a rope, okay?
Okay.
Oh.
The issue that I've taken with a lot of the histrionics on Twitter and some of the arguments being made by even some people in this room is the fact that we are acting like he is an absolute monarch who will be free from, not only free from criminal prosecution, but will be able to remain in office after he has committed that order.
Wait. Hold on. Two very important things. Okay, so one, impeachment exists. Okay, impeachment is only a remedy for removing somebody from office and preventing them from holding further office. That's it.
And also the 25th Amendment exists as well.
What is the 25th Amendment?
Isn't that removing the president from office if he becomes incompetent?
Okay, yeah, who cares? Wait.
Yeah, wait, why? Hold on. Jesse, this is an argumentative thing that's frustrating with you. So, hold on. We're talking about the president ordering people to be mass raped in the street, and we're wondering why the 25th Amendment is relevant? Are we serious?
Criminal liability.
Wait, why is the 25th Amendment relevant? I'm sorry.
Because you can still remove the president from office as soon as he starts ordering mass rape.
No, wait, hold on. Yes, hold on. The reason why I said it's irrelevant is because I already agreed with you on impeachment. But impeachment or the 25th, that's just the only thing that these are meant to do is remove somebody from office. That's it. There is no criminal liability there. Don't you want to be able to hold the president criminally liable if he commits crimes?
Yeah, largely I do. And I think that there are a whole host of crimes outside of the core executive authority.
We're not talking about those. Do you think he can commit crimes within his core powers?
I mean, literally, they just authorized him to do so, yeah.
So do you agree wait, Stephen, make him answer.
No, because you're so condescending. Jesus, chill. Okay.
You don't get any answers. You're bad at it.
Connor. Okay. You agree that the president can commit crimes as part of his core duties, right?
De facto, as a result of this ruling, yes.
Well, okay, sure. So, what is our recourse now for holding a president criminally liable for committing crimes as part of being the president?
Prosecuting everything that doesn't fall under his core duties.
What if he commits those crimes as part of his core duties? I already agree that he can do that.
So we're coming up with a scenario in which the president commits crimes solely within his core capacities as the executive of the office. We don't invoke the 25th, and we don't do impeachment.
Hold on. Wait. We're not talking about. We're not talking about removing him from office. The 25th Amendment and impeachment have nothing to do with this. We're talking about holding him criminally liable.
Instead of walking down your path, I want to give you the thrust of my argument. Okay? There are a lot of people who are acting like we have an absolute monarch. Now, it might be a joke, but Dan has been talking about effectively starting a civil war over what happened on Monday.
It doesn't matter. The question is on the table. Do you think an order of mass rape pursuant to law enforcement is part of core executive function or not?
You guys keep making it too extreme, so he's going to say, oh, they'll just get impeached or whatever. Stop. Just make it something believable. Make Trump saying, hey, guess what? If you're an immigrant, if your mom wasn't here, we're going to fucking mass deport you.
I thought it was the Destiny show. I thought Destiny did crazy hypothetical. I thought Destiny made people answer.
If this is something that is possible, that can actually happen, that would be huge and supported by Republicans.
We will respect his name.
Yeah, exactly.
Destiny makes people answer hypothetical questions.
Because he's just gonna he keeps coming back with the same shit, like, oh, you would get impeached or you would get 25th.
Because Stephen doesn't even try to make an answer.
He probably wouldn't get impeached if it was we're gonna get rid of all the immigrants, all those illegals. We're gonna get rid of them and we're gonna win every election afterwards.
You guys are absolutely committed to making him not answer a question, a difficult question. You want to give him all the ability to talk, yap. How many times have we said we're not talking about impeachment, we're not talking about removal? I don't know how many more times we can say it.
Why?
Answer the question.
Okay, so I think that comes down to the definition of core, and correct me if I'm wrong, Pisco, we don't have one.
So you cited the best test that they give us. Number one, if you think that Just number one, if you think that the Supreme Court has not given a definition for what core executive power is, that's a huge problem, don't you think, Connor? If you think that they haven't given a definition. And so on that basis alone, that's a crazy opinion to say we have a domain of absolute immunity and we haven't even given a good test to describe what it is. Fair?
Okay, so Pisco, I would argue that within the decision itself, shit, within the first 7 pages, which some people still haven't fucking read, are examples in which some activity would be protected, some would be presumptive, and some would be not protected at all.
So wait, hold on, just as a real quick thing. Unless I missed it, I don't believe that they gave an example of anything that wouldn't be protected at all. In fact, I think one of the surprising things was that there were actions that Donald Trump's defense readily admitted wouldn't have been official acts that the court said, well, actually, no, there might have been some in here. We're not sure. So that's the problem.
That they're now trying to go back and retroactively. Don't lose the data.
Okay, so I'll just take the fact that there weren't any examples given of private conduct. They alluded to it without giving any specific examples.
Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, because this is a really important point of what Roberts wrote, and you are 150,000,000% completely wrong. Roberts said for 2 of the things that were remanded to the lower court.
Are you about to contradict yourself?
Well, let me finish speaking. You tell me if I am. Roberts remanded things to the lower courts, and he said the lower courts hadn't even begun the factual analysis between what was an official act and what wasn't an official act, because the Supreme Court is not a court of forced review. The Supreme Court wasn't even going to tango with it. And then they also said that for the Pence conversation, they remanded that to the lower court as well, saying that, like, well, you need to deal with the presumptive immunity here and figure out if this is an action that Trump would have even been immune for. But for the 2 things that were remanded to the lower court, the speech that he made on January 6th, the conversations with state officials, he said that all of that was remanded to the lower court for a factual analysis. Nothing was given as a private, like, oh, this is probably private.
And within the sentences that you just stated, like immediately after and immediately before, they're talking about how to make a discernment between official and unofficial and presumptive and absolute. Right? Because they said that the communications between the DOJ and the capacity for filing the DOJ are going to be core, absolute, can't use it as evidence, can't use it for prosecution.
Yeah. While that's true, wait, yes, I agree with you, but while that's true, okay, wait, just as a real quick thing, okay, so the problem here, okay, so there's 3 different types of acts that have been given, okay? Now, even if I disagree with it, and I'm sure Visco and I'm sure other people disagree with it, Amy Coney Barrett puts forth an understandable argument that maybe there are some core powers that the president shouldn't even have criminal review for. Maybe, okay? Or she says there should be. And maybe. I can kind of see the argument for that, okay? But the issue is, and then you have things that are unofficial actions that the president is obviously criminally liable for. I think everybody is agreeing on that. Yep. The issue that we run into, though, is this second category of things that we consider official powers that might be overlapping. And Roberts has said that these actions have been given presumptive immunity, but in order to overcome that presumptive immunity, you have to prove that when you probe these actions, there is no danger of intruding on the authority and functions of the executive branch.
Okay, so hold on. So this is where I'm actually really happy you identified this, because this is where I think that you either have to think that the Supreme Court are malevolent, mustache-twirling villains who are trying to set up Trump for being an absolute monarch, or you think that they're constitutionalist, weirdo fucking conservatives who might have gone a little bit too far in one case. So when it comes to this, like,
wait, just a real quick thing. I appreciate the hyper, but I do take issue in that second thing. When you said you think they're weirdo constitutionalists, nothing about this ruling is constitutional. There's a reason why the majority of their citations here go to the Nixon Fitzgerald case, which had to do with civil. It's not they're not citing the Constitution at all when they're making these decisions, essentially. But go ahead.
I mean, I don't agree with your characterization, because they're specifically talking about the authority granted by Congress and granted by the Constitution of the United States. But
that's fine, but just like they said in Dobbs, a right to privacy isn't a real thing. That's nowhere in the Constitution. This demanding of criminal liability or criminal immunity is absolutely nowhere. If right to privacy wasn't in the Constitution, this sure as fuck isn't anywhere in the Constitution.
Even saying textually it's not there. He understands. I hope that they're citing like the structure of the Constitution and other documents.
Fourth Amendment and the
yes, but they're abstracting here. Textually, there is no foundation for this whatsoever. This is heavily abstracted. The same way that the right to privacy was. The same way that this court didn't like the right to privacy because of that reason. I'm just pointing out hypocrisy. There's a reason why Sotomayor cites Roberts against himself, and she, yes, multiple times. But sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. One of the key duties and responsibilities of the President of the United States, as are articulated in Article 2, is the enforcement of federal law. And
Correct.
correct me if I'm wrong. What's that?
Correct.
Yes,
I said yes.
that's correct.
Okay, and then correct me if I'm wrong. Federal law is largely based off of and deemed non-viable if it's in conflict with the Constitution.
Yes. Yes. Under normal principles of constitutional interpretation, if a statute violates the Constitution, the statute is a nullity. That's judicial review.
Okay. So if the president is fulfilling his core duties as whatever, this would be my argument. I'm not saying it's going to win. I'm just saying this is my argument. He's the commander in chief of the armed forces, right?
Yeah.
But then he's commanding his armed forces to consistently violate the law in any way capable. When you were talking about like the mass rapes as an example, then what I think is that creates an inherent and obvious contradiction between the immunity given to the office and what's actually occurring on the ground in violations of the Constitution and federal law. And therefore, that would be opening for grounds for presumptive immunity, meaning that we're assuming that the President of the United States is immune from criminal liability, but we are going to show through the courts how he has consistently violated his duty to the point that this immunity should no longer apply.
Okay. Now, wait, real quick, and then you can go down your line. Okay, listen. I agree with you, okay? This is part of the understanding that the President of the United States needs to faithfully execute the laws, right? That if Congress says we need to make murder illegal, and the President says, oh, okay, well, we're going to make murder illegal by having all of our officers rape every single murder, this is not a faithful execution of laws, and there's a bunch of different ways that we could go about amending that particular thing, okay? The issue right now, though, okay, is that the example that Roberts gave for an action that would be 100% absolutely immune seems to be an action that we wouldn't agree is granted to the president as a core power, okay? The president has absolute authority over hiring or firing people in the Justice Department and over tasking them with doing investigations. I think that we all agree with that that's a core power of the presidency of the United States. I don't think that a fair reading of the powers of the president or any part of the Constitution would say the president should be able to use that power to commit crimes like it's being alleged that he has. And the issue is that Roberts, of the one thing that he said was unquestionably, absolutely immune, he said that all of his conversations with his attorney general, where he was requesting that they send out, where the accusation is that he was telling them to knowingly send out false allegations and false investigations to states to get them to change their electoral votes, and if they wouldn't do that, he was going to fire them and find someone who would do that. I don't think we would consider that ability like a core power of the President of the United States, but because it's having to do with the hiring and firing and the directing of the investigations, Roberts has said that's unquestionable. No part of that can be criminally considered, not for an indictment on this action and not as evidence for another action. That's the scary thing, because that would seem like something where I would agree with what Connor has said. Oh, I would be presumptively, I would say you're immune here, unless you can prove something. I'm sure, I think presumptive immunity might be okay here, but no, that's an action that's been given absolute immunity.
Okay, so the argument that's given in the document brief, that as I understand it, is that the reason why they're barring this specific area of the president's conduct is because it's exclusive in core. Like, I swear to God, that's what I remember from it. If I'm incorrect, I'm happy to be corrected.
Preclusive and exclusive, I think, or exclusive and preclusive is what he says. Sure, yeah.
Right. And so, as a result, this is the balance of power that they're trying to do between the multiple branches, and the reason why they don't want these core duties to be under judicial or legislative scrutiny. And that's not even true totally. They do want it to be under legislative scrutiny. They just don't want it to be part of criminal proceedings, is because they don't want the president to be needlessly burdened with subpoenas whenever he makes a decision about anything. And on top of that, they don't want to speak specifically to the exigencies of the Trump presidency, even though that's what brought it in front of it. They want to create a power structure for all presidents and executives to operate by going forward for hopefully millennia.
Okay, and I agree with what you're saying here, okay, that they don't want him to be needlessly burdened, okay, but there are a few huge problems. One, I don't think they adequately made that argument that there would be a needless burden at all. I think it's important that when we talk about undue burden or needless burden, that first thing is an important part. We do want people, you agree, we want people to be burdened with the idea of being criminally charged for committing criminal acts, right? The public has an interest in that, and states have an interest in that, right? We do agree with that, right?
We do.
Okay.
Sorry, I have a rebuttal, but I'll wait.
Okay, so one, some burden is fine. Okay, we probably don't. We agree. We don't want a president who thinks they can commit infinite criminal acts as long as they fall within his core powers. Number one, okay? And number two, when you talk about the balance of powers, okay, there's always going to be a balance. It's not like the court has made a decision that has like perfectly balanced everything. What the court has done is the court has grabbed a bunch of power in and of itself to decide when the president can be held criminally liable for a thing or not. Because remember, any of these presumptive immune things are now going to go before a court, and it has to be argued against, saying that, well, he shouldn't have presumptive immunity for this. All of these will end up in the Supreme Court, and now the Supreme Court is the sole arbiter of deciding whether or not a president is going to be held criminally liable for something, because they're ultimately going to determine if the presumptive immunity challenge stands or falls. So that is a huge power grab from the court, from taking it from the legislature, right? Just to say that it's just a balance of power, that that's one way that they've changed it.
So there's a reason why I'm not as concerned as everyone else here, okay? And part of the reason why is because
wait. Just on a real quick thing. You agree that the court has taken a ton of power for itself to ultimately decide if the president will ever be held criminally liable, correct? The court has taken that power to itself.
Yeah, that was going to be part of my response.
Okay, that's so and then and then on the second thing, I'm just making sure that we agree that it probably isn't. I'm sorry, I'm not going to say probably. It is absolutely in our interest that the president of the United States does feel some burden to not commit criminal actions, right? We don't want him to think he can infinitely commit crimes, right?
Yes, and my answer will address both of those points. Okay. So, number one, I will start freaking out and being Dan and wanting to start the revolution of the United States of America if lower courts and the Supreme Court of the United States start ruling that everything is immune. Everything is an official act. You can't question anything ever. Like, for instance, in the hypothetical where they say, like, oh, you can just rape people, whatever. And they're just like, yeah, you can't even investigate this whatsoever. It's a core part of his official duties to rape citizens of the United States.
Wait, and I'll let you finish. You understand the only way to remedy that now, if you let's say that Connor is freaking out now, the only way to remedy that now is with a constitutional amendment.
Or war. So the second point that I want to make, though, because this is where I feel like the alarmists are missing something, is that in the conspiracy indictment, the communications between him and his attorney general are like 10%, 15% of the total indictments and evidence brought against the president, and the remaining 85% of it is either presumptive or open.
No.
And so
hold on, all of it right now is presumptive. All of it is presumptive.
Okay, fine. If you want to say,
wait, hold on. Wait, no, I'm sorry, hold on. Just you say things to brush them off. It's not fine. It is factually. Every single thing is presumptive right now. The court has not ruled that anything is open.
The reason...
Yes.
Okay, you're right. Okay, you're right that the court has not ruled one way or the other. What I'm thinking of when I am saying that is when they're talking about the state and his communications with states, the attorney generals, state officials, et cetera, maybe this is me not applying autism enough to the reading. My reading of that is that there's an inference that a healthy chunk of that is not going to be part of his
Absolutely not. No.
Yeah, feel free to articulate it.
Yeah, so the reason why Amy Coney Barrett's concurrence, one of the main ones, is that she says we should just say this is private or non-official, and they do not agree to that opinion. Amy Coney Barrett does not get a majority. They at no point imply or be cutesy about, this is probably unofficial conduct. And we're getting away from the point.
I disagree. I just disagree.
Wait, disagree with what part of that?
With what did I just say that was an absolute fact?
I'll tell you, smug bitch. And Pisco, by the way, still love you, but you're a smug bitch. So anyway,
you're slippery, and then Steven is
I'm not slippery at all. I'm telling you what I think. I'm not a lawyer, you stupid fuck.
No, but he's not making you answer the question why we're all here. And the reason we're here is not to talk about, I'm not really fearful about this, there are other checks. That's not what we're here. We're here to discuss certain situations and what the court's opinion means for whether or not they're covered. And you are allowed, because Stephen lets you, to dodge any challenging questions whatsoever. And it's
sorry. Go ahead. What challenging question have I dodged? I'll answer it directly for you right now.
Sure. Do you believe that an order to the Department of Justice to commit a heinous sexual act against someone else in the guise of law enforcement would be part of his core executive power? And if not, why not?
No. Okay. because the core executive power is to enforce the law. You would literally, you can go to, God damn it, Sheldon, I swear to God I'm not dodging. So I have to walk away from a crying foul in order to answer your question. So, because when you look at Article 2, I could literally pull up the fucking sentence. It's to like faithfully discharge the duties of the United States of America and to follow the Constitution and to enforce the federal laws. There's no federal law that is reinforced by sexual assault of citizens.
There's no federal law that's reinforced by him telling his attorney general to send fake investigation claims. That's not a faithful execution.
You're making a claim. No. This is addressed in the decision. It's addressed in the decision where the justice is saying you are presuming bad faith, but this is core and this is privilege. You are making that presumption.
Wait. What do you mean? Wait.
You can't be a fucking moron.
Wait. Hold on. What do you mean I'm presuming something? Hold on. Do you agree that it is not an express power to the president to use his DOJ to make sham claims to states to overturn their election results? Do you agree that that's not a core power?
Even within that sentence, you are making inferences based off of available evidence. You are saying definitively that they are shams.
Stop. Wait, hold on.
Have you ever
Oh my God, stop. Connor. No, that determination is made at court, but this is preventing it from ever going to court. That's the whole point of absolute immunity, is I can't even ask that question. When you're saying what you're saying, Connor,
you still have 85% other of the criminal indictments.
I'm not talking about the other 85% because you just said that.
Should be.
No, you're so wrong. Hold on. You just said that Pisco's example was absurd because part of faithfully executing the president's power is not asking the FBI to do some crazy shit. However, what if I was Connor and I said to you, hold on, you don't know if he asked him to do crazy shit. Maybe he really thought that, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. It's absolutely immune. You can't question it now.
You can't question whether it's a sham.
You can question it when it's not an explicit core duty as articulated by either congressional authorization or Article 2 of the Constitution.
But the president ordering the FBI head to do stuff is a core power of the president. It's his officer.
Yeah, no shit. But what demonstrable enforcement of law is being accomplished by the rape of citizens against
what demonstrable enforcement of the way the DOJ operates is to tell them to send letters to states? Yes.
Because you're assuming that he's lying.
You're assuming. Hold on. You're assuming that rape isn't a good way to not enforce law. Stop, Connor. Please, Connor. Please stop. Connor, please stop. You're assuming that. Okay. Apparently, you can't process a far out there hypothetical. So let's bring it way back.
And we're not even talking about a hypothetical.
No. You can't. You stop. Hold on. No, I am now because you failed to understand the hypothetical. So now we're gonna take it back a little bit more.
It wasn't even hypothetical. We were talking about a serious situation.
No, the hypothetical. No, Connor. The hypothetical that was presented to you is: what if the president believes, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, thinks the best way to enforce the law is to order the FBI to mass rape? Okay, your brain is short-circuiting. You go, how can you ever possibly think mass rape is a way to enforce the law? Okay, but that's our argument when we say stop. That's our argument when we say, how can you think that the president is faithfully fulfilling his duties when he's demanding the DOJ to send fake letters to states to say that the election was real? Now you're saying, oh, hold on, you don't know if the letters were fake or not. Look, we don't know. But the only way that can be determined is in court. And we can't even have that court case now. The same way that we don't know if the president thinking that telling the FBI to rape everybody is a good way to enforce law, because we can't question that because it's beyond judicial review now. It's beyond review.
Okay. I think that there is nothing in any congressional authorization
that allows the president to tell the FBI to commit rapes. Is that what you're about to say again for the 5th time, Connor?
Yes.
Okay.
Go to page 18. Wait.
You're
go to
failing
page.
to understand
Wait.
something. Don't act like no.
Connor.
Both of you two fucking cunts. Both of you two cunts. Connor. Don't act like you're substantively smarter than me. You're not, by the way. Okay? So let's walk this through. A core executive duty is talking to his DOJ in prioritizing investigations. This is stated in the decision. This is justifiable under Article 2 and the Congress. Can you show me in congressional authorization or in the Article 2 where raping people would be a good example of...
Why? It's not about raping people. It's about talking. It's about discharging the duties of the president to talk to his officer to say how to enforce the law.
Connor. I'm about to... Give me a second to give you a citation. Go to page 18 of Trump versus United States. I'll read it from you if you don't have it in front of you. This is what it says about the influence on illegality and what determines an official duty. It says, quote, nor may courts deem an action unofficial merely because it allegedly violates a generally applicable law. For instance, when Fitzgerald contended that his dismissal violated various congressional statutes and thus rendered his discharge outside the outer perimeter of Nixon's duties, we rejected that contention. Otherwise, presidents would be subject to trial on every allegation that an action was unlawful, depriving immunity of its intended effects. It is clear and explicit from this court that the contours of what is core, what is official, cannot depend on whether it's illegal or against statutes. So when you cite statutes and say, well, where's the statute granting, saying this is legal or illegal? Listen,
Pisco, Destiny, this is your guys' fault for coming up with something so extreme. Just be chill. Give something that could actually happen, but would still be insane. Shut the fuck up. Just listen. Just say something. Just say something to the along the lines of like, hey, what about if the president came out and he said all illegal immigrants, okay, and I define that as
there's not even citizens. Hold on, wait.
We're deporting them. And then that's a lot easier for you to deal with.
No, guys, you're invoking a whole bunch of other shit when you talk about immigration law and stuff like that, okay? Ignore this.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. Wait, no, hold on. I'm sorry. No, now, hold on. Now, because Dan said retarded shit, now we are going to stick with this exact answer, okay? Connor, do you agree that the president has the right to confer with the head of the FBI when it comes to matters of law enforcement?
Not if it's a legal thing like raping people. That doesn't count.
Good job, Dan.
He also has the right to confer with.
Wait. Why are we saying he also has the right? I'm asking you a specific question. Does the president of the United States have a right to confer with the head of the FBI when it comes to matters of law enforcement?
Of course.
Okay. Does he have the right to give direction to the head of the FBI for how he might want law enforcement to look?
Yes.
Okay. If he has the right to have that conversation with the head of the FBI about how law enforcement looks, and all the FBI agents start raping people, how could you ever review what the president told the head of the FBI if you just agreed that that was a right that he has, that is a core, exclusive, and preclusive power to the president of the United States?
You might not be able to. You would have to use other means.
Thank you.
Okay. That's our point.
Oh, thank you.
That's our point.
Yes.
Okay.
And not only that, but that's what Robert says when he says, well, maybe you can look at like the public record or something like that, right? Yes.
I would like to make a calm counter that I feel is very close to the surface, okay?
Go for it.
Okay. So in the decision, the second bullet point is talking about the vice president and how communications and conversations around decorum and the functions of public events are obviously core duties of the United States and therefore would be protected. Do we agree so far?
Sure.
Okay. Then it also talks about how vacating the vote and taking his ceremonial role and using it to confirm that Donald Trump won the election would not be articulable as anything authorized by Congress or as authorized in Article 2 of his authorities.
I don't remember reading that anywhere.
But even if
we could literally open it up.
Okay.
But they remanded to the court. The point is that they remanded to the court what conversations between the vice president and the president of the United States were considered official acts and what were not considered official acts and what were considered presumptive versus absolute. Because the president, and this is another point that goes down to the third level. You're saying that you don't remember that point, but this was one of the core pieces of the third. Hold on. Shut up, Pisco.
Okay, can I just read this? Can I just read? Let me just read from. No, because it's right here. You said we can read, so let me just read. It says, whenever the president and vice president, or actually, let me back up one more paragraph before this, okay? Real quick. The indictment next alleges that Trump and his co-conspirators attempted to enlist the vice president to use his ceremonial role at the January 6th certification proceeding to fraudulently alter the election results. In particular, the indictment alleges several conversations in which Trump pressured the vice president to reject states' legitimate electoral votes or send them back to state legislatures for review. Whenever the president and vice president discuss their official responsibilities, they engage in official conduct. Presiding over the January 6th certification proceeding at which members of Congress count the electoral votes is a constitutional and statutory duty of the vice president. The indictment's allegations that Trump attempted to pressure the vice president to take particular acts in connection with his role at the certification proceeding thus involve official conduct, and Trump is at least presumptively immune from prosecution for such conduct.
20%.
At least presumptively immune from prosecution for such conduct. The question then becomes whether that presumption of immunity is rebutted under the circumstances. It is the government's burden to rebut the presumption of immunity. The court therefore remands to the district court to assess in the first instance whether a prosecution involving Trump's alleged attempts to influence the vice president's oversight of the certification proceeding would pose any dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive
Any
branch.
dangers.
So, my prediction for how that court case is going to evolve is that Trump's team is not going to try to argue whether or not he was correct in his arguments to the vice president, they're going to try to assert that he has presumptive immunity or absolute immunity because it's an official duty of the United States to assist with the presiding over of the certification of the election or some shit.
Correct.
If I was an endeavoring prosecutor who was assigned this case, I would make the argument that within, Article 2 of the Constitution and also within every congressional authorization, there is no authority for the President of the United States to basically try to fuck over the election.
That's great, and you would lose. Just to be clear, hold on. Just to be clear, you would lose that case. You've already lost.
Why?
Because it's not on your burden. Is not to argue whether or not he has or does not have the particular outcome that he can aim for in executing his powers.
Outcome, authority.
Authority, whatever. Your burden is to...
Not whatever, that's very important.
Hold on. What? He has the authority to confer with the vice president when it comes to certifying the electoral vote, yes?
Sure.
Okay, so presumptively, he has immunity for whatever conversation he has about it. What you have to prove as a prosecutor, before you've even got any criminal thing whatsoever, what you have to prove as a prosecutor is you have to prove, without even talking about his without talking about his motivations either, you have to prove that if you're allowed to criminally prosecute or probe that particular action, that it's not going to pose any danger. It's not a balancing test. It's to pose any danger of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. So if the defense, for instance, says, listen, what, are we going to start criminally indicting every single president now when it comes time to certify the vote? You really think it would be a good idea now? So when I think of like what the vice president has to do, I don't even know, what I can say or do anymore in regards to the electoral college. Or my vice president might not even feel like he can have a conversation with the president. What if there legitimately were two slates of electors, like what happened in '64 with Hawaii? What if there were two slates of electors and the president wanted to confer with the vice president about how we should handle this for the betterment of the nation? I can't even have that conversation now. Then the Supreme Court would look at that because they snatched all that power from the legislature. Now, no more laws that they pass matter anymore. Now, the Supreme Court is going to have that case before. The Supreme Court, with Roberts, okay, as its center, I guess, as Pedro says, has to decide, well, would that pose any danger of intrusion, any danger at all? If it does, not only can you never ever think about criminally charging on this act, you can't even consider it in part of any other charge that you have that you're talking about in this case. So boom, that's completely thrown out. Unless you can make the argument that it poses no intrusion whatsoever. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay.
So, because I don't believe the conservative justices of the Supreme Court of the United States to be absolute monomaniacal mustache-twirling fucking villains, my presumption is that when they wrote this argument, they didn't intend for the President of the United States to be able to walk up to any part of his executive branch and say, shoot that person in the face, and then that person would shoot that person in the face, and then there would be no...
Wait, just final thing, and then PCO can go all he wants, okay? Listen, Connor, okay? I want to agree with you, okay? We didn't talk about it before. Here's my biggest problem with this case, okay? The biggest problem, okay, and the reason why I don't know if they're mustache-twirling villains, I have no idea either. I'm missing a huge chunk of law because I'm an uneducated fucking retard, or these guys have some massive issues, is because when you talk about the enforcement of criminal law, okay, the problem is the only side that Roberts addresses throughout his entire opinion, the only side he addresses is the burden on the president. That's it. What he never talks about, ever, is the public interest in enforcing criminal law, of which there is a huge public interest. There is an interest to every individual in the United States, the criminal law in the United States enforced. And Roberts doesn't spend a single fucking word in the entire opinion addressing that interest. He hand waves all of it by saying, well, in Fitzgerald, we said that it's an undue burden for civil law, so it must be for criminal too, LOL, full stop. Do you acknowledge that there is not a single word of Roberts in any of this talking about the public interest in addressing crimes committed by the president? Do you acknowledge that? Okay, then when you say, I don't believe that they're mustache-twirling individuals, blah, 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 Roberts addresses part of what the dissent has written. Roberts addresses part of what the concurring opinion by Barrett has written. Why does he not bring up a single time the fact that Sotomayor references the Navy SEAL thing? She makes a direct, explicit call-out to that. Why doesn't Roberts ever address the public interest in prosecuting a president infinitely committing crimes? Why is that never considered in part of his opinion anywhere?
Because like many people in this room, he's probably a smug bitch who got fucking pissed off because somebody debate broke him.
Dude, no. Hang on, wait, Connor.
Christ!
Hold on, you're groaning at that? No. You're groaning at that? I read the decision. No,
I'm groaning at that.
Some manifestos on Twitch are written better than some of the shit that they wrote, but continue.
Yeah, so this is me continuing, Connor. You just granted the hypothetical that if the president ordered mass sexual assault as a way of law enforcement, that would be absolutely immune. You just granted that hypothetical. How can you possibly not grant the Navy SEAL hypotheticals at this point?
Okay.
Eliminator, thanks for the 5 gifted subs and kick check.
What is core and what is presumed immune and what is arguable in court is articulable. It's articulable in Article 2 of the Constitution, and it's articulable in the authorizations and legislations that the Congress has done. Therefore, if there is a situation such as, hold on, so the main sentence, and by the way, you guys are deriving a lot of authority from him being the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. I'm going to turn around and do the exact same thing with, he shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed and shall commission all officers in the United States. If he's talking about the laws...
Wait, just to be clear, that doesn't matter anymore. That part of the Constitution is fucking gone. We can't question if the president is faithfully executing laws anymore. At least not in a criminal sense. We can only do that with impeachment. Just to be clear, that part is completely fucking gone. Because we can't consider the motives, we can't consider anything that he takes as an official core act. That's beyond judicial review. The only people that can do that now is the legislature, and not by passing laws, it's by impeachment or by voting.
So then the argument, and this is what I said probably an hour ago, this is what I'll say again, the argument become what is core. And so if you're talking about being command, and I don't want to be interrupted on this, so if you're talking about core and one of the core duties being commander-in-chief of the Army and the Navy in the United States and all that kind of stuff, you can have exigent circumstances in which the commander-in-chief makes specific orders about the killing of specific people, but I almost guarantee you that specificity invites scrutiny. Now, you can say that, like, the Supreme Court of the United States can just say, no, core duties, go fuck yourself. But I'm also telling you that if there's, hey, FBI agent, go rape that lady, the president is going to have to articulate why that's part of his duty, and he was fulfilling his role as commander-in-chief of the Army, Navy, United States militia, and law enforcement.
Connor, you just granted, and tell me if you're undoing this. If you undo this, and if you want to step back from this, but I thought you just conceded that in order to the DOJ, that mass sexual assault as a means of law enforcement was core, not presumed, core. No. You didn't just grant that?
I said it was presumed.
No, hang on a second. So we had just went through that entire exercise, making the comparison between this and the statements made to Trump about the false elector scheme. Those statements, that there was voter fraud. You agree, the court found that the statements to the DOJ ordering them to do various actions with respect to the voter fraud is core, right?
That's what the court found. Implications are core.
Yeah, so if Trump, for example, if Trump ordered the Attorney General to send a fraudulent communication to a state, whatever, body.
You're assuming fraudulent, but continue?
No, I'm giving as a factual matter. As a factual matter, yes, you're God. You know it's fraudulent. If he sends a fraudulent certificate, it's saying that there was election fraud, orders the DOJ to do so, you agree that's core, right?
Sure.
If he sends an order to the Department of Justice, says, I order you to send a letter to this specific person telling them to go rape this other person as a means of law enforcement, you agree that's core?
I agree that the memo is core, I guess.
Well, no, the order to send the letter is core.
Continue, I'll try to see where it differentiates.
Hey, come on. We should be able to distinguish right now, right? So, in one example, Trump orders the sending of a letter that would say false things about the election, and
okay, I know where I can differentiate. So, as articulated in the argument, they were saying that communications and the direction of investigations is core. Okay, we agree so far.
The president said this is about.
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm going to see if we can make a differentiation and understanding. Okay. So that means that the communication is core, and the direction of the DOJ in order to conduct specific investigations is one of his core duties. Okay.
Okay.
I don't think so. Let's say he sends out a memo that says, "Go rape this lady." DOJ receives it. Raping a lady is a specific action. In order for the president to be able to do that with full immunity, it needs to be articulable as a part of some pursuit of an authorization by Congress or Article 2 of the Constitution.
You're wrong.
I don't think you can tell me.
No, you're just Connor, you're wrong. The Congress does not tell. The whole reason why we have an executive is because when Congress passes a law, it's up to the executive, our magistrate, to execute execute that law, and we give him, we hope that he does it in full faith. Why the fuck is the word faith used there? The reason why faithfully is used is because Congress doesn't delineate on every single particular matter for how that function ought to be carried out. The law is passed, and then it's given to the executive for him and him alone to decide how to execute it. You calling into question how that's being executed in a criminal matter is now beyond review.
Okay, hold on. What statute, what authorization by Congress, what constitutional authorization is being fulfilled in this scenario?
The constitutional authorization was when Congress created the, I believe the FBI was created by Congress.
No.
What?
We're not talking about the same thing.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm getting there. Congress created the office of the FBI, is my understanding, okay? Congress, because I believe every single office was created by Congress, okay? Now, the president, I think by the Constitution, has the authority to nominate an officer of the person that will head that branch, and then Congress, I believe, with consent of either Congress or the Senate approves, okay? And then Congress passes laws, okay, for the FBI to enforce. The president has the right to confer with his officers about how that branch enforces the laws passed by Congress. Do you disagree with any part of what I've laid out there, or where the direct constitutional approval comes from, for the president to confer with his officer for an office that was created by Congress to carry out the laws passed by Congress? Do you disagree with any part of that?
Not so far, no.
And it's core, right? You agree that's core?
Okay, I agree that the communications between him and his subordinate officers is a core duty, yes.
Okay, you agree real quick that Congress does not authorize whether or not an FBI agent can use a chokehold, or whether or not an FBI agent can use a drop kick, or whether an FBI agent can use a headlock, right? Those policies are left up.
Okay.
They could, but they don't necessarily have to.
They don't have to. I don't even know if they do. I think the FBI policy is not written by Congress. It's written by the FBI.
Yeah, but then the reason why people get sued and policies changing over time is through the legislature.
Guys, let's focus on criminal. Focus on criminal. Don't get distracted.
Oh God, still no.
I can cut to my point. And you don't have to agree with it. I'm ridiculous. Okay. I don't think that. So the reason why the terrorism example is better for your guys' argument is because you can point to an authorization by that the president by either detaining. The reason why the rape analogy fails in my estimation is because you can't point, let me finish, you can't point to an authorization by Congress or to an Article 2 paragraph or clause.
Yes,
I can finish just out of courtesy. You can't point to a clause in Article 2 or an authorization by
Yes, I can point to both. You're cutting out, and that's why I interrupt you. All right, so I can point to both of those. So number one, Destiny just gave you the constitutional basis for the general conferral with executive agencies and ordering them to do stuff generally. That is the take care clause, the appointment power, and the removal power. Okay, those are constitutional bases. They are also the basis for the core communications at issue in the Trump case. So that's a sufficient constitutional basis. Now, what you're saying then is, well, we need some other thing. You know, it needs to coincide with some purpose that the statute provides. I don't actually agree with that, but fine, I'll give it to you. FBI is given the authority to do investigations, right? And to find out and to solve crimes. The president says, I really think torture is a good way to get information and solve crimes.
Specifically rape torture.
Yeah, and I think that as part of this investigation and to get really good information, this is the best and most appropriate way to do it to serve that law enforcement function. You agree, absolutely immune, correct?
So, no, I don't agree that he would be immune if he ordered rape torture.
Why?
To find information about crime.
It's anti-constitutional. It's extra legal.
Hold on. Wait. What do you mean? Hold on. There is an authority. It's the president conferring with his officer for figuring out how they want to enforce the law passed by the legislature. There's literally nothing more constitutional than what we're talking about. It's the president giving orders to his officer for how he wants law to be enforced. Unless the legislature has passed something explicitly or specifically, like saying that something can't be done in a particular way. Or unless,
by the way, you don't look to that because the court explicitly says you don't look to generally applicable laws.
You can't do something in a particular way is the Constitution of the United States.
What?
Wait, no. The whole point of this immunity doctrine, Connor, you're not going to get around this. The point of the immunity doctrine is to insulate you from things that are illegal, okay? You can't define the scope of the immunity to only things that are legal, all right? I have this very strong argument that what Donald Trump did in his elector scheme and the fake ballot initiatives, that those were violated of the Constitution. They violate what? the fundamental right to vote, once it's granted by the state in their state means of assigning electors. It violates the Equal Protection Clause. It violates people's right to have their votes counted equally. So there are absolutely aspects of constitutional violations that you can find in Trump's conduct, 100%. And so you cannot distinguish the scope of the immunity, the scope of the absolute immunity, based on what your prior is about whether it's constitutional or illegal. The point of the immunity.
Yes, you can. That's literally an argument from the opposing side. What the fuck are you talking about?
So you cannot make sure that the absolute immunity only covers things that Congress allows. That's just not the case.
Pisco, literally, the argument from the majority is that the reason why the communications with the DOJ and the alleged threatened firing is because these are core constitutional duties of the President of the United States. The reason why they're remanding it to the lower courts for the for the communications with the Vice President and for the state electors, I would like the opportunity to finish.
No mention at all.
The reason why they're remanding that, is because they believe that there are competing interests here. Some that are official and some that aren't.
Wait. Hold on, wait. Okay, wait, hold on. Just to be clear, wait. That's not true. That's not why they remanded it. No, that's not why they remanded it with the vice president cover. That is true for the other two issues. The reason why they remanded it for the vice president conversation is because when the vice president is certifying the electoral vote, he's performing a function of the Senate there that falls under the legislature, and the legislature has passed laws about how the Senate performs. That's why it was remanded. It wasn't any type of analysis on whether Donald Trump, all of Donald Trump's actions. Hold on, just to be clear, you are explicitly contradicted by Roberts. Roberts says clearly that all those conversations that Trump had with Pence fall under the official purview of the vice president and the president's powers. To quote, whenever the
immunity.
What?
No, immunity.
Stop. Have at least presumptive immunity. The only he says.
Oh my God.
It's
at least versus don't hit the at least so hard when the words are almost synonyms.
Hold on, you misunderstand me, sir. When they say he at least has presumptive immunity, you are precluding it being an unofficial act. Because if it was an unofficial act, there might be no immunity at all. Presumptive immunity doesn't mean you're trying to figure out if it's an unofficial act or an official act. An unofficial act has...
Well, you're acting very passionately over a very mundane point. I'm barely understanding why you're acting so passionately.
Hold on, this isn't mundane, it's material. The reason why I say at least it's presumptively immune is because this is an official act. That's foregone. The court has already decided that it's an official act.
My inference, I will admit that it's an inference. My inference is that if you are talking about the vice president convening as a member of the Senate and therefore as a part of the judiciary, Donald Trump is going to be hard-pressed to show that he has any kind of authority over that ceremony.
Wrong.
And therefore, he is acting... Hold on. Therefore, he is acting on the peripheral of his constitutional duties.
No.
And therefore, he only has... Therefore, he only has presumptive immunity.
No, hold on. Let me just spit that real quick, okay? Whenever the president and vice president discuss their official responsibilities, okay? Whenever they
I'm following.
What? Yeah. They engage in official conduct. Presiding over the January 6th certification proceeding, at which members of Congress count the electoral votes, is a constitutional and statutory duty of the vice president. The indictment's allegations that Trump attempted to pressure the vice president to take particular acts in connection with his role at the certification proceeding thus involve official conduct, and Trump is at least presumptively immune from prosecution for such conduct. So now remember, the indictments are saying that he was telling him to essentially toss the results. So that means that Donald Trump telling the vice president to rig the election is presumptively immune, at least, okay? So we're starting there. So we're not on any official act. So at least when Donald Trump is telling...
No, we are in an official act.
No, wait, hold on. Excuse me, sir. Trump is at least presumptively immune. You have absolute immunity, then you have presumptive immunity, and then below that you have unofficial act. We're out of the unofficial act ballgame. We are at least presumptively immune. Do you understand the grammar there?
Yes.
Okay, so there is no unofficial act being spoken of. Everything that's being spoken of thus far is an official act. Correct? Okay. The question then becomes whether that presumption of immunity is rebutted under the circumstances. When the vice president presides over the January 6th certification proceeding, he does so in his capacity as president of the Senate. Despite the vice president's expansive role of advising and assisting the president within the executive branch, the vice president's Article I responsibility of presiding over the Senate is not an executive branch function.
Yes.
Okay.
We're not disagreeing so far.
With respect to the certification proceeding in particular, Congress has legislated extensively to define the vice president's role in the counting of the electoral votes, and the president plays no direct constitutional or statutory role in that process. So the government may argue that consideration of the president's communication with the vice president concerning the certification proceeding does not pose dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. Not that it's not unofficial, but that it is official. But if we question it, it doesn't pose any danger of intrusion on the authority and function of the executive branch.
Okay, what you just said, I don't disagree with a single thing you said. I'm pretty sure you just read the.
I'm just reading Robert's opinion. Yes.
Yeah. So my argument is right there. Donald Trump specifically is vulnerable. And the reason why he's vulnerable is because you can't point to an executive function that would be impeded. And on top of that, you can't point to any authorization from the Congress or from Article 2.
You need to stop saying that. Hold on, okay. Connor, hold on.
Let me finish.
No, stop, because you're already completely factually incorrect. You can point to an exact...
Please enlighten me.
Yes, I will. You can point to an exact function granted to the president. And he might be acting in his official...
What?
Hold on. I'm saying that you could point to it, and he could be acting in his official capacity, but he still could be... He could only get presumptive immunity there if it's not preclusive and conclusive. Okay? Just because you can point to an Article 2 or whatever the fuck thing doesn't mean that... Or if you can't point to that, doesn't mean that you can't criminally prosecute him or something. That's not relevant. No, none of that question is being asked here. The president and the vice president have roles that are defined in the Constitution here in terms of them conferring with each other and in terms of what the vice president is doing in the Senate. The only reason why this particular behavior is questionable isn't because you can deem it unofficial. You have to overcome this. What?
I didn't say unofficial.
Okay, but what the burden of the government has to meet is the burden of the government is they have to prove that by questioning this official conduct.
We're fine. You can tell him.
Let me tell you.
Okay. I don't know why you're telling me things that I agree with.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So if you would agree, therefore, that
First
if the president of the United States
into the underground.
didn't tell...
He's killing Destiny.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Points.
Everybody say hi to Mrs. Points.
Hi.
No, you say hi, Mrs. Points. Use
I'm
your
Mrs.
title.
Points.
Hello, Mrs. Points.
Thank you.
Connor, so quick question for you. Assume now you're a little slippery. Assume
I'm not being slippery. I'm not a lawyer. I don't have my JD.
Because now we're talking about Pence instead of the difficult hypothetical. That's fine, because I think Dan was right, and I don't think your brain can handle that hypothetical right now.
Okay, now you're just being rude, bitch. We probably have the same intelligence.
No, I'm not saying because you're dumb. I think you're a moral person, and so, or sometimes, and I think that it's hard for you to deal with the logic of the opinion. And so right now, I'm gonna give you another example. Suppose the president...
We don't need another example. As a matter of fact, we need to stick right here. And I'm sorry. I will happily listen to you for minutes at a time. Okay. But I need to make this point. Destiny just said, hold on, let me interrupt you. You're factually wrong. Didn't hear a single thing that I was factually wrong about.
Because I said you were factually wrong because you were implying that they might rule this conduct unofficial. That's not what they're ruling on.
No.
That's what I said.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Do we understand presumptive immunity the same way?
What do you think presumptive immunity means?
Okay, my understanding of presumptive immunity is that it's the default that the president is assumed to be immune, but the prosecution can show that he is not immune for XYZ ABC factor.
Yes, what is the XYZ ABC factor?
So the XYZ ABC factor would be he's acting outside of his scope of official duty.
No.
That's what would make him vulnerable.
No. It's about whether...
Please tell me why. Do not leave me on hanging.
It's about whether or not probing that thing would pose dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. That's what the test is.
If he has no authority under the executive branch, if he has no authority there, then how could it
possibly because the problem is that what a president could be doing as an official act is incredibly broad. If the president goes on TV and he says, Americans, we need to all start killing...
charged for criminal official acts. What are we talking about?
No, hold on. You might be able to charge, maybe, but the president could say, sorry, I'm actually immune here, and you need to prove why you, questioning me, the president of the United States, speaking to the public, how the fuck can you hold me criminally liable for that? How is any president going to feel comfortable giving any speech to the American public? And if you can't show as a prosecutor, well, we don't think this would pose any intrusion whatsoever on the president, then you lose. I'm sorry. I said you lose. That's wrong. You don't even get to do anything. If the case dies.
Hold on. Yeah. You guys are dancing around my point, but I'll listen to whatever people...
Wait, what am I dancing around? Wait, what are we dancing around? What do you think we're dancing around?
Okay, I am saying that if the president is not authorized to act in a certain capacity, and if he acts in that capacity, then he is vulnerable to criminal prosecution if it's an illegal act.
We all agree with that, but what you're not understanding is that authorized in a certain capacity can theoretically encompass 100% of the actions a person takes. That's the issue.
No,
okay,
that's not even
well,
true.
that is true. That's exactly.
No. Destiny, I will tell you exactly why that's not true, and I will tell you why it's not true in relevance to this case. You just said that anybody acting in an official capacity as the thing that they are, they can claim that it's an official act. No, the whole point is that there's an articulation of core official acts, and then there's peripheral official acts.
Yes, but the court is granted. The court is treating the outer perimeter the same.
He's disagree with me. You're just going to talk passionately about it. Let me finish my statement. My statement is that if he doesn't have the ability to articulate how he has any kind of authority to intercede in a certain situation, and on top of that, he's committing an illegal act, he is vulnerable legally. That's
okay. But what Destiny's saying in response to that is, it's trivially easy to come up with something and articulate why it's under your authorities. So, for example, in the case of Trump, he can put up as an intermediary, I'm enforcing the law. I am faithfully executing the law of the United States. Wait.
How do you articulate that he was faithfully executing and enforcing the law in that specific situation?
Yeah, in that specific situation, the court tells us for us. It says, for example, that the communications with the Department of Justice that's relating to what the Department of Justice does, those are absolutely immune. You don't need to look at any facts, right? You
look at the vice president. We're talking about the vice president.
So for the vice president's role, you don't look at the circumstances of what happened here. Stephen is trying to tell you that it's about the nature of what's going on, the inherent nature of communications to the vice president about this thing.
I'm going to point out where I feel like you're being put. You just said you don't look at the specific circumstances or the nature of what's going on.
That's correct.
Excuse me, wasn't the exact wording from the majority opinion is that this situation specifically needs to be analyzed based off of the specific facts of the situation?
Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. Actually, you're completely opposite on what was correct there. The goal of this ruling was to apply to all future things. Yes, they want you to be able to look at like the specific facts of a particular thing to make the determination, but you keep obsessing over the outcomes of these things like they can tell you whether or not they're presumptive, whether they qualify or immunity or not. They're not. The outcomes don't matter here. And even Barrett, in her opinion, calls out the fact that they have left an incredibly broad interpretation over what an official or unofficial act can even be. And I quote, for example, the indictment alleges that the president asked the Arizona House Speaker to call the legislature into session to hold a hearing about election fraud claims. The president has no authority over state legislatures or their leadership, so it's hard to see how prosecuting him for crimes committed when dealing with the Arizona House Speaker would unconstitutionally intrude on executive power. The court, however, didn't rule on that. They remanded that issue to the lower courts. If they were going to remand something as clear as that to the lower courts, why the fuck did they make a ruling of absolute immunity on his conversation with the acting attorney general? Why didn't they remand that to the lower court as well?
Haven't you said 7 times during this conversation that the Supreme Court is not a court of first appeal?
Then why did they do it? Why did they do it for the attorney general?
No, hold on.
Hold on. To be clear, there was no. Wait. There was no.
I can answer that question. I can answer that question. Because they're making a ruling on what is like the core official duties that are exclusive to the president of the United States. And therefore, if you put it down to the fucking lower courts, then they might make a ruling that they disagree with that is completely different from the way that they envision a vigorous executive.
If you want, I understand what you're saying. If you wanted to follow Roberts off the fucking cliff here, which you're fully welcome to do, at the very least, Roberts should have had the integrity to say, here's our opinion. We're remanding all 4 of these things to the lower courts now for analysis.
Why would they remand the DOJ if they believe that that was a core executive function?
Because if I was the DOJ, you better believe I'm going to present that differently if I know that if I bring up this particular action, it's going to completely and totally fucking nuke my case. Of course he's going to find a different way to bring that up. But now it's
Wait. This is the problem. This is the problem that I have with you guys.
Oh my God.
I earnestly believe that you are arguing passionately. I think you're arguing passionately from your perspectives. However,
to be clear, we've quoted this document like 20 times, but okay.
And so have I.
No, you haven't. I don't think you've quoted it a single time.
Guys, let's not get into this. Just say your point, Connor.
Are you fucking serious right now?
Okay, you're talking about who quoted
What am I
more.
incorrect? Wait, I'm sorry, wait. What part of Robert's opinion have you cited to here to back any argument that you've had up?
I'm pretty sure.
He's gonna say the whole thing.
I'm pretty sure I am the exact person that pointed out the 3 categories of the cases that were presented for different levels of remanding back to the fucking lower courts.
Dude,
so don't pretend for a fucking second that you and Pisco are the only people who have the capacity.
He said we've been quoting from it.
Words, you rude motherfucker.
He said we've been quoting from it.
Second.
pointing to what the actual holdings are is not quoting from it. I understand. I agree. He just made it as an aside, and he said that you haven't quoted from it, and we shouldn't be bogged down in it. Say your point.
No, I'm gonna do this soon. Sorry.
No?
Talking to the wife, I'd probably have to blow stuff up tonight.
No. Guys, we need to simplify this. We need to be friends. We need to be respectful.
We are all friends.
Connor. The basic problem here is what Steven told you, and what is the truth, is that the court did not remand the communications to the DOJ because as a categorical matter, they've said it would be intrusive to the powers and duties, the core responsibilities of the chief executive for us to interrogate his communications with the DOJ about investigations and prosecutions.
I know this, we've had a thick time.
Okay.
Where are you going?
Why isn't that also true? Isn't a core duty, for example, of the president to have communications with the Department of Justice about what measures to take in response to imminent terrorist threats? Is that a core duty?
Communications in order to take care of imminent terrorist threats are a core duty, yes.
Okay. So if the President of the United States says, we got an imminent terrorist threat here, folks.
Connor's going to say, not if he orders that thing, though. Not if he orders that thing. That's what Connor's about to say. I muted it. That's what Connor's about to say.
We need a bomber. That's a core. You just said, and it's imminent. So we already have the condition, right? The president has made this pro forma memo. It says, I have run an investigation, and it has been determined that Nancy Pelosi is a terrorist. She's actually not a citizen of the United States. We've made that factual finding, and it's an imminent threat. She's a terrorist. Let's kill her. You agree that even though it's all a sham, right? But the explanation, if it were true, they could use deadly force. Agree, Connor?
Yes.
Okay, so now we have a situation where if all those facts were true, deadly force would be justified. And the president does it and actually kills Pelosi. You agree, absolute immunity, because every step they've made it's a fake investigation. They've said we did an investigation. They've talked about it. They've said it's imminent. They've met all the standards, and then they actually do it. You agree that's absolutely immune, right?
So hold on. I'm not being evasive. I'm trying to answer you directly, okay? Damn it. So, there are constant. So, the reason why this is an infinitely stronger argument than the rape case is because you can point to an authorization from Congress that entitles the president to do this, which would be like AUMF 2001, right? And then maybe the.
I don't agree, Connor. Wait, Connor. I just want to stop right there. I do not agree that statutes govern what the core executive powers of the president are. So I disagree with that, but because
not core.
But we're talking about it's by definition official because.
Well, and then also core would be a part of the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the United States and the chief executive of the department.
Fine. But for this example,
you're saying fine, like it's exhausting to you, but I don't know why it would be exhausting.
It's exhausting to me because I think it's clear from this opinion that even if Congress made what's going on illegal, and even if Congress said there's another procedure for imminent threats and they didn't follow it, I think Stephen would agree with me that just the nature of the executive itself and the fact that he controls the people under the, like, it doesn't matter if he violates the procedure set up by Congress for dealing with imminent deadly threats. I do not agree that it would have to fit with the AUMF. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think that whether or not it violates a congressional statute, you can't even determine that. So I don't agree that you need to have compliance, or at least pro forma compliance, with some existing statutory framework for it to be considered core executive. I think that's the opposite of what the holding is. But in this specific case, they've met and they've said that these are the steps you go through to use deadly force against imminent threats. And the president says, we made that determination. Oh yeah, we've done that fact finding. Oh yeah, she's not a citizen. And we know that because I determined it. I was told by my people. And therefore, kill her now. You agree? All those steps, pro formally, it's within the president's authority.
Finally.
Absolute immunity, right?
It's within the president's authority. He will probably get away with it with the way the decision is.
Wait. I asked a specific question. Do you agree or do you not agree, since it's a core executive authority, even though it's a sham, even though everything there is fake, he's absolutely immune for it?
Yes.
That's SEAL Team 6. Those are the hypos. That's what we're talking about.
I need to finally
and that's why we're not being histrionic. You just conceded that killing your political rivals could absolutely be core
I understand that you're gay. I understand that you're gay and you like to dance, but you don't need to dance right now. Thank you. Anyways, so the point is that what the main crux of the issue that we came in here for, the main thing that I cared about, and that what you guys kind of danced around, no offense, is the fact that Dan, people like him, and you guys are kind of enabling a histrionic panic that the president now has absolute authority to walk down fucking Main Street, order anybody to be raped, murdered, killed, whatever. What I am telling you that I do not agree with, this is something that we have disagreed with multiple times in this conversation.
Oh fuck, that's not what I want.
Has to.
Why did I do this again?
Based off of my reading of the document, he has to have a constitutional or congressional authority to do something.
There's not agreed.
Hold on. Shut up. I've listened to you.
How do I?
Listen to me. There is no congressional and no
How do I cancel a fucking mission
that you can point to that will show that rape is a part of his purview.
Okay,
not only that, hold on. Not only that, but also criminal actions taken by the president, the more extreme and the more
I guess I gotta do it again. I don't want to fail the mission for this
more
guy.
likely they are to have his presumptive immunity ripped away. That is something that we talked about during it, specifically with the vice president example.
Yep. Can I just say, actually, you know what? I fully support counterpoints. And I think that what counterpoints is saying is actually fucking based, okay? The problem is that what you're saying has nothing to do with this. The idea that the president might perform an action of the executive, and that action and the order that he gave, and the way that he did it, that actually doesn't comport with the core duties of the president, and it might even be criminally reviewable. I actually think that would be based. What you're laying out for like raping, that's not faithfully executing laws passed by Congress. That's fucking insane. I agree with you. Robert says, I don't care. Even questioning that would impede his ability to be vigorous and energetic. So I agree with you in principle in terms of what you want. What you're talking about has no bearing on Robert's opinion.
Okay, I reject your false concession. I reject your condescension. I reject the fact that you think that I haven't read this thing. And on top of that, I'm not saying any of that. I would point people. I love you. No, I have to go blow my fingers off with fireworks in the next few minutes. You're going to have to listen to me, and then I'm going to leave.
Wait, can I have one last thing after you're done?
You've gone and made him tired.
Okay, I am very tired. I do have a family. I do enjoy fireworks and meats. So I reject what the fuck you said. And on top of that, I think that anybody who is even to the right of Bernie Sanders reading page 6 of this decision could see exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, Connor, I love you, dog. You're calling us all histrionic. About 3 minutes ago, you just conceded that a president who runs a completely and stated obviously fraudulent investigation where he makes up evidence and pretends that someone's an imminent threat and writes it down in a memo and then orders the killing of anybody in the United States on that basis would be absolutely immune. You just admitted that that would be core executive and it would be absolutely immune. So you're saying we're being histrionic for recognizing the power that the president has,
do you know
and you will disagree that he has.
Okay, do you know why I'm saying that you're histrionic? It's because anybody that...
What game is this? This is called the First Descendant. It's kind of like Destiny,
the reason why I think you're being histrionic,
but it's by Nexon, so it's got a lot of like cash shop,
then I think
pay to win shit.
Cabinet can invoke the 25th Amendment.
But if you just ignore that, it's pretty fun.
While serious and involving life and death is not.
It's badass. It's cool. It's pretty fun.
That's kind of pissing me off.
Trump was impeached twice, and he's
you get to change characters, unlock characters with like money or grind for characters and shit. This bunny chick's pretty badass. This tank guy's pretty badass. There's a lot of characters, but there's a lot of like cash shop shit.
And you're supporting Joe Biden.
Battle Pass.
You've done so much
cash shop.
Joe Biden. Even though you
pay to win stuff, but if you just ignore that shit, like pay to win stuff doesn't really even matter.
Trump is the Caligula.
It's MMO-ish, so it's gonna be grindy regardless.
Abandon a lot of your policy positions on principle related to structure and institutions. Because we've just seen this on a power you agree.
Everything feels like really cool. The movement and the gunplay feels really smooth.
And progressive victory. You're not a progressive, Connor.
You guys are going outside of the scope of the conversation. So
there's a lot of cool RPG elements to it.
With fireworks because that's my God-given right as American. Okay.
Leveling up your guns and weapons.
I assert. You don't have to agree with me. I assert that his authority is not unlimited.
Mods,
that
different
from
things, mastery rank, leveling up different characters.
I'm not gonna go into the details of that because I know I would just bore
So you're not like stuck on one single character.
Wait a minute.
It's free to play too, so
He left. My question
I think it's on everything. It's on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. Playing on PC right now.
He's not gone. I see him, you son of a bitch.
It's pretty fun. If you like this kind of game.
He's not in his chair unless I'm missing something.
I don't care. Continue. Continue. I gotta
so
go
anyway, so given that Trump was not successfully convicted by the very Congress whom he sent a riotous mob to murder, how can you trust that Republicans would hold him in check, or a Republican?
There's a lot of interesting characters too.
Picking in his second term for his loyalty. There will not be a Bill Barr. There will not
Called
be
Descendants.
Lane Chow. There will be just Trump loyalists. That's my first
Descendant
question.
list. These are all the Descendants.
Why didn't Chief Justice
You can unlock them, and there's like ultimate versions of some
right? If they were
that you can purchase. I think you can unlock them by grinding for
the president
gold and materials that you need to unlock them. I'm trying to unlock one called Freya right now. If you can see on my obtained Freya's equipment materials.
If you want to have a Wick, Pisco,
I think that's her.
SCOTUS round table sometime within the next 7 days, I'm very happy to do so. We can all legislate this again and all.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for stopping by.
But for now, I need to go do fireworks and meet. So, anyways, Pisco, I still love you. You're a pain in my fucking ball sack. Josiah, I love you more than everybody else because we haven't fought yet. Dan, you're a cunt, but I respect you, ish. And Destiny, I love you too, but go fuck yourself.
I love you, babe.
All right, bye.
Go fuck yourself.
That was insane.
I told you guys not
It
to
has
go
that Gears of
right.
War
Yeah,
feeling.
You laughed at
Yeah.
me in the
Yeah, you're right.
Well,
Kind
it doesn't
of.
matter about the hypotheticals. He's not right because even the real life examples we couldn't agree on.
It has a look of Gears of War and like the whole rolling thing. I do a lot.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. He followed you to the very end, but then he still disagreed with the application to SEAL Team 6.
So okay, I gotta go to the hub.
He said SEAL Team 6 is okay.
Well, then why did he say you guys are just being histrionic at the end?
I don't know.
I love Gears of War. That was one of my first like
did you hear him grant the hypothetical?
shooter games.
I thought he was like,
I
don't
can't wait
do
till
this
the
or
new one
whatever
comes
after
out.
the thing. I don't
That one's gonna be so badass.
Right in my brain.
I think Dan was right.
Yep. You know,
Okay, I need to scrap
being
some
right.
shit.
It's a blessing and a curse, you know, especially when you're early and everyone thinks you're wrong. That's the worst.
I totally respect that you're one of the preeminent debate lords in the world.
Well, you don't have to.
This is not a good showing. This is not a good showing because you're letting him slip by you and letting him drag you to
letting him slip by
you. Dan. No, I'm saying Steven.
Oh yeah.
Steven is
me? I wasn't there having a hardcore like nail him, crucify him to the fucking wall debate thing. I just wanted to walk him through the logic of the case. That's all I was going.
No, you were letting him walk you because anything he wanted to talk about, and this is I respect you.
Okay.
But you're not on message. You're not on message.
I don't care. Okay.
You don't care about what?
Connor came in, who's not like a fucking lawyer, and I just wanted to walk him through and walk with him through on some of the implications of some of the court scenarios. I'm not here like trying to get out like hardcore fucking concessions from Connor points or whatever. Like if I have a conversation with Tim Pool and I go through this and I don't like pull like hardcore concessions, you can be critical. But for Connor, no, I just wanted to come in. I already have no fucking conservatives in here at all to talk to me anymore. So no, I'm not looking to crucify Connor and everything.
Isco, you gotta learn to just like turn it down sometimes, dog.
Hey, to be fair, that guy was like he was being a fucking cunt.
He was being unhinged as well.
Well, after you guys started.
No,
you riled him off.
You'd have to go back and look, but I believe that he was the first stone thrower.
Okay, I need to obtain Freya enhanced cells.
I didn't say it.
So where the fuck is that?
You know, equal rights for equal lefts. You know, he was getting very frisky. It is what it is at the end of the day.
Freya enhanced cells.
That makes it
Who
worse.
told him to have a baby while he's saying like these slurs?
That makes it worse.
Freya spiral
really
catalyst.
But
I need the enhanced
yeah, I don't know, man.
cells now.
Hypotheticals, kryptonite. But give me this. That's John Zerka, a less smart John Zerka, debating flat Earth, never giving an inch on anything.
Stabilizer
ever.
I got.
Doesn't matter. Thinks that you're gonna get an inch.
Catalyst
you get him
I
all the
got.
way. He gives the inch, and you're like, okay, and this is the inch, and he's like, oh, but that doesn't count. Literally the same thing.
Does Zerka do that last part?
Freya
Yeah,
enhanced
except Zerka is so
cells.
smart. He makes you go off on another subject
Zerka's so smart?
Maybe it's in one of these other zones.
Hold on. I don't agree that Counterpoints is a fucking retard and was missing on every single point. I think there are a couple of like key things that he's like that aren't clicking with him or that he disagrees with, but he's not like uniquely stupid or something. There's a lot of people that are having this disagreement.
I think he's just an ideologue that will never give an inch on anything.
It's possible that he's got like a political bend, maybe. Sure, that's possible. Sure, but that's not. But Zerka's a different.
What the fuck is this?
Are you saying that because like Zerka has beat Destiny debate? Like, why would you?
No, Zerka is just a very effective. Like, if you try to, they're both like,
slippery.
How do I find the furry
they're both
hand
heels.
cells?
Like, if you try, the harder you try to grab, the more they fucking slip out of your hand. You could present them with the most obvious facts. You're like, okay, listen. Here's a hypothetical. You hit your hammer with a hand, or sorry, you hit your hand with a hammer. You hit your hand with a hammer. It hurts, right? And then instead of saying yes, they'll be like, well, it depends. Is it a toy hammer? Is it a metal hammer? How hard am I swinging? Right? If I just do it a little bit, it's not going to hurt. And why would I do that in the first place? Like, who's just going out there and hitting their hand with a hammer? That doesn't even make sense. And if you did that, I'm pretty sure there would be someone around you to stop you from doing that in the first place. So it just has no bearing also. And it's also even not illegal.
Maybe it's in another world.
So how much it hurts is really based around your own pain threshold and all that. It's just like, what are we doing?
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't really follow that, Dan. But
you didn't follow that? That was like the easiest thing to follow ever. Or you just
talking about your hands a bunch and hammers and it might hurt. I don't know what you just said.
I can slow it down for you if I want. I thought you're more on this level, Pisco. You're disappointing me right now.
Sorry. Yeah. Can you say it again?
No. You
I didn't know. You
can rewatch the VOD and you'll get it. Okay, there was one misspeak. That's fine. That was in there in the beginning, but the rest of it stood true. Okay.
Yeah. I think that I was frustrated because I felt that he was doing things intentionally to delay stuff. So, for example, Steven would ask,
"Is there a way?"
He'd be like, "Can I get some rope, please? Can I get some rope?" And he just starts talking about like what you don't think these judges are Machiavellian, mustache twirling, and like yap. Just
shelter mission and Vespers. Oh, okay, it tells you.
I did
shelter mission and Vesper.
Some things like.
Somebody asked Destiny, can you read page 6, section 3, and tell me how them saying, as the government sees it, however, Trump can point to no plausible source of authority enabling the president to take such actions, and saying the district court can determine whether or not these actions are official or unofficial, doesn't show they can still be held liable for this?
Shelter mission?
The ruling of the court wasn't that he can't be held liable for anything. It's that they didn't take a clear stance on saying there were some things that he absolutely didn't have immunity for. Everything that the court ruled on directly was either given presumptive immunity or absolute immunity. That's the point of what I was saying.
Change the system to change the system because he knows Republicans have fucked the system so much. It's just about finding what changes.
Shelter mission.
Oh, sorry, Josiah. Destiny muted, and he didn't hear what you said when you were talking to him for the last 45 seconds.
Was Josiah talking to me?
Yeah, he was.
Yes.
You're kind of being a little bit of a prick.
Yeah, you asshole.
Maybe you shouldn't do that. To try and make yourself
okay,
look
well, we've been
better
talking about this for 3 fucking hours, and I've made zero fucking progress
on
on
shit. Here it
is.
Okay.
I was here for 5 minutes.
No, I understand. It's not your fault. Okay, what were you saying, Josiah?
Don't tell him again. Josiah, don't tell him again.
All right, I gotta go to the next mission.
He is getting to the point where he's willing to change the system. That's why he bought the.
He said, "Hit your hammer with the hand." Oh yeah.
No, make him feel bad.
I'm watching Destiny. He's talking about the what is it? Yeah. What is this shit?
On Trump's view, the election conduct decision is undertaken to ensure the integrity and proper administration of the federal election. As the government sees,
I like to listen to him argue. That's funny.
Determining whose characterization may be correct, and with respect to which conduct, requires a fact-specific analysis of the indictments.
I'm actually going to pause it now to listen to the game story for the next.
In the first instance, whether Trump's conduct in this area qualifies as official or unofficial. So this is what the district court has to do. This they've got to figure out whether it's official, and then once it's official.
Okay. Where's the up here. Spider-Man. Oh, dungeon time. Okay. It's a good practice. Yeah, it is. They argue a lot, so. And they get pretty heated. And so it's like really funny when they start cussing at each other, calling each other stupid retards. I like that. I laugh. It's funny.
However, my scans show there is a space deep beneath.
And I learn stuff at the same time.
Energy waves are being dispersed by a metal device installed by the enemy.
Oh fuck! What am I doing? I don't know why I just ran up on that guy.
Not only did they spread their toxins everywhere, they installed this as well.
Wow, why is he so
To transport the iron heart they found.
hard to kill?
Analyzing layout of the ruins. RK covers 40% of the entire area. A point of note, the RK corresponds to a single pattern, unlike the patterns of Descendant. According to the layout analysis...
Reload, what the fuck?
The location of these readings is identical to that used for tombs and altars. If I compile all of the data we have gathered, there is a high probability that this is the tomb of one of the ancestors who died during...
I like using this grappling hook. You get 2 charges with a grappling hook. It just feels like you can poop around like Spider-Man and shit.
I've identified Volga's communications frequency being
I guess we're going this way.
It will likely contain information we need. We should investigate.
Oh, I'm going the wrong way.
The iron heart isn't here.
Was I? No, I'm going the right way.
Volgas came to excavate the remains of the ancestor. They plan to use this to open the ancestor's vault.
I think I need to level up my gun a bit.
The remains of an ancestor or a vault? What do you mean? If the vault contains an iron heart, it may have been placed there intentionally to prevent someone from claiming it. The reason the Volgas have extracted DNA from the remains is likely because the vault can only be accessed through a bioscan.
Ooh, legendary.
If that's the case, then the occupant of this tomb is the same individual who locked
Whoa,
the vault.
dog!
That's correct. They must be planning
Lock
to
me
use
out.
the DNA to allow them to bypass the biometric authentication and claim the iron heart.
This device interferes with the seed links. I'll restore the disrupted communications. Noise removal complete. Checking contents. Sender, Enzo. He says the Volgas have been spotted moving to another zone.
Have they found a way to open the vault already? Damn it. We need to get to that vault. Wait. We should secure the ancestors' remains and the data just in case. If the vault can only be accessed through the biometric authentication of specific DNA, then we'll need that DNA as well.
I have disabled the Volgas data
Okay.
repository for now. I have also collected the data formatted sample of the remains.
Well, that's a relief.
This fucking machine
Can't stand
gun.
when things go according to Volga's plans. Let's deal with these bastards quickly and get moving.
What the fuck are they? Oh, another legendary.
Have you not yet learned that you are merely sacrificial offerings for us?
Is that the boss? Whoa! What the fuck? No warning at all, huh? Damn. Back of the head. Oh, fuck. It's close to him. Well, it's a good thing I'm a tank. And I got this bubble shield. Oh, fuck. He's immune? Oh, all these goddamn enemies. Fuck. Oh, oh, he's on me. Damn it, man. You can give me that time. All that water shit. Fuck, man. I can't pay attention to when that's coming. Got plenty of health anyways. Get fucked. Fuck. Oh god, yeah, I need to upgrade my weapon. This one's a little better. Got his ass.
All units return to Albion to prepare for the next operation.
Got all these weapons. That's it. Move to Albion. Pretty good. It's kind of easy. Still need to try to level up my weapons if I can. Level up your weapons pretty difficult in this game. It takes a lot of materials that you gotta grind for. And then once you grind for the materials, which is basically just weapons, you have to break down the weapons and then turn the weapons into other things with research. Which costs time. Like sometimes it's like an hour, it depends.
If it's new research, I'm listening.
But you can speed up the time with real money, which I don't do that shit. The difficulty level? Normal. I think you can tune up the difficulty level and you get better shit. Yeah, so when you break down your weapons, you get this stuff, super alloy or liquid metal, and then you use this stuff. It costs like 250 of liquid metal to create one of these, and then 50,000, which you get a lot of fucking gold in this game. To turn it into like one of these, or you can let me see. One of these? Yeah. Or you can is this the same thing? Or you can use this to make 4. But it takes multiple of these to enhance your weapons, and you need a different kind of thing for each thing that you want to do to your weapon. There's weapon level transmission, weapon readjustment, enhance unique ability. That's for your legendary weapons. I think where is it? Is there options? World map. Wait, I think it's world map. Oh yeah, you can change the difficulty. But you have to complete the zone first, I think. Complete all the zones to change the difficulty level. And I think there's these void intercepts. Wait, is that it? Normal? So these are like, sort of kind of like raid bosses. You just fight a boss, and you get, materials to, do shit. And there's, normal and, hard difficulties on them. And then there's normal and hard difficulties on dungeons too. That was just normal. I'm still, leveling up. I just started. I think I'm only level 20 something. See, if I wanted to, like, wait. Okay, this can level up your... I need 4 of these. I need 4 stabilizers to level it up to 28. Let me go see if I can create some stabilizers.
Now what do you want? Go on.
Enhancement material. Is it this? I think it was these, right? I make 4 of them. I'll make another one just in case. So this takes 9 minutes, and this takes 9 minutes to make 4 and 2 minutes to make 1. I think these take like an hour. Characters take like 4 hours. Weapons take like 3 hours. But you can speed them up with real money currency, but again, I'm not gonna do that on this game. I'm just gonna try to free to play it as much as I can. I don't even know if there's any PvP, so I don't think it matters. This guy reads so fast, I can't keep up with him. What brings you to me today, Descendant? Reactors, I'm glad you came to me. It was a waste of time to manually compare your fuck. Unless you exceptionally superb I can't read that shit. It's too fast. I can't read that fast. I guess I could read it fast in my head, I just can't say the words fast enough. Okay, reactor enhancement quest complete. Oh, okay. New subquest. Subquest. Was it J? Oh, okay. Training complete. Talk to Descendant instructor. Wait, did I just do that? Oh, I just talked to him. Gotta talk to him again, I guess. Oh, I already did it, okay. Spend years item about the reactor. Oh, fuck. Enhanced value of reactors. You can bring the iron accelerator to workbench. More ion accelerators, better reactor. Oh, fuck. Complete reactor enhancement training quest. Oh, yeah, I didn't do that because I didn't. Let's see. I need to complete this by doing... Okay, I need 3 more of these. I need 3 more. And then I can level up that for the quest. It's still kind of in training mode. Still unlocking stuff too. I just finished this.
What do you need?
Grab that. Got one of those. Okay. Wait, what did I need? Fuck. I don't remember what it was I needed. Reactor. Oh, ion accelerator. Okay, that's right. Need ion accelerators. Trying to make as many as I can. 5. Okay. That's probably gonna take, okay, 6 minutes, 9 minutes. Okay. We'll go to the next mission. I'm not gonna wait for that shit. And here's the next guy. Actually, I can go back to the bunny and show you the bunny chick. That's the one everybody likes right now. She's pretty cool. She's got cool abilities. She basically, like, runs really fast and, does this, like, electricity shit around the enemies and stuff. And you have, separate quests with these people, too. She's pretty cool. You keep all your weapons and equipment with these people, but you have like loadouts and stuff. What the fuck did I do? Is it this? Oh yeah, you have Descendant module. Okay, so you have loadouts and stuff with different weapons and stuff, so you can change them for different characters. What is this? Maneuvering. Oh yeah, I forgot the ultimate. It modifies the max stack of grappling hooks to 3, but the base range decreases to 18 meters and charge time increases 20% based on enhancement level increase. Oh, that's pretty cool. I get 3 charges, but the range is shortened. And the time is increased. I don't think that's worth it for just 1 more charge. That seems kind of lame. Okay. Let's see. I don't think consumables. Let's just talk to this guy.
A question about the operation. We've confirmed the transmitted data. There's a vault where the ancestors kept the Ironheart. We can use this to our advantage. The Vulgus will need time to crack open the vault. Enzo, send the sample of the ancestors' remains received from the guy to Anais and tell her to hurry. We need to analyze the DNA and activate the biometric authentication before the Vulgus do. And to do that, we need to increase our combat forces in the field. I'll send any off-duty descendants, rendezvous with them at the outpost, and proceed with the operation.
Jeez, why am I being called in? I thought I'd be getting some R&R. Making me work with crazies thinking they see a ghost. Nah, I've got other things to do.
Jeremy, there's an Ironheart in this zone. Have you forgotten that finding the Ironheart is the #1 priority for all Descendants? Also, since you've been assigned to a mission, you should conduct yourself properly. Continue to be uncooperative, and I will
Who's talking to him?
your superiors.
An Ironheart? Oh, man, why didn't you say so from the start?
Who the fuck is Jeremy? I don't even see these people in the room. Must be talking over comms or something. That's weird. Okay, next mission. I'm gonna start the debate back.
They've got to figure out if they can overcome the presumptive immunity. That's what's still remaining.
All right.
Okay, potentially
Hey, the bunny
to
chick.
make use
It's
of
got a
an
nice
ability
butt.
that we never have, and I feel like they're just going to be limp-dicked, limp-wristed Democrats who do
Vespers.
nothing.
Okay, this is where I need to.
Inroads that they've made with conservative judges, like the entirety of the Heritage
Wait,
Foundation.
is it here?
and,
No, it's over
Federalist
here. It's the
Society
last
exists
place.
to promulgate this plan long term, and you don't see people in the Democratic Party willing to push those kinds.
I'm condemning esports Batman, Dan, and Josiah. If you guys are really serious about
wait, Josiah, what do you?
Yeah, the bunny chick's pretty badass.
Let him talk. Josiah, what do you think the Democrats?
Hold on. Get more. This replenishes my bullets and shit like that. You can do workbench shit on the field. You can. There's fucking storage here at all of these green places out on the map, so you can like dump shit.
Get to the point.
Oh, this is Jeremy. Oh, this is that guy that keeps giving me the fucking side eye.
I only picked up bits and pieces earlier. I didn't realize it was such an
The
immersion.
background doesn't take away from your stream, bro. I like listening to people talk in politics while I game as well. Oh, I know. I'm trying to listen to the story too, so I pause it when the people in the game start talking.
What an awesome descendant I am.
I usually play it while I'm just running and gunning.
After I carry this entire operation. Let me know, will ya? Alrighty. Shall we get this show started? I'll use my incredible teleportation skills to scout all of the underground spaces.
Okay.
If the Vulgus are on the verge of opening the vault, then they'll likely report to their superior, Corel. In which case, we'll need a way to tap into their comms. Guide, check and see if there are any ally devices nearby.
That's the chick I'm trying to unlock, the Freya. You see on my quest that says obtain Freya's equipment material. I have one more piece I need, and that unlocks her. She's like a poison descendant. This chick, she's cool. She does like poison attacks and stuff.
If you want to live.
Poison AoEs. Makes her guns immune with poison. She's pretty badass. You can purchase her for 300 or whatever these. I don't know how much that is. But I'm fixing to unlock her anyways. Okay, let's get back to the politics. Yeah, I like the politics too. I usually listen to stuff in the background.
So for me, obviously this is
because
I think,
I don't have a
has to get
huge
reelected.
audience.
We have to
of
retake
course,
the House, and we have to keep
to
the
talk
Senate.
to.
But I think Supreme
and I'm
Court
usually not talking to
has to be
anybody,
done.
so I just
Here's the
listen to
thing.
stuff.
We can do,
and people come in, they
right
can
now,
listen
the
to
Supreme
stuff.
Court of the United States is effectively the most
And,
powerful branch. They've set themselves up this way.
Even if
it's
I'm
an
not
unearned power.
saying
It's
anything.
ahistorical. People want to talk about textualism and the originalism. The founding fathers intended, they were explicit about this. The Supreme Court was to be the weakest branch. Now, I love peace.
So if the district court deems it unofficial, Trump can still have presumptive or absolute. No, if they can rule that something was unofficial, then he has no immunity.
I guess we're just killing this
Very,
shit.
very, very hard to argue that the action the president has taken is unofficial.
She's just got like this shit.
Right now,
She just
final
basically
laws
just
are
run
democracy. They can
around,
just strike
fucking
down executive
electrocute
orders, they can
shit.
just strike down federal statutes.
Dan wants to coup the court. He's not.
I said, wait a minute. I said I didn't agree with just like rounding up
agree
Republicans.
with his energy, but like, don't you agree? I also agree with some of these reforms, but why do you agree with his energy? His energy is like break the law.
It lasts for a good amount of time too.
Ruthless. I don't think we have to take it to sequester Republicans, and I don't even know how serious he was about that. I think the point is, though, use your powers at your disposal aggressively. Biden came out and gave a 5-minute speech in which he's like, yeah, listen, shit's fucked. The president is effectively a king now.
Just vote harder.
And it's, vote
You guys
harder.
are sick. You guys are about power
Yeah,
politics.
I think she's like the S tier character. Probably. You're basically just run around the battlefield and electrocute shit.
Which is to look this power in the face and say, of course I'm not going to abuse it. And what you guys wanted him to do is, I don't know, be more ruthless.
Elden
with
Ring?
absolute criminal
Oh, yeah.
immunity.
No, so to be clear,
Yeah, maybe, but then it probably wouldn't be Elden Ring. I don't know. It would depend on how it
You guys are
looks.
saying that his statement is weak.
If they made it look like
is
dark
weak,
and gritty,
Pisco.
it'd be pretty
It is
cool.
weak. Instead, what he should say is, he should have been at least more forceful in his rhetoric. Folks,
I still need to play that. I haven't
this is setting up
played Elden Ring at all.
President, be it Trump or otherwise,
yeah.
to dismantle our democracy. This is an existential threat, and we should be looking at Supreme Court reform. The American people, I have seen the polls. I am well aware. 70% of you think that this is insane. That the Supreme
he has
Court
to win an election,
Wait a minute. Yes, and do you think that campaigning on Supreme Court reform, in the aftermath of the Supreme Court making an historically unpopular decision, as the culmination of a series of historically unpopular decisions, might not be good campaign fodder? I think it is.
Biden has enough problems without people accusing him of trying to export.
My worry,
to be
clear, isn't so much the court having too much power. It's going to be what happens when you don't have an executive that's willing to follow through with the court. Because right now, the executive power grab, or the court's power grab, is predicated on the executive working with it. My concern is going to come to a head where the court has on paper or theoretically.
Oh yeah, she has a double jump ability that everybody has double jump, but when she lands, she does a little electric shock too. He's got so many fucking
the Supreme Court can sit there and say, "Oh, the executive can't do this," or
cool abilities
properly, or this law is unconstitutional, and the executive can go, "I don't give a shit. I'm going to still continue to enforce this."
Yeah, that's
law.
not actually.
And so on paper, the court goes from being the strongest to the weakest overnight. I think really what it comes down to is the collaboration between the executive and the judiciary to try.
All right, I just leveled up.
By
right now,
legislature,
the Supreme Court justices, by themselves, did something that no one voted on or gave approval on. They just went fucking crazy. They're like the president's king now, basically. Yeah. They did that by themselves. Okay, that's not like democratic or anything. That's just them going nuts. And if that is true, which I believe it is, I believe that they've said that the president can do whatever he wants and can't be prosecuted for it. I think that Biden should do something, threaten something, anything. Do some crazy shit to flip the odds, okay, which are currently against him, because I do believe that if Trump gets in, as it's written right now, it's the end of America.
80% of the country, 80% of the country, or something approaching that, maybe 70, think Biden is mentally.
I find it hard to find.
And you think
it hard to find this
start making
in missions with no markers.
Say, I might use this power. Like, really? Is that your strategy?
Oh yeah.
I think my strategy for winning would be for Biden to choose a new VP.
On Elden Ring?
More tolerable and popular with the idea that Biden would step down after the election. And using his axe right now, basically go out, essentially being like, I can take defeat, he can do the Dark Knight, he can do the crazy criminal shit.
I remember when the game came out, people were talking about how that was a big thing they didn't like.
I
think it's cool for that game.
But it's the most important thing that Joe Biden should be focused on.
I don't know, it reminds me of like some old school fucking RPGs. But it does suck. But I think it's kind of cool at the same time.
Just wait for your turn to talk and say what you think. Just chill. Hold on.
It's interesting.
Okay. Oh my god.
You have long pauses between your sentences, so it's hard.
The next area's over here.
I try. Listen, Josiah, okay, the big YouTuber in the room here.
No, that'd
be
Steven.
What can be done whatsoever? The most important, critical thing there is right now is to stop this king for a life shit from staying law.
That's where
I need to play.
I agree in terms of your energy, because I think
I need to play Elden Ring. I'm just waiting. It's still too much for me. Still $60. I'm trying to wait for it to go down a little bit before I buy it. Some kind of like sale on it or something.
What isn't all these things.
It's a MAGA Congress. It's MAGA House. You're not going to get anything through right now. So Biden.
I'm playing this right now because it's free to play.
Possibly going to hurt him in the election. No one's going to be like, oh yeah.
Listen. I tell you what. And maybe Dan won't make this concession, but I will. when you point out that 80% of the electorate thinks that Biden lacks the mental fitness to be president, and therefore him saying that he's going to
having to watch YouTube videos to find things and complete missions, it's a great game though.
Fair enough, I'll take it. But what I am telling you,
yeah, I know. I see. I've watched everybody play it, but not like a lot, because I don't want to like ruin the experience. I kind of watch like shorts of people like doing certain things and like feeds, and like I follow that guy. Let me solo her. The guy that like jumps in people's games and like solos the one of the bosses and stuff. I'm excited to fight because I think I see like people like Nick Merckx and Kai Sanat like spend so many hours on one boss. I want to see if I can like.
I've been in favor of expanding.
I want to see how I fare against like the bosses and stuff.
Steven was, I think we were discussing this.
I'm not a super like awesome gamer or pro gamer or anything. Wait, what did I do? Oh, I was supposed to be protecting this. Fuck. I wasn't paying attention.
Because Dan is saying that Biden should hold a press conference and be like, I might do something with this power. Like, I don't even understand.
Because Dan thinks that's the best way.
Maybe I'll just fail at the bosses like I just did this fucking mission. Okay, let's try again.
Prevent abuse of this sort of power.
Yeah, I mean, unironically, at the end of the day, I think that if Biden seemed to make the weakest non-statements whatsoever about this, I feel like he could have put the fear of fucking God into the Supreme Court justices before they came back with it, saying, man, I really hope
fear of fucking God.
That would be cool.
Yeah, you want him to be like the Hokage, but he can't right now, because if he does, he has no leverage.
The Hokage?
He's being pressured by like 60% of his party to drop the fuck out. This is not a good time for him to.
That's why I'm suggesting he does.
He has no leverage.
He becomes the Dark Knight.
All right.
Becoming the Dark Knight isn't an answer to every question about
or Pisco. What about this? Okay, again, I did make that concession, but I'm actually half tempted to withdraw it now. What about the alternative? Okay, which is the Supreme Court's historically unpopular, particularly after Dobbs. This decision is pissing everybody off except like a right-wing fringe. Do you think there's potential for Biden to galvanize his support? He says, by the way, if you re-elect me, we're going to fuck this court up.
Damn, I wish somebody would jump in and help me.
We're going to pack it. We're going to put binding code, whatever it is.
One thing that's cool about this game is when you're on a mission, when you select those missions, other people can like automatically join. You can pick if you want to like be in a solo game or a public map. So you can just like do this game completely solo, I think. There's a lot of the dungeons and everything you can do solo. Everything you can do solo. But I usually just jump in the public.
Get me in here and I'll get them out.
Because if I'm having a hard time with something, people can just jump in and help you.
I assume you've been living on a rock or on vacation. Do you understand the level of crisis the Democratic Party is right now? We have never seen anything like this. And your solution...
Why is this... God, okay, die, fuck!
Members of Congress are saying he is too mentally unfit to run for Congress. If we have a sitting member of Congress...
you know what you remind me of, what you're saying right now? It reminds me of everyone saying, oh my god, the Republicans are in chaos. Trump's doing everything crazy. He's not being nice like Romney. Oh my god, it's over the Republicans. It's done, it's done. You know what? You could just be wrong. And it could be that Biden could be literally become Dark Biden and actually fucking win as a result of that.
Dark Biden?
Alright? That could happen also. But instead you're like, no, it's just an old man. Yeah, you're gonna ruin everything.
There's not enough room in here for me to... Oh god. For me to use my abilities and shit. This is a really bad spot. Run around.
Or if a Democrat is reelected, give full amnesty and pardon everybody who is undocumented. Which the president could do.
Problem, Batman. Immigration is not a criminal matter. I don't know how
it's not a criminal matter.
He's more focused on me than the thing. Okay, I got it. Woo!
To watch everybody freak the fuck out.
That wasn't so difficult. I think I made it harder than it needed to be.
No.
Yeah.
No.
What happened to your NPC assistant from earlier? Or it's co-op.
Is itself not a crime, and Congress hasn't.
Yeah, people can join when people select the quest. You can see the blue thing right there. That's the quest. It's all public. So once you select it and somebody else selects it, you're automatically teamed up together to do the quest.
I was having a
Or you
rough day,
can
but
just
I'm
do it
fucking
solo
tired.
by
Hang on,
joining
hang on.
the
You don't think it
map
could get much worse, right, Dan?
solo.
So
But I
you
joined the
agree that you
public
just have
game because it's
No,
it's
I
funner
think
with
you should
people
have a
around.
sick-ass VP and go fucking dark
I
fight.
enjoy
If it
more
can't go
multiplayer
much
games.
worse, why
That's why I'm
wouldn't
kind
you
of
be
like
friends with the
I just said this.
I'm kind of like not.
know, but I'm asking you
I don't know if I'll actually play
get worse.
Elden Ring because it's not really a multiplayer game. I have more fun playing with friends and stuff. Like I got a friend who plays this with me.
He can start talking.
He's
like
not
a
on right
dictator
now
and
though.
making sure that he gets 20%.
Why do you hey, hold on. People like dictators. You might be wrong on that front. Trump was talking like a dictator, and people thought that he was going to get fucking raped as a result of that in the election.
They're
and the
different
primary.
faces. Like
I'm
our
sorry.
party.
I didn't know that. Yeah, you're right. There's never been a far left dictator. My bad, Disco. You go ahead.
Dude,
it's only the right.
My
It's
bad,
only the
Disco.
right
Never
that has
said
dictators.
there's never been a left-wing dictator. I'm saying
Okay, so you're saying, wait a minute, you're saying people on the left sometimes like authoritative people as well?
Yes, people on the left sometimes like authoritarian people.
Oh my
In
god,
this
so maybe that's a
country,
strategy that could work here.
people on the left also sometimes like anarchy. People on the left also sometimes like deviant sexual shit. That doesn't mean that Biden should
Cool,
come out
like
and be a
a
deviant
RPG
sexual
Call of Duty. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. I don't know if you ever played Destiny or not. It's more closely to like Destiny. What was this boss?
And do vote for authoritative people. And you're saying, oh, that's only for the right. I'm saying that's not the
I
case.
never said it's only for the right.
Okay,
You just
so,
invented that.
so then what I'm saying is I think that Biden should go that direction right now, saying, you know what?
Oh, fuck,
it,
where'd
they
that guy
gave me
come
this
from?
power,
Jesus.
I'm going to use it. I'm going to make this country great, and then I'm going to destroy it.
Oh,
So,
God.
yeah, I do think he should do that.
Oh, God,
And I'm not
I'm down.
trolling. I'm not being wild.
Where's
And I think it
my
is probably one of the
teammate?
only good
Teammate,
strategies
help!
to him, as well as picking a fucking sick-ass VP.
He's
to
gonna
come
let
in
me
there
die,
and
isn't he?
basically make it think like this guy, you know what? He's fucking
Did
putting
he
on
run
his
off?
last
Oh,
pair
he's
of
over
pants,
there.
the good one, and he's gonna get some shit done.
Come help!
Or to readdress it in light of
Zoofats!
that would be exactly the nightmare scenario.
Zoofats, I'm dying!
About
Zoofats!
Because you
Oh,
wouldn't be able to have the
Zoofats, you failed
to
me.
sit there and take something like that
Okay.
without there being an absolute uproar to the Supreme Court saying
You're even worse, esports. Can I just say? I mean, I expect this from Dan, but you know what? Frankly,
you
now I
expect
expect it from
what?
you.
You
Because
expect what from me? Reality?
unhinged fucking
It's
rambling.
Not unhinged. You were the exact guy that would be like, man, Trump has no shot. He's gonna fucking, he's gone. There's no shot.
I
he's gonna
never
make it
said
anyway.
that.
You would be that guy there. Because you'd be like, oh my god, he's so outside the norms. Man, you know who's gonna take it?
I never
Mitt
said
Romney.
that.
Mitt Romney.
I never said that in
Premium
2016
guy.
either.
God
John
damn it,
McCain,
Zoofats.
He's going all the way, guaranteed. That's you.
Those are my
new
Nate Silver
active
days when I was
battlefield.
looking at
Alright,
his
now I can go
forecast
over
and saw that
here.
he had like a 20-something% chance, and I
Finished
was like,
everything
I was
here,
very
and
much
now
in
we
fear,
go
and I
here.
publicly was posting, everyone vote for Hillary.
You just
So I
respawn? Yeah.
100% never
You
said
get like
for one.
5
You're just, like,
respawns, I think,
tied to this idea because
for
you
a
think it's neat,
mission.
and now that we've
I don't
challenged
think that
you
it's
on
neat.
it,
I
you
think
think
that
it's neat. You think it's
No.
neat.
I think it's a. There are other strategies.
When you
but I think
fail
this is
5
one of
times,
the
you
strategies that can be effective.
Is it the most neat
lose.
strategy there is?
and have to start over again. You fail the mission, you start over again.
I must review the enemy's data before I can.
You don't fail so much if you're like
Some ideas on why the enemy is collecting.
if you're on a team.
And I have reached a hypothesis.
Because usually somebody will pick you up. But Zoofats, it's not a team player,
Is that their DNA analysis is still incomplete.
obviously.
And they're looking for materials to use as part of it.
In order to extract pure DNA from something, you need a refining process to remove all the other materials mixed in.
And once refinement has been completed, you will still need to perform an amplification process. This process requires certain enzymes.
So what you're saying, Guide,
I
is
gotta
that the
collect some more
Vulgus are
shit.
extracting the enzymes they need from the giant tree.
In a way, yes. As the giant
Yes.
tree has existed since the time of the ancestors, it will have accumulated a variety of organic matter. It may store materials which are difficult to find even now. The Vulgus may have predicted this. It is likely that they intend to extract all of the remaining organic matter left in the giant tree in order to find the enzymes required for amplification.
If we can seize what they extract and send it to Albion, we can expedite our research process.
Albion Online.
I guess we have our answer then. Let's hurry. It's our turn to take something from them. Let's make them pay for messing with us.
Descendant, it seems that Gley has elected herself to be our guide this time. But I agree. Because of Gley's quick judgment and knowledge, I was able to decrease my margin of error.
I'm honored to hear that. Coming from a highly advanced AI created by the ancestors.
I must go into overclock mode in order to do everything I can to help you gain the Iron Heart.
Okay. Let me see. What was that mission? Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. The shelter. Oh, I guess I'm gonna have to do these before I can unlock this. Estimated playtime 30 minutes or more. Monster level 33. Maybe. I gotta do these first. Okay, what's in the journal? Oh, okay. Okay. Let's go to the next spot. What's the closest one? I'll just do this one. Spider-Man, Spider Bunny. Spider Bunny girl, Spider Bunny girl. Does whatever Spider Bunny girl can. Ah.
The Vulgus are collecting organic matter to create an enzyme that can amplify DNA. Once they've collected enough, they'll refine and move it to stop it being compromised. If you can capture the organic
I don't know.
matter,
I mean, I don't know every strategy that Biden is planning right now to do it.
But it's the neatest that you can do.
Come on, there we go.
Well, I'm saying specifically.
Gotta run and build up your fucking electricity.
Never go and
it would be a good idea.
Would he come out and do a speech about how that's something that Trump can do and how it's something he can do today and how he's thinking about how maybe there's some Supreme Court, like maybe that's something we might do, a crazy dark speech about where America
oh
could
no,
go
don't tell me this is oh god, oh it's this.
About where things could go.
I hate this fucking mission.
I think so. Yeah.
Didn't he already do that when he did
No, he's never done anything.
I can't do this one. I'm not doing this shit. Not solo. This shit's kind of hard. You gotta like, you get fucking too goddamn overwhelmed doing this.
Wait, can I ask an ultra quick question?
You need fucking like teammates to do this shit.
By the majority opinion writer, or is that written by like a staffer?
It's probably written by clerks, and they're not part of the controlling opinion.
Okay, just checking.
That's why I tell you not to start with it. Yeah. So Hitler's justification for taking power, it's never going to be based like, you know, I'll never get this back, whatever, all that shit. He is ostensibly using the democracy against itself and everything, not everything, but a lot of things going through quote-unquote democratic institutional channels. He was appointed by President Hindenburg. There's a pass to an enabling act, and all those things are done.
I think you got it backwards. Unless I misunderstood Dan, and Dan can correct me, I thought he said that Biden should give a speech about the parade of horribles that Trump could do. Trump could do X, Y, and Z. Trump could do this. Trump could do that.
I also think that he could go in there and say, you know what, Republicans who are all up in arms about this, how would you feel if tomorrow I went and I had 20% of your judges sequestered?
Have you guys ever seen? There's a really good movie. It's called.
All right, I got help.
You're being a little bit not answering this.
Have you ever seen Star Wars Episode 2: Attack of the Clones?
Do you want to just not answer this?
What is this fucking lag?
Okay, in the movie Star Wars 2: Attack of the Clones, there is this character who's kind of behind the scenes and is a politician. His name's Sheev. His name's Sheev Palpatine, and
yeah, kind of. It doesn't force you. You can go into the map like solo. But I choose to go into it with people.
Massive executive authority to fight against the dangers.
I think it's either you like
every dictator in history says that there's some external
you do it with other people,
I need my power now.
Or you just like spend money and make your character so overpowered that you can just like do this shit yourself.
What is the critical difference here, Pisco, besides the fact that one's the other one isn't?
Maybe you're right.
Doesn't want these powers. He didn't
wants to get rid of them.
He wants
That's what Steve said. That's what Sheev said, that he didn't want the power. He'll give it back as soon as the crisis is over.
But there's an underlying fact
the next
to the
one
matter,
is right
prick,
here. Some of the missions like that, I think it's that's the only mission that I have trouble with. Because those enemies start overwhelming you, and you got to pick up those things and stand by that thing for a few seconds and like take hits and shit until it like registers.
To do a little bit of a cheat code and keep it up. No,
I'm not even saying press the button. I don't know.
Threaten the button.
When Dan says that Biden could give a speech about what could be done with these powers in the hands of a less responsible person, powers that he did not ask for, powers that he is openly criticizing the court for giving him, how does that make us fascist?
No, you guys are fascist.
He can't picture the speech. That's the problem. Let me be Biden. Stop. I'm going to be Biden. My fellow
That'll be
Americans.
easy for you because you always.
I'm going to be Biden.
My fellow Americans, I come to you today with a newfound power granted to me by the Supreme Court. With this power, I have the ability to permanently and immediately detain President Trump.
What am I supposed to do here?
All of the people that supported him, anyone who has gone against him. Unlimited, absolute power. I will immediately get rid of all the people in the Senate that oppose me, all of the House that oppose me. I'll move forward with all of my plans. We will have 1 million illegal immigrants coming in a day. That's the power that the Supreme Court just gave. Do you want me to have that? I don't want to have it. What is going on in the Supreme Court? What is happening in our country? Like, this is the type of shit that needs to happen, by the way.
Anderson Cooper would eat that up. The president just delivered a speech today where...
Are you gonna not talk? Stop. That's what we're saying we want to have happen, okay? We want him...
And I guess Josiah and esports are on board.
I could see a speech in which Biden lays out, listen, these are the implications of this recent Supreme Court ruling that make it profoundly dangerous moving forward. I gave a speech however many days ago, it was 5 minutes, but I felt like we need to get into specifics of what a president could do with these powers, and that's why it's so wildly dangerous. This was the wrong ruling. We have to make changes to reverse course. No person, no president, Democrat, Republican, myself, Trump, anybody should be entitled to this sort of unfettered, I don't know, authority or discretion.
All right, Rosu, let's go.
You don't even have to include a threat in there. I could see a speech laying out the parade of horribles. And I think that could potentially be worthwhile. I also think
saying I have those powers today, and I choose not to use them. Will someone else? I don't know. Huge fucking W at that type of shit. Some 1984 incoming type shit.
But most importantly, with respect to Pisco, and I don't know if you're meaning or not.
Oh, that was my... I just unloaded that on Rosu.
That makes anybody in this room, particularly me, fascist, because I don't want Biden to have this power. Biden doesn't want to have this power.
I don't want him to have it either.
Nobody asked for Biden to have this power.
Just be clear. Dan wants him to use the power.
No, I think I'm okay with him.
Very minimum threatening the power. I think threatening to use fascist power and to use dictatorial power
injector
is itself a use of dictatorial power.
Take the threats aside. What about just laying out the parade of horribles that a Republican president?
And now we're just talking about, like, he should have made a better optical speech.
Fucking enemies.
We're not talking about, like, he's too much of a pussy. We're just saying, like, okay, everyone is freaking out and they don't have time to write speeches because more than 80% of the country thinks he's mentally infirm.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he could have been more forceful in his rebuke of it, and I think that no matter what, aggressive Supreme Court reform has to be a priority of the Democratic trifecta. And again, I think he laid out a pretty compelling case why a guy who is, such low approval and whom the vast majority of the country think is cognitively impaired should be very careful about what he says. But the system has to change, and I think that's one thing we all agree. Again, with possible exception, Stephen. I don't know if you're close on this.
I think Stephen has stopped considering what Dan is talking about, and I'm close to that.
Just to be clear, what I'm saying is not, it's not like so far far-fetched that someone wouldn't consider it or anything. Like the idea that like Biden could come out there.
I'm going
give a speech
to be
about
Biden.
The dangers of what's coming. And
Okay,
use
you got it.
examples of what he could do today, but doesn't, and that's why it's crazy
I pulled
that
you
it's this
back
way.
so much from your original position. Before you were like, literally, he should be.
I think. Let me be clear. I think he should start with this. Okay, I'll go further. Absolutely, I'll go further with this. I don't think he should start with seizing Congress and everything on volunteer. No, I don't. That would be insane. He should, of course, start with his speech and try to get to that point as much as he can. But there can be no world where Trump takes office and this ruling is still in effect. Okay? So whatever it takes.
Okay, that wasn't so bad.
Whatever it takes, escalating use of force.
I'm mastering
I'll ask you a very simple question then, Dan. Would you be in favor of the Democrats actually voter fraud in the election?
Would I be in favor of Democrats voter fraud?
Voter fraud specifically.
Okay. What's the next
I
one?
would never. I think this is illegal to say yes to. So
This
I
one's
don't
close.
think I wanna...
What's illegal to say yes to?
I'm not going to say yes to that.
Okay.
I mean, the will of the people should. If the people want to have a dictator, and also that's a rapidly different thing. Okay. If I
whatever, do you support?
No, I don't. The majority of the people should get what they want, even if they're retarded.
Why do you support this other thing?
I speak for the majority of the Democrats. I think.
Okay.
Because if there's more people that want to have the dictator, that's how we decide.
No, but you just said that I will do.
You're not understanding what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm saying that as Democrats,
they build up energy.
They can legally within their power to be the most effective Democrat that they can. But if the election comes and people do not want Democrats anymore.
Seizing members of Congress for no reason isn't legal. You just don't have a criminal punishment. You just don't have a criminal punishment for it. It doesn't become legal.
Well, I mean, that depends. It really depends on the subtext of it, right? Because you could have Biden saying, listen, these guys are subverting democracy, and I believe that they're terrorists, and my Justice Department agrees with me. Now it's legal.
So why wouldn't you be in favor of a little voter fraud just to stop this dictator from coming to power, and then we'll never do it again?
I just explained to you why.
Because you think that if the people want a dictator, they should have it.
Yeah.
Then why aren't you not in favor of everything being as it is and not supporting the will of the people by seizing their Congress and seizing the will of the people?
You're trying to like cook me here, but you're doing such a bad job. I've explained this to you that the majority of people want
Bunny hop.
Dictator. Fuck it. So that's it.
But
right now, the majority of people want Biden in charge. And that means they want Biden to be the most effective that he can be and do the best job that he can do. And in my eyes, he should do as much as he can because that's what we elected him to do. Okay? So that's what I can. But that doesn't mean...
If you knew that seizing Donald Trump, the person Donald Trump, would, in essence, end the election and make Biden in charge, would you be for that? No voter fraud.
Seizing Donald Trump.
Yeah. But
a better question is...
I mean, that's a better question. Ask that question.
No, a better question is, would I be okay with Biden's, like, secret FBI police putting child porn on Trump's computer and then having to show up? And then,
I don't know why that's a better question.
Because it would, like, immediately completely cost him the election, get him arrested, have him in jail. That's the end of him right there.
Would you be good for that?
If it came down to the wire at the end.
Yeah.
To think on that. That's a tough one. That's getting towards the end. I think I might be in favor of that at the end.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about not having a dictatorship, right?
Okay, then why wouldn't you be okay with a little voter fraud?
Because that's
just a little voter fraud.
Wait a minute. Please go.
It's just a little voter fraud.
Why don't you answer some of these questions too? Because you and I have talked about, you think Donald Trump's an existential threat to this republic. You think the Supreme Court decision spells potential doom for our democracy. So let me ask you. I mean, this goes back to what Steven said about January 6th, which is that if these people really believed that their democracy is being stolen from them, it justifies an insurrection, right? If you thought that the election was stolen from you and that there was no real recourse to stop it, yada, yada, yada. So I know you're comfortable posing the question.
Salute everybody in chat.
If what you say is true.
If I knew for a fact
all 2 people in chat, thank you.
Like it would be a reign of tyranny.
Thank you for being here today.
The exact level of harm that would be required to engage.
Logical is actually a friend of mine.
I'm just being because that's just the like morality, right? Like I can't.
He doesn't want to play this with me though.
Where killing an innocent is going to be the harm, whatever. I can't do that trade off right now, and I can't won't do it with voter fraud. I understand and acknowledge that in the ethical hypotheticals people can come up with, you can come up with some hypotheticals where, if you don't do voter fraud.
What are these guys? I haven't fought these dudes before. Okay. Oh shit! I just got a legendary.
All I'm saying is in the current situation, there is uncertainty, right? If Trump gets elected another term, I'm not going to say that the nation is gone. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to fight for the nation using legal things, all right, and totally legal, non-violent ways. I'm going to do my best to stand up to what I expect are going to be gross abuse. I'm not going to give up on the administration or the fact that we're going to have elections. I'm going to advocate, right? So the presence of that uncertainty means that I don't see, even Dan's scenario as a good situation. I don't think that we should be doing that, planting child pornography on.
Fuck! What the fuck was that?
Sure. Well, because I think it's also, I think you don't have to commit voter fraud to be Donald Trump. If Democrats turn up and vote, we win. There are more people in the Democratic coalition than there are certainly in the Republican coalition. So I don't think you have to take it to that point. It also, you can also reverse a lot of the damage that the Supreme Court has done with this decision and other decisions. If once Democrats
Sarah?
are in power.
Now I have 3 people watching me. Hello, everybody in chat.
Wait, what?
Hello, all 3 people in chat.
You'd be willing to do certain things.
I said that I felt like there should be a scale of starting first off with a C, and then going. I mean, we have months. Was it November or whatever until election? So we have time. But
I think the streaming combination with talk radio in the background, sub, like, and share, guys. Oh yeah.
Important issue that there is right now.
Thanks.
Is the president being king. Trump is probably the
I think these guys are already subbed there and share.
I would do everything I could to get the decision reversed.
They are
that's more important. If you
my friends.
This is why I don't care so much about Trump. I care about the Supreme Court decision. If the
B,
Supreme Court
let's
decision
go.
gets reversed and Trump becomes president, not really a big deal to me. Potentially.
We're listening to Destiny argue about fuck.
That's the problem. That's why when you're saying
a lawyer
voter fraud, while I do all this other shit,
argue about the
so much
Supreme Court decision
on this one Supreme
on
Court
making the president God
man.
Whatever.
Now I actually.
I was gonna say, well, wait a minute. I definitely want to hear.
I don't think that means, but
I'm not closer.
It sounds like you're still pretty far.
They seem to think so.
I was just gonna say,
I don't know.
I think it would be interesting to talk to Steven.
Am I inventory full?
What
Fuck.
he would be willing to entertain in terms of systemic change.
Here's a quick thing. So first, I'm not interested in any of
Let me try to break some of this shit
I
down.
actually don't give a fuck. Okay, I'd rather kill myself than have a conversation. Principally, here is the general maxim, okay, that I subscribe to, all right? Personally, I believe that democracies are really cool and awesome forms of government. They are, I think, the most effective way at expressing the widest view of society while still protecting the majority of people in society, protecting their rights, protecting their ability to live
formal
free and
introductions
lives in whatever manner they want.
What do you mean
But
formal
democracy is
introductions?
the best way of doing that. I think that there should be a principled attachment to democracy.
High
okay?
logical.
If a democracy is
We gonna hunt
failing
or something
due to
later?
democratic means, then something doesn't
keep it up,
work
bro.
with that system.
Y'all have
And
fun.
the idea of
Thanks
using
for
an
stopping
authoritative
by.
and undemocratic measure
Loyal.
to fight to uphold a democracy, in my
Going
opinion,
back
defeats the
in.
entire
Bye,
purpose of the
Ninja.
democracy itself. So
See you later.
if we were to sit here and have this debate for another 12 hours, will you convince me that some undemocratic mean is necessary to uphold the democracy? I would just agree with the undemocratic mean and say that that's what our government should become and abandon the entire idea of democracy altogether. That's where I would end up at. And there'd be no way of moving me off of that track. You can never convince me that we should engage in undemocratic means to uphold a democracy.
We gonna
because
hunt
why wouldn't the
or
democracy
something
just
later?
return to
Yeah, whenever you want to.
where you're veering off the path of democracy?
Are you ready now? Like, I don't want to like get on here, get off here and get on the game, and you're gonna be like, "Thanks, sugar daddy."
Having the conversation.
Yeah, I love you. I'll see you later, baby.
you have to use undemocratic means to change the system. I don't think you have to go as far as Dan's, again, sequestering Republicans. I don't think you have to do that. I think you just simply have to elect Democrats and get them to use the power which is democratically conferred to them to change the system. That's all.
Like what?
So.
No, do your thing. I'm gonna go do fireworks,
no,
but
so,
I'll be on tonight. Okay.
The particular would be dealing with the Supreme Court. So you could democratically expand the Supreme Court. You could democratically pass term limits, and you could change,
yeah, just hit me up whenever you're ready.
For example, you could remove certain
Have
jurisdictions.
fun with the fireworks.
I think it's Article 3 of the Constitution says that Congress can take certain types of cases away from the Supreme Court.
So here's a question. We'll just do it on the Supreme Court.
What is
How do you
this?
expand the Supreme Court?
Is this a new?
You would have to pass law. Right now, it's controlled by federal statute.
Okay, so then you're saying that you pass a law
defend
to
each
expand
thing,
the Supreme
huh?
Court. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sure. I'll follow you on that. How do you prevent the Supreme Court from expanding in the future? And then you say,
you couldn't possibly, because there's no, as far as I'm aware, like you guys were talking about it earlier, I don't think there's a way for Congress to pass any sort of like federal law, which can pass by a simple majority.
Okay.
But then
so then the question is, like, if we've gotten into an issue with the Supreme Court, and our way of overcoming that is to expand the court, why wouldn't we just run into another issue with the court when the other side expands the court?
So, Stephen, this is the response. You agree that right now what matters is a partisan balance of the court, correct?
Unfortunately.
Yes, right? And because it's all about partisan balance, and if even at the worst case scenario with this tit for tat, you agree that having the court 50% of the time is better than having the court 0% of the time, right?
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is, if it's tit for tat, and every time there's a new administrator or whatever Congress, they up the number of seats, you would agree that that's more than 0% of the time that the Democrats have Supreme Court.
Right. I guess, but I don't.
Okay,
so this is the way that I would approach it. Okay. My goal wouldn't be to have the court like bouncing back and forth between the sides. The goal should be is that ideally, maybe this is too ideal, the court shouldn't be politically partisan. Shouldn't necessarily be. So, but if it is an issue that the court is politically partisan, then I wouldn't favor packing the court. I would favor changing the structure of the court.
Stephen,
Oh!
Do you think that the court's politicized right now?
Seems like it.
So I agree with you that at time equals.
Where the fuck did that come from? What?
I think
later,
all of that
dog.
went out the window when, for purely partisan reasons, the Republicans did what they did with Garland and others.
Sure.
And that they politicized it. At that moment, they politicized it.
Sure.
And now the question is, now it's being politicized.
What the
are you going
fuck?
to let it continue to be in their hands for 100% of the time, or for 50% of the time?
I wouldn't. I mean, in a utilitarian sense, you'd want it 50% of the time, but the actual goal, I would say, should be like reforming the court. So, like, for instance, the one thing that I've heard suggested that I've never heard a good argument against is the idea that Supreme Court justice terms are limited to, what, like 28 years or something? And every 4 years, new Supreme Court justice is nominated. That would ensure that every single time a president is elected, the president will have one Supreme Court pick, and the composition of the Supreme Court will always mirror the elections for president that Americans have. And I think that would be...
That's kind of what Josiah is suggesting.
I've never... Okay, oh, I'm sorry, hold on. If he was suggesting a change like that, I would immediately agree with that. But I'm not agreeing with that. Hold on. I'm not agreeing with that decision because it gets my side more power. I'm agreeing with that decision because I think it's a more fair and democratic way to represent the composition of the Supreme Court. Now, in this particular circumstance, I think my side has been kind of fucked in terms of, like, representation. But, like, I don't think anybody could argue against the idea that it does seem a little bit fucking wild that your Supreme Court picks are left up to acts of God, natural disaster, who dies, who lives. That's insane. It's not very democratic with how the court is done. If we end up in another place in the future where the Supreme Court composition is 6-3 or 7-2 conservatives because conservative presidents continue to get elected, then I say, okay. I mean, the Supreme Court balance is represented based on the president. When we vote on president, we vote on Supreme Court picks. We do. I don't know why we voted for Obama, because clearly it wasn't for a Supreme Court pick, despite the fact that democratically he's supposed to have that power allotted to him. So that would be a reform that I would be interested in. Like packing the courts and all this and doing it back. I don't know. But like reforming the Supreme Court to be more democratic. I would
let's
be
say, Stephen, let's say the current Supreme
Court.
Court.
Oh, now people show up to fucking hell.
But the current Supreme Court says
I'm on the last piece of this shit.
With the Constitution because it says for good behavior and you're not allowed to have a system that violates the structure of the Constitution, therefore unconstitutional. So let's say that you were able to pass the kind of attempt at neutral court reform, but this politicized court, what you just said is politicized, says that that's not allowed. Would you agree after that measure that it's better to have the court 50% of the time if it's going to be politicized than to have it 100% on the other side?
Yeah, I mean, it'd probably be better, but my overall interest or care for the country would begin to decrease off of that. Like, anytime you have to make a concession where it's like, yeah, this is really not democratic, but like, I mean, we want our side to win a little bit, so we kind of have to do some other things.
That's where we're at. Right now, we're in a situation where the court is heavily politicized. And so I understand. My fervent belief would be that it wouldn't be politicized, that they would be above politics. But we have to deal with reality as it is, not as we would hope it to be. And so we can't close our eyes and say it's not, because it clearly is. If you read these opinions, they make no sense.
I understand what you're saying, but my issue is I don't think we've gotten to a politicized.
Jeremy, unless your receive is having issues, there is no way you didn't know we were in the middle of an operation. It's prohibited for Descendants to deactivate their receives during an operation. If you manually deactivated your receive link, I think that would make your attitude toward the operation uncooperative.
I'd watch what you're saying, Glay. I carried out my side of the operation perfectly. I scouted the entire area thoroughly.
You guys wearing too much
confirmed that the ancestors
eyeliner
were in the deepest part of Vespers. How dare you question my attitude? God, I don't know why Alpha looks out for you guys so much. Maybe he feels sorry for you being possessed by the ghost or guide or whatever. If it's because
jealous, he's
well,
jealous.
I guess normal me has no choice but
he can't hear the ghost.
I'll distract the enemy's backlines just for you pitiful lot. You can follow me and push through. You three, no. Is it 4? Anyway, you're all deployed, so let's cooperate and get this operation done without any mistakes. Also, I've been assigned to retrieve the Ironheart, so don't any of you think about touching it. I'm warning you.
Glay, your anger levels are rising.
I'm doing my best to let it go.
Okay.
Court through some weird, like, crazy process. I think it's happened because I think the American public largely.
Oh shit! I better make sure I'm.
Like when you guys were arguing so much about like, oh, this is what you should say to try to energize the American public. Blah, blah. Honestly, we should probably just go up and talk about abortion more because I think that's what people care more than literally anything related.
Can I
to
do this yet?
Like that's the state of the republic. But I mean, like democratically, if that's what your people.
Oh,
are
this is this.
I mean,
I have to do this one now.
The system has produced this.
What's the chance I get?
Trying to structurally fix the will of the average voter.
20% chance. Oh God, that means I'm gonna have to do it multiple times probably. Hopefully, I get it on my first try.
Nobody likes the back and forth.
I had to do the other one like, oof, probably like
for it. It's like, okay, well, let me start at 80 cents and maybe
7 or 8 times before I got it. Oh, this is a dungeon too. Fuck me.
Now, the other
public. Wait, how does it apply to anything that we're talking about?
Because you're like, oh, I really.
Hopefully, I'll get it on my first go.
It should be like this. It should be that like every year, 4 years we get it. Well, it's not that way, and it probably never will be that way. So the best that you can get is you can get it.
Bunnies! Look at all these bunnies, except for her. She's not a bunny.
All the time or whatever.
I don't know what she is. I think that's that water girl. She's like a water ice girl.
I don't think we should ever haggle over.
It's pretty cool. Kind of like floats around like
as an example. But the other part
like Iceman.
A privilege that you have. It's okay for you to be like, well, I really don't care if we have it half the time. It's like, it's kind of shit. Well, there's a lot of people, like especially like immigrants or gay people or things like that, that probably
Shoot
give
these
a lot of
motherfuckers
shit about having it half the time versus none of the time. Okay, so we have to not just be like, well, fuck it. I mean,
I'm just gonna run past this motherfucker and not kill him.
The people that.
But that only works insofar as you believe some undemocratic system will turn out better, I guess, results for people living under it than some democratic system. I don't believe that an undemocratic system does that. So I don't think that supporting short-term undemocratic measures.
I wonder if the water and the electricity.
But I think you are going down the road of destroying your democracy.
Okay, fair enough. So basically, what you're saying is you think it's better for, I don't know, immigrants or whoever you care about in this country, that they have no representation on the Supreme Court? Or do you think it's better that they might have have it like every other 4 years.
If you chose one or the other, probably every other 4 years.
But you don't think it's a this or that. You think there's another option?
We're backing up first, and it's whether do you think that principally you should fight for a democratic system,
I'm gonna pick this
or
up.
do you think that you should?
Why was my inventory full already?
Power within the authoritarian system. And you're arguing that, well, like if we speak about it consequentially, we should fight for the stronger authoritarian, and I'm not as interested in that fight as I am for fighting for the democratic system.
It seems like the Democratic side, the Democratic Party especially, is less interested in things like gerrymandering, and we already know that Republicans benefit very heavily when it comes to senators.
I think it's a great example, Dan, because there you have a Supreme Court decision called Rucho versus Common Cause, and that said that partisan gerrymandering is constitutional. And so they said that, yeah, you're allowed to partisan gerrymander, that's totally constitutional. And so now we're in a situation where what I feel like the Stephen argument would be, well, no, we want states to pass laws where they have independent, neutral individuals apportioning their states or dividing the states up, gerrymandering it fairly according to like contiguous districts and what makes sense and population centers. Like that's the kind of Stephen approach. But Republicans are just going all over the place, making the craziest districts. In that situation, Stephen, don't you agree that the Democrats should gerrymander the fuck out of their districts?
What?
I mean, if a thing is, if you've been granted the ability to do a thing, and democratically we've all agreed that this is a thing that you ought to be granted, I mean, assuming it's not violating some core principle of democracy or whatever, then yeah, I think you should operate to the fullest extent of whatever you've been granted.
Can I ask, the Democrats have the ability to stop Trump's Supreme Court picks? Did we hold the Senate or something? We didn't?
No.
If we
They're all
did,
just like, what if?
No, probably not.
No?
Maybe for one of them.
Wait. So you're telling me, Stephen, that the Republicans denied a hearing and vote for one of their Supreme Court justices, and if the Democrats held the Senate when Trump had his nominee, you would say, have the hearing and vote anyway?
Yeah, I know, it's a Cox principle. Yeah,
that is crazy.
It's wild.
Nope.
Now it's clear
that is
why
insane.
the order of truth is there.
So then you should be against all this gerrymandering stuff.
I don't know if gerrymandering, but I don't know how the districts were done before. I don't know if gerrymandering is like a core principle that adheres to democratic
states. Prior to Rucho versus Common Cause, I think like New York, for example, they made fair laws about fair districts to make it. And by fair, I mean like they don't look crazy. They're conforming to town lines, all that stuff, municipalities, so that it's more like compact. They look good on a map. That's what I mean by fair. They're not going according to the most Democrat advantaged maps. Do you think, in the aftermath of Rucho versus Common Cause, that said that it's constitutional to have gerrymandering, that Democrats in Democrat states should be doing the fair districts or the Democrat lean districts, knowing that Republicans in similar circumstances are 100% going to do.
I would have to understand the rationale behind the ruling, which I don't understand. But there's two ways that there's two things that could happen. Either one, I would look at it and I would fundamentally disagree with how they ruled on it or something, and I would say, well, this actually violates a core feature of democracy that I feel, so we should do everything we can to change it. We shouldn't play within those bounds. Or two, I would say, you know what, I don't know if I fully agree with this. Maybe I do, but whatever. But I don't think it's like a core violation of democracy. So yeah, you should operate fully within like the bounds of whatever that thing is in gerrymander if the court said that you can do it.
Yeah, so I think that this is exactly the situation that we have. Like,
I don't think that the recent rulings, or when you talk about things like hacking the court, these are things that I think that are hitting way more to the fundamentals of our system.
This back and forth shit.
Understand that Congress absolutely has the constitutional authority to increase the number of seats. That you're not even going to deny that. It is the truth. And so, in terms of like who has the power, the Constitution of the United States, our structure, our documents,
God damn it.
It's undeniable. Explicitly grants the power of over Supreme Court expansions. That is just undeniable.
Okay, just because a power is granted doesn't necessarily mean that you would agree with it or that it even comports with democracy.
No.
The framers.
You just cited the I'd have to know more about.
Damn, how's that fucking hit me?
Not to hammer too far into this, but you've given this you changed my mind on this a long time ago. We both agreed that there are ways to coup the government that would be fully within like the legal.
Okay, I'll say that yes, I understand that just because something is constitutional doesn't mean that I'd be in favor as a democratic principle in keeping with the spirit of the nation.
Yeah.
So I will agree with that. Actually, that said, in the specific cases as we're talking about, let's use Dan's example, where there has been a tat or tip, right, which is the Republicans denied Garland a hearing and vote, and there's an opportunity for a tat, and that will never be reviewed because the Supreme Court will say that is a core exclusive power of the Senate on whether they want to have votes on stuff. It will be unreviewable, totally a political question. Now that there's an opportunity, there will never be like resolution on this stuff. Now there's an opportunity for Democrats to do this, and you're saying they should hold it for principles and give Trump his Supreme Court vote.
Yes, I think.
Okay, now it's this
shit.
shit.
A form of tit for tat like that. I think that along with that is an admission that the system is fundamentally failed. And if you want to go along with it, you can, but now you're pushing for something. Every action you take like that is a step away from democracy and a step towards some other form of government.
Is it a tacit admission that the system is fundamentally failed or is fundamentally flawed? And do you recognize any meaningful distinction?
Well, no. When I say failed, actually, you're right. When I say failed, I'm actually I'm assuming that a democracy is supposed to, produce some end. But maybe that you could argue that that's the future. That's the system working as intended. And I would just disagree with how the system plays out. I guess you could argue that. I don't know if it's a huge difference in this case,
but. I will say, I don't know how much game theory plays into this, but I remember that the most effective strategy, there was this game, it's like, how do I describe it? So basically, tit for tat is the most effective strategy that there is for dealing with
game theory?
Yeah, nothing beats it. Like, that's the best strategy, and it wins most of the time. I think there was a Veritasium video about it, and I don't know. I think it's crazy that you wouldn't use tools, especially when they're being used against you. That's like
especially when they're in the explicit authority of the body. It's not like we're breaking the law here. It's not like Dan's example. It's we're doing what's allowed, and the other side set a precedent of in bad faith doing, denying a hearing. And you started off by saying, well, maybe just one, and then you're like, no, absolutely not.
Yeah, probably not. I think the issue is that if you have a principled attachment to the way a particular thing works, then the assumption should be that if you adhere to that thing as much as possible, that it'll deliver you your good ends. If we're saying that we need some form of tit for tat, then our system is dysfunctional, or we're just viewing it differently, I guess.
Yay!
I feel like your system, all it guarantees is that the people that are the most ruthless and the ones that are willing to go the farthest are the ones who will always succeed, and then the ones on the other side who are like, no, it shouldn't be this way, are the ones who will always lose.
Cool. Then just have do a dictatorship then. Do a monarchy.
Well, that's what
why waste
like.
time on...
No.
If you don't do this, that's what it turns into, right?
Are you becoming a dictatorship?
No,
Yes, Dan is for temporary dictatorship, yes.
Well,
that is true, yeah.
I feel like the way to not have it...
Arguably, all of you guys
I thought that was the last boss.
Anytime the democratic power gets unbalanced in a way that you don't like, you're saying that the president should take extraordinary means within this newly undemocratic system to return it back to the democratic system.
When you bring up the Shabbat elevator, okay, this is the Shabbat elevator. The rules say you don't have to confirm a Supreme Court judge. And you're like, well, technically everyone does it, so fuck it, we'll do it. But that's not the rule. The rules say you don't have to. You can tell people suck a dick. And
it's different than what Dan is saying. So
suck a dick.
Dan is advocating for illegal action. We have a situation where it's a norm that you're supposed to do. But it's within your power to not do it. And they violated that norm to their benefit for political ends. And it was in their power to do it. And so technically, I don't think it's breaking democracy necessarily in that big sense for you to do it tit for tat. And I just think that...
I would go further than you when I would say at this point, Democrats, if they want to be effective, can't just wait to constantly be doing their tasks. They need to be effectively using every tool that they can to accomplish their goals. Anything less, it's like
more shields.
In a company, okay? I expect them, every action they do, to be the benefit of shareholders. I've elected you. you should be doing everything you can to accomplish your goals, and if you're not, you should be fucking subverted and have someone else in your spot.
I don't agree with that.
Fiduciary duty to do that.
Yeah, you have a fiduciary. Yes, exactly that.
Is literally a little Dan's Goebbels right now. Wait, this is the mind,
I'm not.
I have the mind killer, Destiny. If in a very preposterous set of circumstances, Destiny. Is someone talking? Esports.
No.
Are you speaking?
No, that was my wife in the background.
Oh, she hates me. Sorry.
No, she's listening to it.
Oh, okay. Everyone's wife hates me. No. I meant that he's a propagandist. I'm sorry. I should have used another propagandist. You're like the Stephen Miller. Oh wait, he did.
Yeah. They are.
Oh, where'd these motherfuckers behind me come from?
In the authoritarian.
Here's the mind killer. If Trump wins a second term this election cycle, and for whatever reason, Democrats.
Damn, 2 of us are down. Why is nobody picking up anybody?
There's a vacancy on the court. Did the Democrats give Trump his Supreme Court pick?
I think you kind of have to. Yeah.
I think there's no way he had to have just dropped.
Yeah, no, he
Oh, he wanted to be dramatic or whatever. The reality is that if you refuse it, then we're just basically saying that from now on, no Senate is ever confirming a Supreme Court pick for a president unless they are like matching the party. Basically, that's what we're saying.
Or they're
done doing
centrist, which is good.
Okay. We've basically given up on the Senate confirming opposite party Supreme Court picks, which I think.
Or unless they trade something like passing some sort of signature legislation.
So Stephen, my last question for you is: do you think that is it fair to say systems of government, particularly democracy, require reciprocal good faith?
God, fuck this guy.
Is it possible to have good faith when one side doesn't reciprocate?
Probably not. But this is your issue, though. This is the issue, is that when you guys are talking about this, you guys are trying to figure out structural solutions for a sick public. And I don't think that's possible. If we were having an issue right now with some fucking weird, queer, abusive power, 10% of the electorate was able to wield an ungodly amount of power, then maybe that I'd be like amenable to like, fuck, what can we do? Like, this is obviously fucked. But this isn't the issue. The problem right now is that half the United States supports Donald Trump to be president. That problem is so unfathomably fucked. There is a sickness in the American mind that he's that popular, and we will never structurally fix that problem. Because the problem isn't the structure, the problem is the people underneath the structure. The only way you can fix it is to find enough ways to oppress that side.
Motherfucker won't ever die.
You're engaged in some form of authoritarianism. You cannot fix a sick public with a good structure, especially if you're structured well, not if you're democratic.
Isn't the idea that right now the right is doing everything they can to pull everyone to the right as much as possible? Media disinformation, donations, super PACs, going fucking crazy. Isn't the idea that the left should also do the same thing? So hopefully there's the equal amount of tugging on the rope so that we land in the center where there's a balance, as opposed to this being like, oh, I'm not going to do anything. Go ahead. Always want to do one.
No, you keep saying this like, oh, but what you're saying is that like you should be a dictator.
Shoot him, man.
Like, oh, well that could never go wrong. Like, oh shit, well he did something bad. Well, 2 wrongs make a right. Isn't that the saying? I think. No, that is exactly what you're saying. That is exactly what you're saying. No, you don't land in the center by tugging Democrats versus fascists. That's not a land in the center. You land in the center by having liberals on the left and liberals on the right, a Republican Party and a Democratic Party who are both firmly Democratic, disagreeing over how to run a democratic country. You don't have it by having a tug of war between fascists and liberals, or fascists and people that support democracy. That's not how that works. There should be no tug of war there. If there's a tug of war there, your system has failed. That's a failure of the people.
But there's always going to be people. Name a country right now that doesn't have a far right or a far left party that would love to put in an authoritative leader. You can't. There is one.
That has 50% of the support of the public.
No, obviously not. It has 50% of the support of the public, but that's because we're in a unique spot where we only get 2 parties, and that's it. We don't get.
Okay, well, whatever. Then maybe that was the failure of our system. Then we should have had coalition governments. and the two-party system fails for this reason. Then maybe that is the issue, and then the system is fundamentally flawed. But the fact of the matter is that right now half the people in the U.S. are willing to support somebody who is a fascist. That's not a thing that you solve with like, oh well, why don't we just have more reciprocity with Senate confirmation hearings, and then our 50% fascist base of voters will perform better in our democracy. That's not how that works.
Wait, but it is how it works. Like, you had half the country that didn't want black people to be integrated into schools, and then the other half did, and there was compromise, and eventually that happened as a result. You're not going to have everyone constantly being ideologically agreed to. There's going to be people
it's not about
who don't want what you want.
No.
Don't you have...
No.
Oh, he's healing.
It's not about ideological agreement. There are core values that you need to be an American. And if you disagree with them, you should either get kicked out of the fucking country, something that I would get banned for saying, or you should do a violent revolt to take over the country. If you are illiberal, if you don't agree with democratic values, in my opinion, you have no place in this country. You should fucking leave, get whatever, or kick the fuck out, in my opinion.
But
there is no compromise. I don't want to compromise with people that are anti-democratic. I don't want to compromise with fascists about how my government should be structured. If you want to argue that there should be no minimum wage, no protections for abortions, that corporations should be allowed to do whatever, that's fine. That's okay. We can have those disagreements. I may have huge disagreements with Republicans.
Out of bullets on everything?
Fuck. Get rid of all welfare. Fine, that's fine. But if you want to start to make arguments that the President of the United States should be above criminal prosecution, or you want to make arguments that like that you should be able to take these measures that are authoritarian in nature, that doesn't comport with my view of American values.
Off, those are Supreme Court people that did this. This wasn't a vote that went out saying should the president be king. Those were
hold on. You keep saying this.
Fucking finally.
You're incorrect in assuming that it is only the Supreme Court that has floated this. The only reason why it is a question is because Donald Trump, the last president of the United States, who's the current nominee to be president again, is making that argument. That's the only reason this is even being considered right now. Now, we can argue that we disagree with how the court has treated it, but the reality is the last president is the one with the court case, and he still has support from half the country.
Yeah, I think that's not good. That's sad, but I don't think the way forward is for one side to just roll over and let them hold the entire tug of war.
I'm not saying I'm just saying
that
what
the fuck?
You're describing this as a tension. That there should be a healthy tension between
what is this?
Do you think that there should be a healthy tension between how much of our laws should be secular in nature versus how much should be Sharia law? That, let's say our population was 50% Muslims, that, okay, well, we're going to only implement, like, these tenets of Sharia law for our country, and that's a healthy tension that exists when we go back and forth and agree and disagree on what should be implemented or not. You think it'd be a good thing?
Listen, if you spotted the target, you should have said so. What are you doing here by yourself? So this is what's gotten everybody so riled up.
He's gonna fuck with it and turn into a bad guy, huh? I knew it.
That's it. That's what makes us the Ironheart. It's way more impressive than what the rumors say. Hey, how long do you plan on just standing there? Go back to Albion and bring reinforcements or something.
Huh?
Why are you still here? Go!
I don't think so. Bruh. It's kind of shady.
So, it's just the two of us now.
It's a supervillain laugh. Maybe not a supervillain, but that's definitely a villain laugh. Oh, my mastery ranked up. Did I get the piece? Are you kidding me? I didn't get the piece, did I? Oh, let me grab this shit. It's a whole bunch of shit to grab. 75 seconds. Got a minute. Alright. I didn't get the fucking piece! Oh, I'm gonna have to do it again. Oh, I didn't know there was a replenish thing there. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna dump all my shit again. And I guess I'm gonna have to do it again because I need that piece for it to unlock the Freya thing. Oh man, I'm gonna have to do this a bunch of times, Honor. Oh fuck. I got a bunch of shit to look at. Okay, let me see. Did I get a new machine gun? Machine gun. God damn. Unfinished study. Level 32. Let's check that bad boy out. Launcher. Don't care about tactical rifles. But this is 17. Can I move proficiency? Probably not, huh? What is happening right now? Sharpshooter. Thanks. Force glaze. What do I unlock here? Oof. Ultimate power. Devotion's mounting. I don't know what that is. Is that a gun? Just keep it, I guess. God, I need to look through all this shit. Alright. Let me master up first. Mastery rank. What do I unlock here? New feature available. Assign module socket type. Assign module socket type. Shape stabilizer limit. I don't know what assign module socket type means. Let's just do the mastery up. Okay, while I'm doing this, we'll put it back on. Yes.
Me personally, I don't think it would be a good thing. What about if the population became 90% Muslim?
I also wouldn't think that would comport with democracy, but at that point,
yeah, not if you're in the 10%.
Sure, but then at that point, you wouldn't have a democracy anymore. You'd have somebody a switch to a theocratic style of government, probably. In which case, okay, fine. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I can change the structure of my country to appease 90% of the population that want a theocracy. At that point, you don't have a democracy. You're just done. You leave. Or you live under the theocracy. But you can't structurally change it to appease 90% of people that want a different thing.
I don't think Republicans want fascism.
They
just
do.
Want Donald Trump.
Yes.
No.
They do. They do.
They like Donald Trump. They don't understand. That's not the.
Okay, you can assume that. Then fine. Maybe they want fascism through ignorance.
You think they want a king?
Yes. Absolutely, yes. Unequivocally, yes. Absolutely. And you could try to say, well, what if we pulled them in a total fucking vacuum, this particular question, and maybe you might be right on some hyper-specific, removed, divorced from all context polling in a vacuum. But the reality is if you look at how Republicans talk about what Donald Trump should be able to do, you look at how they talk about how he should, how he can demonize the entire media as the enemy of the people, that all of the Democrats have engaged in unlimited amounts of corruption, that every single part of our federal institutions are rotted to the core, that the FBI, the CIA,
I understand all this. Yes,
that's all. That's fascism. What you're talking about is fascism. That one man needs to come take control of the entire government, suspend the Constitution, and rise above every other institution in the government to assume power for himself. That's a fascist.
Okay. I understand.
You're a fucking fascist.
I'm just saying that
it's a fucking fascist.
There's no counter on the other side. Like, one side is doing all of this crazy, everything they can with, again, with super PACs and gerrymandering and everything else, and then we're just supposed to be like, oh well, democracy, we'll confirm you, but you won't confirm ours. I don't know. I'm not trying.
Yep,
to,
true. Yep, true.
What?
We should. Dan, here's Dan wanting to rape our political opponents. That's so base, Dan. Oh my God. So Steven says, hey, we should have a principled attachment to democratic principles and hope that democratic principles turn out good. Here's Dan. Be like, oh no, we should rape all of our political opponents if they've tried to rape one of ours. Nice one, Dan. Good one.
No, I think Democrats should do everything legally within their
Yeah, and you just said that the president didn't you just say the president has got emperor powers, so he should go rape people, right? And say that was part of his core powers, right? That's the Dan argument. That's so smart.
I don't think that would be effective for the Democratic Party to do that.
Really? If you told all Republicans we're going to rape you if you go to the polls, you don't think that might deter a few enough to win an election?
No, I think that would probably start a war and make the country bad.
Oh, you think that would start a war, but sequestering half of Congress to pack the court wouldn't start a war?
Listen.
Your argument is nonsense.
I said we're starting with a speech. We're starting with a speech.
Oh, so we're just going to threaten to rape them first.
No rapes. No rapes.
Hitler started with a speech in the beer halls.
Okay, but listen, we're starting with a speech about not wanting the power. Okay, that's the biggest difference. We don't.
Yeah, and nobody would take him seriously, so that eventually he would have to follow through on it.
Maybe he follows through in some small way to show the power that's now there, and that energizes the Supreme Court. I think the only way that the Supreme Court would be energized to change the rule is if Biden was going to use those powers against the Supreme Court themselves. I feel like if I was in the Supreme Court, that would make me want to change the rule pretty quick to be like, wait a minute, these are the rules of what a president can and can't be done. So maybe using it specifically towards them is the best way to do it.
Or maybe they all just go and hide on Trump's super yacht and they wait for the next election.
Super.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not good.
Yeah, but the issue isn't the system. The issue are the people in charge of the system. But you don't think that most Republicans want the things that they all vote for and emphatically say that they want over and over again, so I don't...
The thing I'm most confused about is the seating of the hearing for the Supreme Court justice and how the Republicans refuse to do it. It's always, up until that point, it had always been done on ceremonial grounds. Just that's how it was done. But then it wasn't. But then again, there was the amount of Supreme Court justices changed like 6 times or something back in the 1800s. And then it didn't. Things change. And then it was used against you, and you're like, well,
why wouldn't you use it back? That part I don't understand.
Why you're saying things change, like things were made explicitly undemocratic to defeat one side, and you're equating all changes to that. Are there prior changes that worked like that?
Well, would you say expanding the court in the 1800s was undemocratic?
I don't know. Why was the court expanded? Was it
It was done 6 times.
So the first time was.
Wait! Why was it expanded 6 times? What were the reasons for the expansions?
I'll let him. He knows the answer. Fuck if I know.
Oh my god.
Go ahead. The first time was.
Well, the first time was when President Adams was leaving office. He wanted to reduce the possibility that the incoming Jefferson government
see if I can
would be able to seat Supreme Court justices.
Level up some of my modules.
And then, when Jefferson was in power, he was able to get Congress to reverse it. So that was like the first example. And there were other instances. The other 5 times were for
disable some modules.
The reason that I found that so instructive is because Adams and Jefferson are founding fathers. So like, we always envisioned the Supreme Court to be this apolitical body, but from its very inception, it was political. It was inherently political. Even the founding fathers used it as a political football. I'm not saying that's right. It's just the reality of it. So last thing I'll say on this, just a couple of points. I was trying to find the poll itself, but there was a CNN poll, and I think I linked it to Steven a couple of days ago. 70% of the American people do not agree with the Supreme Court decision. So it is anti-democratic in the sense this is not what the people want. However, to Steven's point about what Republicans want, if you change the polling question to, should Trump be given presidential immunity versus generic president, there's a sizable shift. Republicans, especially MAGA Republicans, there is an appetite for elevating Trump in particular. So I think he has a point there. Stephen, eventually I do want to have this conversation with you. I think you're more interested in it, clearly by the passion of your answers, than you want to let on. I think that there's some good pro-democratic reasons. I think you can democratically change the system to make it more democratic, and I don't think you have to frame it as just like a naked power grab by defeated Democrats. So that's all I'll say. But it was a really good conversation. I'm looking forward to catching up to the 3 hours that I missed. So
all right,
I'm gonna dip, and I hope you guys have a great day.
Be careful, man.
Dan, good talking with you, buddy.
You too.
Yeah, I'm gonna dip as well. So take it easy. Have fun.
See ya.
Boy, look at you getting free content all day, not having to do fuck all. That's a dream. Well, you just sit there, writing things down. You haven't written much though. I've been keeping an eye on you.
No, yep, true. I've wasted 5 hours on absolutely nothing of value. It's been
that's not true.
Good use of time.
Debated the future of the Republic. People are going to be inspired by this debate. There's going to be sub videos that are created. Sub videos of their sub videos. Some staffers might watch this.
So many of these cold antibodies.
You never know what butterfly wing effect this stream has in changing the course of history as a result of it.
Okay.
Wow.
Now I need to enhance skill expansion. Skill duration.
You're so black pilled, bro.
I'm not black belt. I just don't think you change a bad population with a different structure. I just think it's fundamentally
You know what it is?
Yeah.
I hate to say this because I feel like people are going to definitely use this out of context. The people aren't the problem. It's the media.
Okay.
Like, they're good people. They just are fed.
Ooh.
They just don't have the full picture. Like, I don't know.
Damn it.
Like.
Yeah, but these are arguments
I have to unequip it.
Against democracy, I guess, right? People can't be trusted with unfettered access to tons of different types of information.
Maybe so. Like, narratives and discourse changes. Like, I think being gay was definitely not poggers. If you go back, I don't know, 70s, 60s, definitely not okay at that time. Certainly not in the 50s. Now, like, for the most part in the United States, if you're gay, I mean, there's still probably some issues that you're going to run into, but for the most part, you're integrated into society. Things change. The media controls a lot of that. I don't know.
Yeah, but the media is the way that it is also because the people enjoy consuming that type of media.
Well, the people want what you tell them they want. God, it sounds so fucked. It's like the Henry Ford, like, People want that faster horse. They just don't know, like, until you give them something else to want, right? Like, at the end of the day, what blood sells, right? That's like the Night Stalker thing, right? Like, if it bleeds, it leads. Yeah.
A little bit stronger. Now we.
All right, I have to go have dinner, and then there's July 4th stuff I'm doing. It's a good conversation. You should be less doomer pilled. You especially can make a big difference.
All right, I'll keep that in mind.
That means you don't give a fuck. And you're very delayed on whatever it is you're trying to do today.
Be careful.
I need a
Jesus Christ.
This is an exchanger. It's an exchanger.
Oh, the special human child. What do you need?
Okay. What, do we just spend 5 hours on this? I just want to hit the major talking points that I would have. Okay, for like a 10-minute video. All right. Okay. Major points of this decision. Chief Justice John Roberts, writing the majority opinion, argues that the president has 3 different types of actions that he can take, and then creates a novel ruling about the criminal immunity that would follow based on the action.
I'll look this up one time.
Would apply to the president based on the action, based on the kind of action. Core powers actions are conclusive and preclusive actions that only the executive president can perform. Any action taken here is granted absolute immunity.
Block this and readjust one. No.
Not only beyond judicial review,
those are
none of
pretty
these acts
good.
are able to be cited or referenced in any other criminal matter. We would say as evidence or otherwise, as evidence or otherwise.
Fire rate, rounds per magazine. 125.
Official acts are actions that the president takes up to the outer perimeter, as long as it relates up to the outer perimeter of his role. As long as it relates to the effective discharge of the president's powers, any actions taken here are granted presumptive immunity in order to protect the president's ability to execute the duties of his office fearlessly.
Wait, should I have finished this?
This means that the burden is on the government to argue. Oh, we need. What is the exact thing that the government is asked?
What was that?
To argue here. Hold on.
Decrypt any encrypted vault 2 times. I don't know what that is.
Write this point real quick.
Join special operations.
That the prosecution.
Prosperous. Talk to Alpha Beyond Operations Center.
To consider.
I need to do this again.
I'll just quote.
Fuck. But lucky I can just go to here and do it, I think. Filtration. The shelter. Yeah.
Courts notes that in dividing official from unofficial conduct, courts may not inquire
public
into
operations. I guess they're not arguing anymore. Fuck, I need some water up here back.
Thanks to Kaden and Nace's swift efforts, we've been able to restore the ancestors' DNA using the data that you've sent. Thank you for your hard work. You've all done an excellent job.
Okay.
The ancestors' biometric authentication data has been coded and sent to your receive. Guide, please activate the code when you reach the ancestors' vault.
And do they take off already?
There's a chance that we have not yet banned the Vulgus that underwent genetic modification using Arcade. And we haven't confirmed whether the experiment succeeded or not. But the incident in the sterile land has affected my simulations.
Have to burn it through here.
Faster than I expected. Almost unnaturally so.
Burden is on. Government.
And this gun only holds 300.
Knock, knock. Who's there? It's you, Descendant, I presume? You can't just let our equipment be, can you?
What? My seed channel was just switched?
But applying a criminal prohibition to that act would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch.
I forced you to connect to my personal channel. You see, I'm brilliant, just like you.
Ah!
Now, let's play, fellow arcade wielder.
Unless there's something wrong with my ears. Sounded to me like this jerk said he has RK abilities.
Core powers, official overlapping powers.
Archaism?
Any immunity granted.
What is this?
Robert
Right support?
explicitly references
Replenish.
Actions.
I injected myself with the arcade that I stole from
four
you.
different pieces
The
of
power
conduct.
flowing through my body. What an
Sections.
exhilarating experience. And you were
Sections
keeping all this
conduct.
power for yourselves. I hated you so much that I
Allegations.
could have killed you all in an instant.
Treats them as such.
It appears that the genetic modification we saw earlier was successful.
Now, why
we've
don't you
got
come here and
conversation
give my cold, frozen body a hug?
Attorney General.
Bogus bastards. They weren't just researching ways to open the vault.
Trump.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like when I shoot it just stops shooting.
Communications with state
They
officials.
wanted to retrieve the DNA. They
Regards
would have sent the Legion of Immortality.
Electors.
Or don't shoot at all.
With regards or in regards? What's the difference? In regards. With, it's always with regards, right? I'm like, shoot with regards. Votes.
This device can force channels to change. If we destroy it, we will be able to connect to the HQ channel again.
Reconnection confirmed. The Asive channel is back online. Guide, please modify this code so that the channel cannot be disconnected again.
I have established the defensive security code. Communications will not be affected in the future.
Get the fuck out of the way!
It doesn't feel too bad to have my limbs cut off like this. It almost feels like I'm dreaming. I'll send you a little present soon.
Let's move into this video on Stoke's decision. Nope, not yet. Or like right now. Conversation with Trump and actively
Why am I stuck on shit?
Trump and his general. Fuck. Readily categorized.
Bitch.
Stop.
Why?
Split view. True, actually.
What is that? There's a strange image on the command HUD. Is that Jaber?
Vulgus don't usually dream.
Can you stand on Connor's argument? Not really. I think I just think we're fundamental misunderstanding of what was being spoken about.
You can call me Jaber.
Serum that was injected.
Call me Jaber. Call me J-Dog.
Ironheart pulses have increased significantly. The vault must be nearby.
I'll send a signal to Jeremy. Jeremy, do you read me? Jeremy. Jeremy, respond.
Jeremy's boy.
Hang on just a little longer, everyone.
It's so nice to see your face, friend. Can you call me Jaber just this once?
Oh, fuck.
Eamon's delay has changed our plans, but it can't be helped. In my next dream, I'll be dancing with your
Executive.
corpse.
And therefore are
A healer.
any of those possibilities.
What am I getting hit by? What the fuck is hitting me? Why is my life so low?
Send pages in the TV. Talk to Michael. I think on the 11th is good.
Descendant. Access the vault.
Oh, for shard. Bullshit shard. Didn't get the thing I needed.
Vice President.
I think I'm gonna switch back to my other dude and do this dungeon. He is too weak.
You gonna watch the bit from earlier? Yeah, I will.
I didn't get the thing I needed. Let's go back to Albion.
Let's see.
The Vespas.
This part of the
Must be doing research now.
To the lower court. To the lower courts.
All right. Let's see. Switch off. Gee. Damn it. That's not what I wanted. Descendant.
This court granted
back to Ajax.
Let me tell you how I managed to bring
back. Do these dungeons. Alright. Let's see. This
is part of the indictment to the lower courts.
12. There we go.
To determine.
Save. Send a module.
Whether a prosecution involving Trump's alleged attempts to influence the vice president's oversight of the certification.
Maximize duration.
The President and Senate would pose any dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. Okay. Communications with state officials with regards to their electors. The section of the indictment was remanded to the district court.
Skew, increase.
If these actions
it's probably fine for now.
Or I'm sorry, were official or unofficial. And then I believe for these it was the same thing. Official or unofficial, same thing.
Done.
Okay.
Wait, why is this stronger now?
Okay. Let's see. Major points of the decision. And then major points of the dissent. That's not it. Dissent. Let's see. We should probably include here Amy Coney Barrett. Current opinion, in which she agrees with the core of Robert's argument, but she says that the majority takes an overly broad view of official conduct and has no good rationale in preventing even absolutely immune actions from being used to investigate other criminal acts. I think. Okay.
It should be done by now, yeah.
Major point of the dissent.
If it's new research,
writes that the immunity is legally and historically inconsistent.
Whoa, I got the stuff for this now?
Let's see.
I didn't know I had the
She
stuff for
believes
this.
the court has gone even further than what the
Humanity is very weak. That's why humans need us
lawyers
so desperately.
were even asking for. As Trump's lawyers seemed to concede
Man, I
that
want,
a lot of
I want a
the
machine
conduct
gun.
was unofficial, and that the president might be criminally charged for actions,
Let's go ahead get this since
even
I
if they were
have it.
official and core powers.
3
so long
hours.
as he were indicted, or wait, he were
3 hours for that gun.
convicted first. Two things that Roberts rejected in his majority opinion.
Okay. Lock this one and readjust. Ooh, there we go. That's better. Bonus firearm attack versus Legion. Sweet.
What are we doing here? Why is this? Okay.
Toxic attack. Those are okay.
Also points out that there are many federal safeguards in place for criminal prosecution.
Is there something else that I wanted to do?
Remarks
Unique
that the
ability.
and that Roberts has
Awesome
failed
level.
to engage whatsoever with the idea that the public might have a public interest in having a president
Get this up to 33.
does not feel as though he has any criminal liability while performing his duties.
Okay. There we go.
The bias were so
Alright.
strong that the president could never
Leveled up
have
our guns a
fair
little bit.
trial over
A little bit
official
more
conduct.
damage.
Seems reasonable to believe that this would apply to literally any potential
Now,
trial involving him.
need to go to the
defeating
restroom
need
real quick.
for any sort of absolute immunity for only certain actions.
Where am I going?
Anyway.
What did, I never went this way before.
It was not right for Roberts to make a determination of absolute immunity.
Oh, can I
for
fall
the
off here?
conversation
Oh shit!
between Donald
I can.
Trump and his
I thought that was glass.
Attorney General, while remanding single other action back to the district court.
Let me make sure I have my. Where's my
Let's see, and then
inventory
Justice
space?
Ketanji
20. Okay.
Brown.
Inventory's good.
Wait. Roberts expresses great
Do this
concern
again.
about the separation of powers.
I need this. I think it's like a 20% chance to get it.
amount of power for the court.
That's the last piece I
The
need,
court
and then
is
I can
now
get
the
her.
sole
Okay, be
determining
right
factor
back.
in whether or not
Oh.
certain conduct is entitled to absolute immunity from any sort of judicial review. Okay. Okay. I think it's a good enough summary. Thoughts on the Oklahoma shit? Don't know. I don't really care that much. Maybe I'll look at it later. What is... Okay, there was a Legal Eagle video. As I'm going to read this, something has gone deeply wrong at the Supreme Court. We didn't even finish our cuck video. All right.
However bad you think it is, it's worse.
No.
Remember when Trump's lawyers argued that he could SEAL Team 6 as political rivals, and we all laughed because that's a preposterous thing for anyone to argue, and absolutely no serious person could possibly believe that the Constitution or the laws of this country would allow that to be the rule. Well, the Supreme Court just said, hold my beer while I assassinate my political rivals.
The president is entitled for total personal gain to use the trappings of his office. That's what you're trying to get us to hold.
Yes, the Supreme Court has effectively given law-breaking presidents, and we're not singling any one law-breaking president out or anything, could be any felonious president, almost absolute immunity from criminal prosecution. And where the court did not grant outright absolute immunity, it gave presumptive immunity and procedural protections that might as well have been absolute immunity. And while unofficial acts of the president still receive no immunity, the crap cherry on top of this crap sundae is that even though a president now has immunity from criminal prosecution for official acts as president, a prosecutor cannot even use official acts as evidence in a prosecution over unofficial acts, which makes prosecution of some unofficial acts virtually impossible. Whether you are a Republican or a Democrat, this is a terrible decision for democracy, possibly a top 5 worst Supreme Court decision of all time. Happy July 4th, everyone. But just how bad is it? Well, don't take my word for it. Justice Sotomayor says, quote, the court effectively creates a law-free zone around the president, upsetting the status quo that has existed since the founding. This new official acts immunity now lies about like a loaded weapon for any president that wishes to place his own interests, his own political survival, or his own financial gain above the interests of the nation. The president of the United States is the most powerful person in the country, possibly the world. When he uses his official powers in any way, under the majority's reasoning, he now will be insulated from criminal prosecution. Orders the Navy SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival, immune. Organizes a military coup to hold on to power, immune. Takes a bribe in exchange for a pardon, immune. Let the president violate the law. Let him exploit the trappings of his office for personal gain. Let him use his official power for evil ends. Because if he knew that he may one day face liability for breaking the law,
we've already read all this shit.
Bold and fearless as we would like him to be. That is the majority's message today. Justice Sotomayor concludes that the opinion marked a sea change in the relationship between the people and the president. Quote, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law. But how did we get here? Well, until now, executive immunity was a court-created doctrine that shields presidents from most civil lawsuits involving conduct that occurred during their presidential terms. There's no explicit constitutional text granting the president immunity, but in Nixon versus Fitzgerald, the Supreme Court ruled that a president is entitled to absolute immunity from legal liability for civil damages based on his official acts, including acts on the outer perimeter of his duties. The court defined the president's official duties quite broadly to prevent future presidents from being sued for, quote, virtually every allegation that an action was unlawful or was taken for a forbidden purpose. The court explained that it was, quote, settled law that the separation of powers doctrine does not bar every exercise of jurisdiction over the president of the United States. To determine whether a particular type of suit against a president or former president could be heard, a court must balance the constitutional weight of the interest to be served against the dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. Indeed, in Clinton versus Jones, the Supreme Court found that under that rubric, the president does not have immunity from civil suits for conduct before they became president. So until now, virtually every lawyer and judge in the country assumed that while executive immunity would shield civil lawsuits because the president could be sued by almost anyone in the country over almost anything, that criminal prosecutions would be different. Why? Because it's way more important that a president be bound by criminal law and not commit heinous criminal acts, even in service of their duties. Plus, there are way more safeguards against criminal prosecution than civil suits. But Trump moved to dismiss his DC prosecution on immunity grounds. He lost at the trial court and appealed the decision. Judge Tanya Chutkan stayed the criminal proceedings pending the outcome of the appeal. The DC Circuit upheld the lower court's ruling that, quote, former President Trump has become citizen Trump with all the defenses of any other criminal defendant. But any executive immunity that may have protected him while he served as president no longer protects him against this prosecution. The Circuit Court ruled that presidents are not above the law. Quote, the president has a constitutionally mandated duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. As part of this duty, the president is responsible for investigating and prosecuting criminal violations. It would be a striking paradox if the president, who alone is vested with the constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, were the sole officer capable of defying those laws with impunity. The Circuit Court's decision was widely praised as a well-constructed opinion that came to the only logical conclusion. But then it arrived in the Supreme Court. The top line ruling from the majority of the Supreme Court is this. Presidents cannot be indicted based on conduct for which they are immune from prosecution. Based on the standard that this opinion creates, which we'll talk about in a second, Justice Roberts, writing for the 6th Justice majority, kicked things back down to the trial court. Quote, on remand, the district court must carefully analyze the indictment's remaining allegations to determine whether they too involve conduct for which a president must be immune from prosecution. And the parties and the district court must ensure that sufficient allegations support the indictment's charges without such conduct. And the opinion starts with the premise that presidents have lots of power, powers they wield exclusively and do not share with Congress. The court describes the president's core powers as taking care that the laws are faithfully executed, commanding the military and dismissing officers he has appointed, and pardoning people who have committed crimes. So the court created 3 buckets: core official acts, non-core official acts, and unofficial acts. But as you'll see, there's very little difference between the official acts, and very little will qualify as an unofficial act. And the court states, quote, we conclude that under our constitutional structure of separated powers, the nature of presidential power requires that a former president have some immunity from criminal prosecution for official acts during his tenure in office. At least with respect to the president's exercise of his core constitutional powers, this immunity must be absolute. As for his remaining official acts, he is also entitled to immunity. At the current stage of proceedings in this case, however, we need not and do not decide whether that immunity must be absolute or instead whether a presumptive immunity is sufficient. So with respect to the exercise of core powers, the president is apparently absolutely immune from any criminal prosecution related to using those powers. And the court goes on to note that in cases involving Richard Nixon and Aaron Burr, judges recognize that the president has a presumptive privilege to withhold certain papers and communications. Though oddly, in both of those cases, Presidents Nixon and Jefferson were compelled to produce records and recordings because of the public interest in those records was strong enough to...
It's so crazy. This is a part, I can't include every single thing, but like the The idea that in those cases, they didn't even get, like, there was a balancing test because they were still forced to produce some records. But Roberts just hand waves that and says, well, since criminal stuff is even more severe, then, like, we'll go even further. Again, ignoring the fact that, but there's also greater public interest in seeing those things
overcome the presumptive
prosecuted.
Privilege. However, the court sees the Trump case differently because Trump is the subject of a criminal prosecution. Quote, criminally prosecuting a president for unofficial conduct undoubtedly poses a far greater threat of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch than simply seeking evidence in his possession, as in Burr and Nixon. The danger is akin to, indeed greater than, what led us to recognize absolute immunity from civil damages liability, that the president would be chilled from taking the bold and unhesitating action required of an independent executive. So the argument goes, if a president could face criminal prosecution for his official acts, including communications with his aides, he might be unable to perform his official duties because he fears prosecution. So the court concludes, quote, taking into account these competing considerations, we conclude that the separation of powers principles explicated in our precedent necessitates at least a presumptive immunity from criminal prosecution for a president's acts within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility. Such immunity is required to safeguard the independence and effective functioning of the executive branch and to enable the president to carry out his constitutional duties.
I don't understand any of this shit.
The majority continually only looks to one side. They believe the president should be free, but what about the other side? Sure, there are reasons why we want a president to have the ability to take action, but we also have some damn good reasons why we might want the president to hesitate, if not withhold action entirely when it comes to criminal violations. And the majority just simply doesn't address the other side. So the majority sets up a paradigm that first examines whether the conduct involved one of the president's core powers. If it does, the president is absolutely immune from criminal prosecution. If it does not implicate a core power, then the courts have to decide whether the president
presidents were already like immune to shit.
If it's an unofficial act, then the president is not immune.
It's not like any president has ever been to jail or anything.
Well, we don't know. There's no standard in this opinion. There are
maybe that one dude or something.
The president has that are not shared with other branches of the government. But it's not like those powers are just listed in the Constitution. And other than the few powers that were explicitly enumerated by this court, including removing people from office and commanding the military, we have no idea what might be considered a core power or not. But even those enumerated core powers are...
There are some things that are enumerated, like pardoning and stuff is enumerated.
Terrifying, because the court specifically said commanding the military. So if you take one thing away from this video, it's this. Because commanding the military is apparently a core presidential power, and use of core presidential power is absolutely immune from criminal prosecution. Any use of the military by the president, including using the American military on American soil, is absolutely immune from criminal prosecution. And if you take two things away, it should be that the president can do anything related to the DOJ. Create sham investigations, sham prosecution, fabricate evidence. They can do any of that, and they are absolutely immune because that's core.
Oh, turn them up.
Commentators put it this way. The office of the president is like a gun. When you get elected president, you have an unfettered right to use that gun any way that you want to. Your motives and purposes for using that gun are completely irrelevant. You're the president, use the gun however you want. Criminal law does not apply to your use of that gun. And that is why multiple Supreme Court justices are concerned about a president sealed in 16 their political rights. But some official acts are only presumptive. So how would a prosecutor overcome the presumptive immunity that comes with non-core official acts? Well, again, we have no idea. The court doesn't provide a standard. The only thing the court says is that, quote, at a minimum, the president must be immune from prosecution for an official act unless the government can show that applying a criminal prohibition to that act would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. This is barely a limit. There's almost no reason to distinguish between core and non-core official acts if there's no limit on what can be an official act that receives immunity. This language is from the original Fitzgerald balancing test, but turned on its head. Instead of balancing the importance of the intrusion, the court simply says if there's any danger at all of intrusion, there is immunity that attaches to that action. As Justice Sotomayor said in her dissent, quote, no dangers, none at all. It is hard to imagine a criminal prosecution for a president's official acts that would pose no dangers of intrusion on presidential authority in the majority's eyes. Nor should that be the standard. Surely some intrusions on the executive may be justified by an overriding needs for both objectives within the constitutional authority of Congress. Other intrusions may be justified by the primary constitutional duty of the judicial branch to do justice in criminal prosecutions. According to the majority, however, any intrusion on executive power is too much. When presumptive immunity is this conclusive, the majority's indecision as to whether official acts immunity must be absolute, or whether instead presumptive immunity is sufficient.
Wait, hold on. Holy shit, I just had a fucking brain blast to fix this entire problem.
Motherfuckers found shortcuts. Spider-Man shortcuts.
When Congress asks for records, or when Congress makes requests for information from people, is that considered like a subpoena? Like when the January 6th committee was doing stuff, is that considered like a subpoena for...
You're curious about my arcade, aren't you?
Is that considered like a subpoena for like criminal purposes, or?
Oh, the power flowing through my body. What an exhilarating experience.
Because what I was gonna say is, what if the only way to hold the president criminally liable, I'm trying to think if this would work, would be through the impeachment process. Meaning that, let's say you think that Donald Trump is engaged illegitimately with one of his core powers. So you impeach him, and then in the hearings in the House and the Senate, you make public, on the record, evidence of him doing wrong things, so that afterwards, if you did want to criminally prosecute him for some other action, you could cite these things in the public record that would have been made public during the impeachment process, rather than citing or investigating or subpoenaing Trump himself. Because one of the things that Roberts said in his decision was is it this one?
This device can force
There's a stupid comment, but he made it. One of the things that Roberts says in his decision when he's talking about Barrett is, Justice Barrett disagrees, arguing that in a bribery prosecution, for instance, excluding any mention of the official act associated with the bribe would hamstring the prosecution. But, of course, the prosecutor may point to the public record to show that the fact that the president performed the official act. And the prosecutor may admit evidence of what the president allegedly demanded, received, accepted, or agreed to receive, or accepted in return for being influenced in the performance of the act. What the prosecutor may not do, however, is admit testimony or private records of the president or his advisors probing the official act itself. So what if in the course of like a House impeachment, you do this investigation, but it's not criminal, and then you publish everything from the investigation on the public record, and then a prosecutor only consults the public record when it comes time to... I don't know if this would actually work in practice, but...
What am I stuck on?
Now, I think the legal pundits say that this decision is no big deal because immunity only attaches absolutely for the exercise of core presidential powers, despite the fact that the military is almost certainly core power and lets the president don't strike their rifle. But it's okay because other official acts are only presumptively immune and therefore can be prosecuted. But based on this language, that's not the case. Given that the only official acts that can be prosecuted are ones where there is absolutely no danger of infringement into the authority and functions of the executive branch, that category is vanishingly small. Worse, you can't look to the president's motives to determine whether the act is official or not. Now, even if you're president and you murdered your political rivals and received protection, you'll still want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of the letter saying your information might be leaked, or dealing with a workers' compensation security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. Because it's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can get the best representation and find out what your options are. So click on the link in the description or call the number on screen for free consultation. Because you just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. So click below. Okay, sure. But unofficial acts are not immune, right? Well, hold on. First, how would we distinguish the president's official actions from his unofficial acts? Well, the court says, quote, when the president acts pursuant to constitutional statutory authority, he takes official actions to perform the functions of his office. However, the court then says that official acts are not constrained to the president's constitutional statutory authority. The majority says, quote, and some presidential conduct, for example, speaking to and on behalf of the American people, certainly can qualify as official conduct when not obviously connected to a particular constitutional or statutory provision. For those reasons, the immunity we have recognized extends to the outer perimeter of the president's official responsibilities, covering actions so long as they are not manifestly or palpably beyond his authority. So, if you think that sounds like a very broad description of presidential official acts, you'd be right. I would be challenged to come up with a broader definition. But surely plotting to overturn an election result would be manifestly and palpably beyond the president's authority, right? Wrong. The Supreme Court said, quote, in dividing official from unofficial conduct, courts may not inquire into the president's motives. According to Roberts, even asking the question would cripple the executive branch's ability to function. And it gets worse. According to Justice Roberts, quote, nor may courts deem an action unofficial merely because it allegedly violates a generally applicable law. So if a president's action violates a law, that doesn't mean he can be prosecuted.
But when the president does it, that means that it is not illegal.
As Justice Jackson points out in her dissent, the government will have difficulty.
Give me a lot, bitches. I eat a cracker.
Official or unofficial either. You know, for reasons. The only question is whether the president has the power or not. And Justice Jackson points out the problem with this means-only or authority-only approach in her dissent in a footnote. She says, quote, to fully appreciate the oddity of making the criminal immunity determination turn on the character of the president's responsibilities, consider what the majority says is one of the president's conclusive and preclusive prerogatives. The president's power to remove those who wield executive power. While the president may have the authority to decide to remove the attorney general, for example, the question here is whether the president has the option to remove the attorney general by, say, poisoning him to death. Put another way, the issue here is not whether the president has exclusive removal power, but whether a generally applicable criminal law prohibiting murder can restrict how the president exercises that authority. And the implied answer in that footnote is that the president is free to poison any member of the staff or cabinet because they have authority to remove that person. They've got the power, so any means whatsoever would be an efficient act. And I'm not being histrionic. Justice Sotomayor says the majority allows the president to send SEAL Team 6 to kill their political rival. Justice Jackson says the majority allows the president to poison any member.
I just refilled.
I don't understand why, if Sotomayor and Jackson wrote this, and Roberts is writing, countering some of the dissent in his opinion, why is he not addressing either of those two things?
Insufficient. What? I thought I just refilled my weapon, my bullets. What the fuck?
Which they 100% rely stems from the idea of separation of powers, but it also turns that idea completely on its head because part of separation of powers is checks and balances, and here they've organized things in a way that the executive is completely unchecked by either of the other branches of government.
Oh.
The opinion is 43 pages long. It never got around to defining unofficial acts. So while it provides tons of guidance on what is an official act and is therefore immune from prosecution, they give zero guidance whatsoever on what is an unofficial act and therefore would be prosecuted.
Bullets.
All we know is that official acts which are immune are anything within the outer perimeter of the president's official responsibilities, covering actions so long as they are not manifestly or probably beyond his authority.
And I need two different guns.
So the court has also made the official versus unofficial distinction almost meaningless. As Justice Sotomayor says, in fact, the majority's dividing line between official and unofficial conduct narrows the conduct considered unofficial almost to a nullity. It says that whenever the president acts in a way that is not manifestly probably beyond his authority, he's taking official action. It then goes a step further. In dividing official from unofficial conduct, courts may not inquire into the president's motive. It is one thing to say that motive is irrelevant to questions regarding the scope of liability, but it is quite another to make it irrelevant to questions regarding criminal liability. Under that rule, any use of official power for any purpose, even the most corrupt purpose indicated by objective evidence of the most corrupt motives and intent, remains official and moot. Under the majority's test, if it can be called a test, the category of presidential action which we deemed unofficial is destined to be vanishing. So to help understand all these distinctions, the great people over justice security put together this great chart. Starting from right to left, if there is official conduct, we have to ask, is it within the core constitutional authority? If it is, there's absolute immunity, no prosecution, you can't use it as evidence. If it's not core constitutional authority, you have to ask, does it pose any danger of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch? If it does, no prosecution, can't use it as evidence. If it doesn't pose any danger of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch, then there is no immunity and you can use it as evidence in prosecution. Then going back up to the top of the chart, if the conduct is 100% unofficial, then yes, you can prosecute it, but remember, you cannot use any official acts or anything that was deemed an official act as evidence in that particular trial. Now, when courts address constitutional questions, they're generally bound by principles of judicial history. Now, the consequences of this decision are not just it applies to all presidents from the proceedings. And that's why it's important to understand the criticism of the decision and why it's so dangerous. So let's start with one of the court's first theories, the idea that immunity should apply to criminal as well as civil. Why did the majority grant such sweeping immunity? Well, according to the majority, quote, the purpose of the executive, the framers thought, was to ensure good government for a feeble executive advised a feeble president. They pull that line out of context from Federalist 7. And that's about it. You apparently can't have any enfeeblement whatsoever of a president, even though every president for the last 20 years has assumed they can be liable for some of their conduct. But that's it. That's all the support they have. It's just a policy argument that a vigorous, unencumbered presidency is good, therefore almost full immunity. QED, from proclaimed originalist and textualist, this is honestly shockingly dishonest and hypocritical. Because we're dealing with the Constitution, Congress can't pass a law that says the president will be criminally liable for...
I need to carry 2 different types of guns. Fuck, I already got a machine gun.
The majority doesn't even address the public's interest in not having a criminal president. As Justice Sotomayor points out in her dissent, the court's precedent suggests that presidents do not and should not have broad immunity from criminal law. But at the same time, the public interest in federal criminal prosecution of a former president is vastly greater than the public interest in a private conviction series. All 9 justices in the Fitzgerald explicitly recognized that distinction. The 5-justice majority noted that there was a greater public interest in criminal prosecutions than in actual physical damage. Chief Justice Berger's concurrence further emphasized that
nothing in Fitzgerald about the criminal stuff that's cited by Roberts. Only cites to the civil stuff.
Nothing.
It's hilarious.
The majority's immunity was limited to civil damages claims rather than criminal prosecution. The 4 dissenting justices agreed that a contention that the president is immune from criminal prosecution in the courts, if ever made, would not be present. And the ramifications of declaring the president above criminal law are clear. Justice Jackson explains, well, what's saying that immunity is exemption from the duties and liabilities imposed by law. In purest form, the concept of immunity boils down to a maxim: the king can do no wrong. A notion that was firmly rejected at the birth of our republic. And as Justice Sotomayor explains, quote, the majority makes 3 moves that in effect completely insulate presidents from criminal liability. First, the majority creates absolute immunity for the president's exercise of core constitutional power. This holding is unnecessary on the facts of the indictment, and the majority's attempt to apply it to the facts expands the concept of core powers beyond any recognizable bounds. In any event, it is quickly which is to create expansive immunity for all official acts. Whether described as presumptive or absolute, the majority's rule, a president's use of any purpose, even the most corrupt, is immune from prosecution. That is just as bad as it sounds, and it is baseless. Finally, the majority declares that evidence concerning acts for which the president
I'm back.
play no role in any criminal prosecution against him.
I've been back.
Holding which will prevent the government from using a president's
Not to let me die
knowledge
anymore.
or intent in prosecuting private offenses is nonsensical. Argument by argument, the majority invents immunity through brute force. Under scrutiny, its arguments crumble. To start, the majority's broad official acts immunity is inconsistent with text, history, and established understandings of the president's role. Moreover, it is deeply wrong even in its own functionalist terms. Next, the majority's core immunity is both unnecessary and misguided. Furthermore, the majority's illogical evidentiary hearings is unprecedented. Finally, this majority's project will have disastrous consequences for the presidency and for our democracy. The main takeaway of today's decision is that all of a president's official acts, defined without regard to motive or intent, are entitled to immunity that is at least presumptive and quite possibly absolute. Whenever the president wields the enormous power of his office, the majority says the criminal law, at least presumptive.
Oh, also, there's a real quick thing. It was kind of a minor point, but I disagreed with this on unofficial or uncivil law yesterday. The Constitution isn't considered federal law, is it? I thought it was, you have like the Constitution, and then from the Constitution you get the judicial, the Supreme Court, the executive, the president, and then the legislature, Congress, and that Congress passes federal laws. But I thought that I didn't think the Constitution was considered a federal law or federal laws. No, like if you pass an amendment, that's not like a federal
Maybe
law.
I'll get
Constitution, but it's still something that exists above.
Machine gun.
Is that like a?
I mean, no,
the official acts immunity has no firm grounding in constitutional text, history, or precedent. Indeed, those standard grounds for constitutional decision-making all point in the opposite direction. No matter how you look at it, the majority's official acts immunity is utterly indefensible. And the 6 conservatives in the majority, all of them self-described strict textualists, were really offended by this comment. They say that, quote, a specific textual basis has not been considered a prerequisite to the recognition of immunity. And Justice Roberts tries to rebut Sotomayor by noting that the Constitution is silent on all matters related to prosecuting ex-presidents. Quote, conspicuously absent is the mention of the fact that since the founding, no president has ever faced criminal charges, let alone for his conduct in office. But that's entirely Sotomayor's point. She says the Constitution...
What would be the distinction? Calling it federal law seems strange because it makes it sound like the Constitution and laws passed by Congress are on the same level, but it's not. The Constitution can dictate. The Constitution dictates what Congress can do. Congress cannot pass a federal law that contradicts the Constitution. The Congress could theoretically pass laws that contradict itself or change its own laws or whatever, but it can't contradict the Constitution. The Constitution exists above federal law passed by the legislature.
Silence is noteworthy in at least 3 respects. Quote, first, the framers clearly knew how to provide for immunity from prosecution because they did give narrow immunity to legislators via the speech or debate clause. She says, quote, they did not extend the same or similar immunity to presidents. This is classic textual interpretation. If you're bound by the Constitution and the Constitution grants immunity in some places but is silent as to immunity in other places, that immunity doesn't exist. Her second point is that some state constitutions did provide express immunity for sitting governors, but the Constitution did not. Again, calling into question the reason the framers did not extend that privilege to a sitting president. And the third contention was that the impeachment judgment clause cut against the court's position. Quote, that clause presumes the availability of criminal process as a backstop by establishing that an official impeached and convicted by the Senate shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, and judgment and punishment according to law. That clause clearly contemplates that a former president may be subject to criminal prosecution for the same conduct that resulted or could have resulted in an impeachment judgment, including conduct such as bribery. So there's no other way to put this. This is a horrifying opinion, and I personally worry about the future of this country. For one reason, we can't change this. There's no one to appeal to. Congress can't fix this with legislation. We can't appeal to the courts because the highest court in the land says that the immunity exists and it's almost always absolute. The Constitution is the highest law of the land, and it's effectively like the Supreme Court has amended the Constitution to include an immunity that has never existed before with zero basis in the text and history of the Constitution. All we can do is hope that future presidents won't use this power. This is horrifying not only for those that think former President Trump committed crimes while in office, but for anyone that believes the president should be bound by the law. As of today, for many, many actions, regardless of their inherent criminality, the president is immune. And even if you believed every crazy thing that has been alleged about Biden and the Biden crime family, this decision would immunize almost every allegation that has been levied against him. Of course, the shadow of Trump's actions looms large, but I wouldn't want this opinion to come down during any presidency. Nor does any serious jurist think that this should be the law going forward. No president should...
Could you imagine if Joe Biden was the one that had this court case, and instead of all this Hunter Biden shit, or Hillary Clinton, instead they went and they said, hey... Oh, that's actually a good debate point. Hold on.
I don't want to give it away, huh?
Would you be okay with the entire cases against Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton falling under the purview of official acts in accordance with this ruling, thereby making all of their actions... well, Hillary actually was State Department, I guess. We'll say even if she was president, I'll see what they say. All of their actions absolutely immune from criminal.
They gotta do it again.
Or judicial.
Hell no, they wouldn't.
Review? Question mark. Review spelled incorrectly.
Fuck. You're running the skin, but I have to.
And perhaps someday the Supreme
I just
Court will
need
scale
that
back
one
this opinion and
piece.
provide reasonable definitions. But as it stands now, current and future presidents have the powers of the king. So yeah, this is bad, and I frankly can't think of anything worse. And that's also reflected in the news reporting as well. What's interesting is that the Supreme Court decision has been covered extensively by over 400 news outlets, 33% of the reporting coming from the left, and only 17% coming from the right. But if you compare the headlines, you'll start to see some interesting framing emerge. On the left, you have a lot of outlets saying that Trump was granted immunity. On the right, outlets tend to draw the distinction between official acts and...
Thanks to Caden and Nace's swift efforts, we've been able to restore the ancestors' DNA using the data that
I
you
wonder what
sent.
Fox News said about this.
Thank you for your hard
Fox
work.
News Supreme
You've all done an
Court
excellent
immunity
job.
ruling.
The ancestors' biometric authentication data has been coded and sent to your receipt.
Sorry, hi,
Please
what's up?
activate the code when you reach the
So,
ancestors'
do you have
vault.
free time to talk about the Biden-Trump debate?
Yeah, but maybe tomorrow. Sorry, this is eating up so much of my time, but I love you.
Oh, so you can't talk about it now?
Not much. No.
But the
I've
incident
got so
at
much shit.
Sterling
Alright, but tomorrow, okay? Try again, okay?
Okay, sure. Just make sure to feed your cats vegan. Take care.
Take care.
Than I expected. Almost unnaturally so.
Pando, you got fucking 3 enemies on your back.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you something. Bench is going pretty well. Last session I did 360 for 4 sets of 3. And next session I'm going to do 365 for 4 sets of 3. And after that I'm going to be practicing heavy singles to finally bench 405.
Cool. Well, good luck, yeah.
Alright. See you, man.
Have fun.
Knock, knock. Who's there? It's Pseudo. Descendant, I presume? You can't just let our equipment be, can you?
Motherfuckers.
What? My Eceive channel was just switched? Enzo, there's something wrong with the Eceive channel. Enzo, respond!
I forced you to connect to my personal channel. You see, I'm brilliant, just like you. Now, let's play, fellow
Need a better assault rifle.
Unless there's something wrong with my ears. Sounded to me like this jerk said he has RK abilities.
Oh god.
Constitution versus federal law, do you think if someone commits treason, the court says he violated the law or the Constitution? Well, treason is one of the few crimes called out in the Constitution. However, I don't know if treason is defined in the Constitution. So you're in one of those like weird worlds. Okay. Same thing with like insurrection. Actually, insurrection is even within federal law. It's not defined at all in federal law. So it's pretty dumb. Pretty stupid. Questions for me to research. What are the powers of the president? We don't really know. It's given to an absolute responsibility. Figured that out. Some actions that are not reviewable.
It appears that the genetic modification we saw earlier was successful.
Now, why don't you come here and give my cold, frozen body a hug, friend?
Vulgus bastards. They weren't just researching ways to open the vault. Now it's clear why the Order of Truth.
Alright, let me use the restroom real quick.
To create this monstrosity.
Read this down and I go over it.
They only wanted to retrieve the DNA. They would have sent the Legion of Immortality.
Or I guess it's this video on this Twitter.
Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Hey, hey. How hard did you hit me? What a brainless brute. You really want to fight me, huh? Reload.
This device can force channels to change. If we destroy it, we will be able to connect to the HQ channel again.
Oh, he's a shield guy too.
Check reconnection confirmed. The Asive channel is back online. Guide, please modify this code so that the channel cannot be disconnected again.
I have established the defensive security code. Communications will not be affected in the future.
It doesn't feel too bad to have my limbs cut off like this. It almost feels like a dream.
Oh.
Send you a little present soon.
Out of bullets.
Respond to my email. If I haven't responded to it yet, then I either it didn't even get to me or I just deleted it. So, the U.S. isn't a fully free market economy, but we agree to use non-market means to preserve the market's principles in the economy. I think we agree that the U.S. isn't a full democracy either. So why not use a less democratic means to preserve the democratic principles of government during a crisis? It's the crisis that you're having isn't that some part of the system is failing, it's that people don't want it. like, let's say that there was some issue that was making it so that 5% of the people could vote to elect a president. Well, at that point, it might be okay to use, like, holy shit, we need to sneak into that House of Congress and, like, write a new law, like, secretly, because something is fucked. Obviously, our democracy is not working at that point. If, like, somehow 5% of right? But, that's different than most of the people moving in a different direction. When you talk about, like, the type of economy, it would be like trying to pass reform to make us a capitalist economy if like 50% of the population were all forming co-ops and shit or something. Okay. Treason in the Constitution is spelled out.
What is
that? Is it though?
There's a strange image on the command HUD. Is that Jamer?
Is it just this? Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid or comfort. No person shall be. Is that it? It's not really a good. There's not much here. It's not much for a criminal statute. I don't think the Constitution does a good job at like spelling out any particular.
Heart pulses have increased significantly. The vault must be nearby.
I'll send a signal to Jeremy. Jeremy, do you read me?
If only replenish a little bit. Fuck.
Jeremy, respond. Damn. Hang on just a little longer, everyone. Here I come.
Oh. It's so nice to see your face, friend. Can you call me Jaber? Just this once. Here I am. Eamon's delay has changed our plans, but it can't be helped. In my next dream, I'll be dancing with your corpse!
Oh, yeah. That's a good crit on this guy.
Alright, it's not like I have to read the script. Alright, you two, real quick. You're in disagreements. What do you want?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what are you in for?
Yeah, I'm about your principal adherence to democracy. I'm curious about could it be that there are other reasons why democracy would be desirable, even though it is not what do you call it, self-sufficient or robust enough to sustain itself without some autocratic intervention occasionally?
Maybe it's possible, yeah. But also, I don't give a fuck. I don't want to argue this all day. But I love you. Listen, it might be possible. Yeah, yes, I'll say yes. I don't want to argue about it. Fucking God, fuck no. This is gonna be the abortion or vegan equivalent. Old creature, what do you want? Okay, that's final try, and that's the last one.
Let me bullet single light.
Warren, what do you want?
Oh, okay, perfect. I have something, you have no idea what it is. It is, you said a few months ago, and correct me if I'm wrong, you think that Geralt of The Witcher and Cloud from FF7 are comparable. You said you think they're about the same power level, those universes, is that correct?
I don't think I ever said that. Okay, turn my van from the server.
And yes, the Democrats are upset they're not.
Oh, the Rubin report. Are we gonna bring up eating cock? Let's go.
This is based on precedent.
Michael Knowles, my friend Michael Knowles from Daily Wire, was on Here's More Details. I think I just on the page of it. And he's on with this guy Destiny, who I've talked about once or twice. I guess he's sort of like a non-completely insane liberal or something like that. Hard to figure out what it is, but he has other dudes banging his wife on camera or something. I don't know. Something like
other dudes banging his wife on camera.
Yeah, anyway, they got into the irony as it relates to this decision and what's going on with as they're trying to literally put Trump in jail and screaming that Trump will be the thug.
It's very bad policy.
One of those Supreme Court justices were literally lost while McConnell just robbing a president of the right to see a judge. Nobody remembers that Garland was supposed to be on the Supreme Court for almost a full year. McConnell said, we're not going to have that year. That is indefensible.
Let me bring in Michael here.
Oh my God.
Tommy has to leave in a moment, so Michael, come to you, then come back to Tommy for a final wrap from her. Michael.
Destiny, the principle that you're articulating that the president should be able to put a judge on the court in an election year, or rather that you say Mr. Fallon violated, was a rule first articulated by Joe Biden in the 90s when he was trying to kill George Bush's judges. So obviously, there was a decision today that said that the president has some immunity for criminal acts or acts committed in his official capacity as president, and this is based on a 40-year precedent, so it really goes all the way back to March 4th. Really nothing would be surprising about this. And yes, they're upset. They're inveighing because they say we should be talking about the immunity case. Well, but part of the articulation, as I was reading the decision, was that, look, this is the first time that we've got a president who's being prosecuted in this way. And that's the problem, because the vast majority of Americans, right, left, and center, have been saying in survey after survey that they view the prosecutions of Trump as primarily politically motivated. They view this as kind of corrupt. And that's one of the reasons why Biden's poll numbers have been so bad for so long. And so they throw this Hail Mary to do a debate in June before either party has settled on a non-issue. And it completely blew up in their face. And so no wonder people want to talk about it. You've got a political order that's fraying. You've got a guy trying to put his opponent into an orange jumpsuit. And it turns out the guy who's trying to do that has applesauce for brains.
Yeah, well said.
We don't have, my counter doesn't get, okay, cool.
Well said, no. But, let me just dumb this down to like whatever the lowest common denominator can be, right? Let me dumb it down. Do you honestly, person watching this right now, think that knowing nothing about, if all of us knew nothing about the law or anything else, do you think what the Supreme Court just decided was that the President of the United States will be able to send death squads out to hunt down Rachel Maddow and that Muppet Chris Hayes? Do you think that's really what they did? Of course that is not what they did. We have laws that are in our Constitution, right? We have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They can't just send death squads killing people just like that. It's not legal.
That's a law. The right to life, liberty, and that's a law. And of course, the president can never contravene the law. If we have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, then why does a cop get to arrest me and take away my freedom? Why am I even?
Laws that are in our Constitution, right? We have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They can't just send death squad killing people just like that. It's not legal. It's all complete nonsense.
Well, if it's not legal, okay, I don't care. All right.
Well, then get it.
For the 5 subs. Okay. Here are my full takes on. Okay, these are my full takes on the recent Supreme Court case that was just ruled.
There we go. Full takes.
July 1st, in which Donald Trump is bringing a case before the Supreme Court seeking some forms of immunity from criminal prosecution for at least things that he considered to be official acts of him as the president. That's what his counsel was arguing in front of the Supreme Court. Just running over like some of the major points of this, because a lot of people are talking about this. Probably people who either haven't read it or don't understand it, or have some agenda that they're interested in pushing about it. But regardless, here's my reading of it, of which we've spent the last 3 days painfully going over the entire decision. So for major decision points for this particular case, okay, Chief Justice John Roberts, writing their majority opinion, argues that the president has 3 different types of actions that he can take, and then creates a novel ruling about the types of criminal immunity that would apply to the president based on the kind of action that he's taken. For these actions, and for the criminal immunity that's been granted for these actions, this is a new thing that has never been done in the history of the United States, as far as I'm aware, as far as anybody else pointed out, for basically any citizen ever at any point in time. The idea that there would be absolute criminal immunity for some action has never been discussed in the history of the United States, not for the president or anybody else. Roberts is going to make a ton of citations to a case relating to, I think it's Nixon v. Fitzgerald, or Fitzgerald v. Nixon, that has to do with suing the president for having an airline official being fired, basically. But despite the fact that Roberts will cite to this case over and over and over again, that case had to deal with civil immunity, meaning that a president can't be sued for civil damages. It had nothing to do with criminal immunity, and every mention of criminal immunity in that case seems to be judges all saying, like, obviously this wouldn't apply to criminal stuff as well. We're only talking about preventing the president from being sued for, by private citizens, civil matters, right? So the 3 buckets that John Roberts basically groups actions into are, we have core powers, which are actions that, and he's borrowing language here from a prior case, he calls these conclusive and preclusive actions that only the president can perform. Any action that's taken here is given absolute immunity. These actions are not only beyond judicial review, none of these acts are able to be cited or referenced in any other criminal matter as evidence or otherwise. So if Donald Trump is performing some action that we consider to be conclusively and preclusively within his role, so for instance, conversations between him and his officers, like the heads of his departments, these things would be beyond all criminal review. You can't probe into them. You can't cite them for anything else. So for instance, let's say that we knew that Trump said, I'm going to fire you unless you do XYZ criminal act. Let's say that I can't criminally indict him for that. I can't even use that as evidence towards another crime, which is going to be relevant for obviously for Trump's criminal prosecutions. But the core powers here that are conclusive and preclusive to the office of the presidency, Roberts has said that these are given absolute immunity from all criminal prosecution. I think if you go to destiny.gg/notes, I think you can get all my notes that I publish for things, and you can go and read. I've got larger quotes from the decision here, and I think I even have the decision in my document somewhere. But the second bucket that he's got, he calls these things official acts. So official acts are actions that the president takes up, that are up to the outer perimeter of all of the things that a president can do, as long as it relates to the effective discharge of a president's powers. So any action that's declared to be even in the outer perimeter of what a president might do as an official act are given presumptive immunity in order to protect the president's ability to execute the duties of his office fearlessly and fairly. Roberts will speak a lot about how we need an energetic and vigorous executive, and he will cite to Federalist Papers when he says this over and over again. I will say, however, that if you read those Federalist Papers, what they're actually talking about is having a single head of the executive, as opposed to like a council or multiple people in an executive. I don't believe any of them were referring anywhere whatsoever to being immune from criminal prosecution. I think that if you just imagine historically how the United States was founded, the idea of creating an executive who is beyond criminal prosecution is kind of silly. Obviously, none of the framers had this in mind. That would be ridiculous. We just rebelled against a king. Why would we make another one? This means that the burden is on the government to argue that applying a criminal prohibition to that act, or I should say, I'm sorry, that engaging like a criminal investigation of that act, the government has to argue that that investigation would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. There cannot be any danger whatsoever for the president to perform his job. So if you're doing an investigation, even if you think he might have done some criminal act, if that investigation risks damaging his ability to perform any other act, if you can't prove that there would be no risk there, that action is also given immunity. One thing that's important too when we think about this type of immunity that's being granted, this immunity is not like a defense that one would use in court, or it's not a defense that you would use on appeal. This is like a thing that comes before any court action has even happened, right? So we're not even in any part of the court stage.
Swift efforts, we've been able to restore the
like it's not like the president would go to court and would use this as an affirmative defense, like self-defense or something. This would be stuff that would completely prevent all of these things from ever even being showed in a trial or anything. Those are official acts. Then the third bucket are things called unofficial acts. These are actions that the president takes essentially as a private citizen. I mean, he could take these actions as president, but they're just unofficial acts. They have nothing to do with his job as president. And obviously, Robert says that for unofficial acts, there is no immunity. Now, unfortunately, we are given absolutely no guidance nor examples for what a private act might be or an unofficial act might be. Roberts does not list a single one ever. Roberts notes that in dividing official from unofficial conduct, courts may not inquire into the president's motives. Such an inquiry would risk exposing even the most obvious instances of official conduct to judicial examination on the mere allegation of improper purpose, thereby intruding on the Article 2 interests that immunity seeks to protect. So when you're doing investigations and you're trying to separate an official act from an unofficial act to figure out, was the president operating in his capacity here? For instance, let's say that he gives a speech. He could be acting an official act or unofficial. You cannot consider the president's motivations when you're trying to figure out whether or not this would fit the official or unofficial act. A lot of the people that are talking about this opinion are trying to say that, oh, well, he only gets immunity for core powers. That's great. And unofficial acts obviously can still be indictable and can come under judicial review in the criminal justice system. But what all of them are skipping over is the idea that the official acts, presumptive immunity, could be unfathomably broad. And we've been given absolutely no indication by Roberts, by this court, what those official acts might be. Roberts will go on in his opinion to reference 4 different categories or sections of conduct that are in the indictments against Donald Trump, and treats each of them as such. So conversations between Donald Trump and his acting attorney general, with regards to sending fake letters. He essentially said, he said you need to send letters to states and you need to tell them that we have, good reason to believe that there's been voter fraud, that the department is investigating these things and we found evidence of it. He was telling his attorney general, you need to lie and send these letters, and if you don't, I'm going to fire you. Because this is under the exclusive role of the president, these are inclusive and conclusive powers. The president gets to decide, who to fire, who to hire, and it's a core power of the presidency, right, is to choose his officers, and he gets to communicate with his officers about how to carry out their roles. That entire conversation is considered absolutely immune. The quote from Roberts would be readily categorized. So easily that is an absolutely immune thing. That means that not only is anything that he said in that conversation completely not criminally indictable, it cannot be used as evidence in the furtherance of any other crimes. Wild, but the conversations between Trump and Pence with regards to Trump trying to pressure Pence to flip the electoral votes, even the alleged conduct here would be presumptively immune because it is within the roles for the president and the vice president to speak to one another. The only reason why this gets downgraded to at least presumptive immunity is because Congress passes laws with regards to the vice president having oversight over the Congress, so there's some overlap here. Because of that overlap, now the burden is on the government to make the argument that, well, if we do a criminal investigation in regards to this conversation, we have to prove that it wouldn't pose any danger on intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. But because there's some overlap with the federal government's role here, or I'm sorry, with the legislature's role here, the argument is that, well, you can try to make the argument that he shouldn't have immunity here, but he's granted presumptive immunity because it falls squarely within, at the very least, the outer perimeter of what it is to, perform his role as the executive. So this issue was remanded to the lower courts to try to figure out whether or not they can overcome the presumptive immunity that has been granted for that conversation. Now, 3 and 4, these buckets of actions that he's talking about. The first is communications with state officials with regards to their electors, calling them and saying like, hey, you guys need to toss your electors, you need to change your votes, we think that there was voter fraud, you need to toss whatever, blah, blah, blah. This was completely remanded to the lower court saying you need to figure out which of these actions were official versus which actions were unofficial. And remember, when they're considering that, they can't take into account his motivations for any of these things. Roberts gave absolutely no guidance for figuring out what was official or unofficial. And then on the fourth point, Trump's speech and actions that he made on January 6th in regards to the ongoing insurrection, that was remanded to the lower courts to figure out which actions here were official or unofficial, with no guidance given for figuring out which ones were official and which ones were unofficial. In the concurring opinion, Amy Coney Barrett writes that she agrees with the core of Roberts' argument that that there are probably some core powers that we say should maybe be beyond even criminal judicial review. But Justice Barrett has a much more narrow view of what those powers should be, and she takes an issue with the overly broad view that Roberts has written, essentially saying that, I mean, truly, under this official acts bucket, basically anything could be beyond criminal review, depending on how you look at it. Justice Barrett doesn't like the fact that even if you do say something with an official power and is beyond criminal prosecution, that you can't even use these actions in furtherance of other crimes. One thing I'll say before I get into major point of dissent here is Roberts is doing a lot to balance. He's looking at the trouble of what if the executive is constantly worried about criminal prosecution, and he does this thing over and over again where he's like, we need a vigorous and energetic executive, which is a fair thing to consider. I think that's why in the Fitzgerald case, why the court said that, well, you probably should be able to sue the president for everything because every single citizen in the United States could theoretically be filing civil suits against the president. One thing I don't like is that Roberts never addresses a single time what about the state or the people's interest of not having a crime-committing president. That is never brought up a single time in all of Roberts' ruling. Only considers the threat of a president having to face criminal prosecution. He never considers the public interest of not having a crime-committing president. Not a single word addressed in that sphere, which is especially frustrating because there are multiple wild scenarios. Jackson brings up the idea of poisoning poisoning like an officer that you no longer want to work with you. And Sotomayor brings up the SEAL Team 6 example. And despite Roberts addressing some of the dissent, and Roberts addressing even Justice Barrett's, contrary opinion, he never, ever, ever touches on any of the scarier acts. He doesn't address them at all. I don't know why. It's very annoying. Sotomayor is writing the main dissenting opinion, the larger one, with Kagan and Jackson joining in. And she writes that the immunity is legally and historically inconsistent. She believes that the court has gone even further than what Trump's lawyers were asking for, as Trump's lawyers seem to concede that a lot of his conduct is unofficial, and that the president might be criminally charged for actions, even if they were official and court powers, as long as he were impeached and convicted first, two things that Roberts rejected in his majority opinion. So a lot of people I've noticed, and we'll get into some writing about this, a lot of people are saying that, oh, well, actually, at least the court didn't go as far as what Trump's lawyers wanted. That is not true. Trump's lawyers were saying that, well, if you want to criminally indict a president for official acts, at the very least, you have to impeach him first. You got to impeach him, and then that has to pass the Senate. Roberts rejects that view. Roberts has not said that if you're impeached for a particular thing, that you can now be held criminally liable for it. He says that that impeachment clause makes no statement as to what types of crimes can the president be indicted for. So, in my opinion, I would say, and I think some others have said as well, that the court has gone much further in delineating which acts are beyond judicial review and which acts are. Sotomayor also points out there are many federal safeguards in place for criminal prosecution, and that Roberts has failed to engage whatsoever with the idea that the public might have a public interest in having a president who does not feel as though he has any criminal liability while performing his duty. The bias was so strong that the president could never have a fair trial over official conduct. It seems reasonable to believe that he would that this would apply to literally any potential trial involving him, defeating the need for any sort of absolute immunity over any actions at all. So basically, this idea, there's two things going on here. One is there's a heavy indictment of our federal judicial system. The idea that you could have a corrupt prosecutor that would get an approval from a corrupt judge to file a corrupt indictment that he could put in front of a corrupt grand jury who would corruptly approve it, and then you would have all of your pretrial motions would be thrown out for corrupt reasons. The trial itself would be corruptly performed, and then the jury would make, the new jury for this would make a corrupt conviction, and then the upper courts would corruptly not hear any appeals, all the way up to the Supreme Court that would corruptly, there are so many safeguards in the federal judicial system when it comes to doing indictments and convictions, and Roberts considers none of those. He says, well, none of that would work because all of this would be corrupt because it's the President of the United States. Something that Sotomayor points out, that I think is a good point, is if the system is that corrupt, why would we expect this decision to come anyway? Wouldn't you expect to have somebody just randomly indict Trump for just a random murder and just say oh, we're just going to indict him for this, we're all going to go after him anyway? And it's okay, well, if you think it's this corrupt, then they just take the most random thing ever. Who cares, right? So she also remarks that it is not right for Roberts to make a determination of absolute immunity for the conversation between Donald Trump and his Attorney General while remanding every single other action back to the district court. If Roberts is saying that the Supreme Court is not a court of first review, the Supreme Court is not in the business of making first reviews or first passes on facts, that's what the district court can consider first, and then to appeal up to the Supreme Court if necessary, why did Roberts find it necessary to make a determination of absolute immunity over Trump's conversation with the Attorney General? Why didn't Roberts remand that back to the court the same way that he did with the conversation between him and Pence, between Trump and Pence? I feel like Roberts should have remanded the Trump and Pence conversation back to the district court, and granted it. He would say, oh, it's probably got presumptive immunity. Same thing with the conversation between him and the Attorney General, but he didn't do that. I don't know why he made a declaration on one, but he didn't declare anything obviously private or obviously unofficial. And then Justice Ketanji Brown, dissenting, writes that while Roberts expresses great concern about the separation of powers, while Roberts writes a great concern about separation of powers, Roberts obsesses over this idea of separation
Yes,
of
have
powers.
fun with the fireworks. What
Justice
fireworks?
Brown points out fairly that the court, in a way, has snatched a huge amount of power for itself. Because now,
y'all just like this.
The legislature passes. Remember, criminal laws come from Congress. What Congress deems to be crimes
I don't even know what's going on.
From the legislation, and then that goes over to the executive, the president, for enforcement.
It's
But
exactly
the court has said for itself that actually, sorry, Justice Jackson.
What's gonna suck? The fireworks?
The court has said now that we're actually going to determine whenever the president is breaking the law, the legislature no longer.
Oh, am I out of fucking
every
bullets?
single time you charge a president with a crime, obviously the president's going to challenge. Well, this is official conduct. You can't probe this. And all of those decisions are going to make their way up to the Supreme Court, most likely. And the Supreme Court is essentially going to have the final say over whether or not the president is ever breaking a crime. They snatched that criminal enforcement from the legislature, which one might argue is a more severe form of upsetting the balance of power than simply saying that the president should probably be able to be held criminally liable for their actions. I think that's I think that the opinion is pretty unhinged. A lot of people are saying that, well, people are being unhinged with their evaluation of the opinion. I think people can be unhinged sometimes. I don't think people are being unhinged about this. I think that if we weren't worried about like Navy SEALs assassination hit jobs on fellow politicians, I don't know why Roberts would have just addressed that in his ruling. I don't know why Roberts, because Sotomayor brings this up, exactly, saying that like, oh, well, he could order a SEAL for assassination, and Roberts doesn't address that. I guess we'll go over two quick. I think these were two quick takes I saw. We got no opinion tweeted or retweeted.
Did I get my thing? No, I get
fucking
bullshit.
Being too hysterical, and then we have a 1 hour Ben Shapiro video on it. Oh boy.
Let's have fun with fireworks. Ha ha ha. Trolling. What are you doing? Are you on your break already?
Down, I guess because this is probably going to come up. I think Tim Pool's booker reached out.
Oh, it is
me.
6 o'clock.
I think we're going to do something in a few weeks. I do talk to Michael Knoll soon. I go on his program, I think on the 11th. So I'm pretty sure this question is going to come up quite a bit.
What about launch? Okay, what?
So here are like questions, I guess, that I would have for people that are supporting this decision or think that it's not a big deal.
Is it lunchtime?
The first question would be, can you give a single example of an action a president might want to take that would be chilled by him being criminally liable, even for the core functions of his office? One assumption that's made is that presidents won't be able to act if they feel like they can be held criminally liable. My counterargument would be presidents probably have always felt like they could be held criminally liable. That's why Ford pardoned Nixon. That's why Nixon accepted. Maybe even more importantly, that's why Nixon resigned. I don't think Nixon even dreamed of making this argument that, like, well, actually, there are some things that you can actually never hold me criminally liable for, even if I'm like obviously working, against the, against my powers or against what the Constitution would want or against the system. Like, there are probably some things you could just never criminally indict me for. I don't think any president has ever operated under that assumption ever. So the idea that like the president might not take some bold action because he's chilled about it being held criminally liable, I'm curious, what actions do you think those are?
Tactical rifle, I guess.
I really want to know what actions you think the president might need criminal liability to perform to the best of his duties. The second question would be, if we are so worried about presidents infinitely prosecuting prior presidents for criminal matters, why hasn't this not happened yet, right? Apparently we've seen now that you could always criminally prosecute a prior president. Why hasn't that happened? Again, maybe people are thinking like, oh, well, people have just assumed that's not the case. That's bullshit. Source that anywhere. For a court that is so obsessed with textualism and history, where are your historical arguments that it has ever been the case that a president has been assumed to be above criminal prosecution? Even in the Mueller investigation for Trump, which conservatives love to, freak out about all the time, even in that investigation, there were always questions. And I think even Barr, I should have the quotes from Barr. I think even Barr's wondering, can you indict a sitting president? That was always the question. Can you indict a sitting president? Can you indict? Nobody ever suggested. Well, actually, some people said you can't indict a sitting president. That's not allowed. Nobody suggested, actually, you could never indict a president or ex-president for having committed a crime. Or at least I don't remember seeing that ever suggested. Like, oh, no, actually, presidents are totally unindictable in a criminal sense. The third point here is, why did Ford find it necessary to pardon Nixon, and why did Nixon accept the pardon if the president was assumed immune from criminal prosecution for acts taken as president? I guess I brought that up for the first point. Like, everything that Nixon done, he could have argued was part of his core powers. The people that he communicated with, these were acts of the president, that probing on any of these might weaken the executive and make them fearful in the future of performing other acts. The fourth question I have is, let's say a president goes on TV and makes a statement that a particular judicial action would deter him from making tough decisions about running the United States.
Does it set my
Would
health
this
at
statement
1?
in and of itself not shield him
And my
from all
shield
criminal
is
prosecution
4,000?
with respect to the judicial action he references, or would be to the criminal action that he references, as it could then be cited by the court itself as evidence that the proposed judicial action would intrude on the authority and functions of the executive branch. Like, remember, the threshold that the government has to meet when they're trying to prosecute a former president is saying, oh, this won't affect his ability to do his job at all. But what if a president just goes on TV and says, if I get prosecuted for this, by the way, it will affect our ability to do our job? It's like, oh, okay, well, fuck us, I guess. In that case, we can't prosecute you for it. Like, how do you even make that determination? The fifth question would be, would you be okay, this is for conservatives, would you be okay with the entire cases against Joe Biden and his impropriety with Hunter Biden, or anything having to do with Hillary Clinton, assuming, let's say, she was president, falling under the purview of official acts in accordance with this ruling, thereby making all of their actions absolutely immune from criminal prosecution or judicial review? Remember, all Joe or Hillary has to claim is, well, fuck, if you guys are going to start going through my servers or going through my emails, going through whatever, like, I don't even feel like I can operate, without me facing infinite criminal prosecution. I think that Joe Biden could very easily argue that his administration has been hampered by criminal prosecution. Hillary Clinton, if she were president, I mean, she could make the argument that, like, I didn't even get elected president because of this investigation by the FBI. I feel like Hillary Clinton could strongly make the argument that future presidents might be deterred from making certain actions because of potential investigations that could hamper their reelection.
Go again. We're going to keep doing this till we get the fucking
any of those actions
piece we need.
Absolutely immune from all criminal prosecution. This is all, like, none of these are even the crazy SEAL Team 6 things. I think that all of these are very easily arguable. I guess we'll see over the coming days if conservatives want to argue over any of them, but the first thing that No Opinion cited was this Twitter thread. For everything partisan coded, let's see, let's refresh, see if he's updating anything. Okay. For everything partisan coded, 80% of people will lie through their teeth to serve their tribe's goals. True. So it'll be hard to find an impartial summary of today's presidential immunity SCOTUS opinion, but I don't have a tribe, so here's my just the facts summary. Oh boy. This is this is always a red flag. I'm not politically biased.
There is a chance that we have not yet found the vulgus that underwent genetic modification.
Executive immunity has always been a thing. The underlying rationale is that presidents cannot be encumbered in carrying out their necessary official duties with fear that they will be sued into oblivion for doing so. So, I think I clicked this guy. Apparently he's a lawyer, for what that means. Spoiler alert, that doesn't mean much. I don't know what he means when he says executive immunity has always been a thing. If that was the case, then I don't know why the Fitzgerald case would have ever happened, where the Supreme Court granted civil immunity to the president. I don't think it's always been a thing. There's no plain reading of the Constitution that gives you that. I'm pretty sure this is just wrong, but maybe you in the comments can link something disagreeing with me. In terms of official acts, a president may, 1, act with constitutional powers reserved solely to the executive branch. 2, with powers shared between or delegated by the legislative, or 3, neither. Presidential immunity is strongest in Category 1 and non-existent in Category 3. So he's kind of like created the 3 buckets of acts in a different way than how Robert structured it. I don't agree with his structuring here, and I think as we read through, we're going to find out why I don't agree. Because I don't think the way he structured them is the same as how Roberts would structure them. But so, for the first thing here, presidents have.
Are you kidding me?
Otherwise, it would give Congress and the judiciary power over the executive in an area where it is supposed to have exclusive power. This opinion focuses on Category 2, where Congress delegates or shares powers with the president. So, I don't know how nitpicky I want to be. He said he was a lawyer, right? So, what has been ruled is that the president has total criminal immunity in Category 1. The reason why the president has criminal immunity is because it would give Congress and the judiciary power over the executive in an area where it's supposed to have exclusive power. So the president, in no reading of the Constitution, in no reading of U.S. history, in no anything, has ever been said to have exclusive power over committing crimes in the course of their job as the executive. That's just not true. Now, in terms of can the legislature tell the president that he can't have a power that is dictated in the Constitution to him? No, the legislature has no power over that. And can the judiciary rule that he's not allowed to do a thing that he has a core power over? No, the judiciary is not allowed to do that. However, what this ruling has done today is it said the legislature can't make laws that apply to the president at all, even if it's outside of the core powers, because eventually it's going to be the judiciary that decides whether or not the president has immunity from that particular prosecution. And for the first time, the president has been given total criminal immunity when performing acts in Category 1. That's never been the case. The other axis relevant here is whether proceedings are civil or criminal. The president's official acts, which encompass both categories 1 and 2, are absolutely immune from civil money damages lawsuits. In terms of criminal law, though, we have far less clarity. Well, I would argue we have none. And remember, the official acts are only immune from civil liability because of the Fitzgerald ruling in the Supreme Court. I don't believe that was ever a core thing in the Constitution. I don't have any textual reading there. I don't think in Fitzgerald, I didn't read the entire Fitzgerald case, but I don't think that they cite any textual basis for that, because I think if they did, I think Roberts would have cited that instead, or cited that in the ruling. SCOTUS today laid out the tension. The president needs to be able to act within the scope of office without fear of politically motivated prosecution after leaving office, but the president also cannot be above the law. SCOTUS today said, taking into account these competing considerations, we conclude that the separation of powers principles, he says competing considerations here, but they don't ever really consider whether or not the president can be above the law. They just basically said that, if we redefine the law as such, the president's never above the law, so we don't have to worry about it. I think that's what Thomas says. Thomas writes a little bit about this, but he mainly, in his concurrence, he just dedicates it all to his schizo ramblings about the fact that he doesn't believe that a special prosecutor should ever exist. He doesn't think that Congress is the law. I don't know why Thomas writes because he understood the stuff that he cares about. Apparently that's the thing. SCOTUS today said, taking into account these competing considerations, we conclude that the separation of powers principle necessitates
that thing takes all my shield away
from criminal prosecution for a president's acts within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility. What is presumptive immunity? It is a presumption that a president is immune from criminal prosecution for official acts, but that presumption can be rebutted with a showing that prosecution wouldn't violate separation of powers. I don't like his expression here, wouldn't violate separation of powers. This doesn't really make sense because any judicial review is technically crossing separation of powers. What Roberts has really said is you have to show that it would have no bearing on the executive's ability to carry out his functions as the president. That's what you have to show. Not that you're not violating separation of powers, but that it would have no bearing on the executive's ability to perform and function those powers. But SCOTUS today said that the president has at least presumptive immunity. The majority said whether immunity here is presumptive or absolute is not a question that needs to be resolved today. In essence, today's decision kicks that can down the road. That's not really true. SCOTUS said in Category 1, in the first thing when he was talking about the AG, SCOTUS said that he has absolute immunity for his conversation with the acting attorney general. For Category 2, with President and Vice President Trump and Pence talking, he has presumptive immunity, so the district court needs to overcome that presumptive immunity. And then Actions 3 and 4, which were Donald Trump talking to state legislatures about the electoral votes, and Donald Trump's actions on January 6th. Those are remanded to the district court for a fact analysis to see which acts were official and which acts weren't. So this tweet is just wrong, I think. Up until now, I've only talked about SCOTUS's opining on presidential immunity generally. What does that mean for Trump's case specifically? Well, this may seem strange, but nothing really. I don't know why he said this. Considering they literally ruled part of what he had done absolutely immune from all of the case, which was the AG conversation. Okay. The key question for Trump's case is whether Trump's conduct around January 6th was official conduct. But there's other conduct as well, such as his conversations with the state legislatures, like a lot of conduct before January 6th. Okay. SCOTUS says the lower courts haven't adequately addressed that, and SCOTUS can't address the question on its own initiative. It can only review the lower court findings, although they did address that for the conversation with the AG, which was wild. And so SCOTUS goes on to analyze the alleged conduct to assess whether and what conduct qualifies as official conduct, but with the caveat that it can't do so comprehensively because it doesn't have a comprehensive record. well, no, they don't analyze any of the conduct for
Damn
category
it.
4. They just tell the
Fuck.
they remand that to the lower courts to make a fact finding.
Jeremy,
basically.
do you read me?
SCOTUS addresses Trump's alleged conduct in 4 buckets. Oh, so here now he's bucketing the 4 different things. Challenging the election results in court. Leaning on VP Pence to thwart certification. Leaning on state officials and private parties to change state election results. 4. Trump's speech on and around January 6th. Okay, these two are right. I don't know where he gets challenging the election results in court. I don't remember reading that at all anywhere. Unless I just I didn't. I need to not be as helpful. I don't think Trump. I don't think Roberts ever spoke about challenging the election results in court. I think that's what he's saying. What the communications with this DOJ are. Oh, that wasn't what the communications were. That's not what Roberts said the communications were about. He said that the communications were about hiring or firing for the AG and leading investigations for the AG. Bucket 1. SCOTUS says that this conduct has absolute immunity. The executive is given sole authority to investigate and bring cases. True. If you could get around this by saying the cases were shams, every challenge to presidential judgment in bringing cases would claim as much. Okay, but Trump's cases, his election stuff, were not cases that were brought by the Department of Justice, so this is not really talking about it. Bucket 2, SCOTUS says that the vice president presiding over certification is generally not an executive function, but some VP acts presiding over the Senate may be. SCOTUS instructed the lower court to determine whether prosecution on these grounds would intrude on executive function. He's kind of right here, but what SCOTUS actually said is these probably are an executive function, so there's presumptive immunity, and you need to prove why the presumptive immunity wouldn't apply to make sure that so then you need to make sure they don't intrude on executive function. Bucket 3, SCOTUS says the president doesn't have authority over the state's elections. They suggest find me 10,000 votes and plots to replace slates of electors with immune. But they admonish the lower court for not giving them a full record to assess other conduct in this bucket. They don't make an assessment at all about whether or not any of these actions are immune. I don't remember Roberts saying anything about how, well, these are probably private actions. I think Barrett does. Justice Barrett, I think she says these are plainly not official action. I think she might say this here. Fuck, I should have done this time. Oh, wait, fuck.
Fuck.
Oh, here we go. So, Justice Barrett says, sorting private from official conduct sometimes will be difficult, but not always. Take the president's alleged attempts to organize alternative slates of electors. In my view, that conduct is private and therefore not entitled to protection. The Constitution vests power to appoint presidential electors in the states, and while Congress has a limited role in that process, the president has none. In short, the president has no legal authority and has no official capacity to influence how the states appoint their electors. I see no plausible argument for barring prosecution of that alleged conduct.
Fuck, man.
So, Amy Coney Barrett makes that assessment. Roberts does not. So that is not in the majority opinion, the controlling part or whatever that that the president doesn't have authority over a state's election. I don't know where he's getting that from. They also, I don't think they admonish the lower court at all.
Why?
Bucket 4, SCOTUS says that some presidential speech is squarely official conduct, other presidential speech isn't, and it's a very fact-specific inquiry, and so the lower court uses the fact-finding to determine precisely for each of the things Trump was alleged to have said. In sum, presidents are absolutely immune when investigating and bringing cases. Presidential immunity is shaky at best. Regarding conversations with the AP on certification, to be clear, they didn't say presidential immunity is shaky at best. Roberts said that he has at least presumptive immunity there, so I don't know where he gets this. Presidents aren't immune for pressuring state election officials. He doesn't say that either, and the lower courts need to determine the rest. Next, SCOTUS makes clear that if the court determines he has immunity for a given act, he cannot face criminal prosecution for that act. They also add that those acts cannot be considered by the jury when prosecuting the president for other non-official acts, or for anything. Finally, SCOTUS considers and rejects Trump's far broader argument for immunity. Trump's team argued that he can't be prosecuted for anything unless he is first impeached and removed for it. SCOTUS says there's no textual support for this argument. While that's true, Trump's legal team did concede that he could be criminally indicted for anything if he was impeached for it. So in some ways it's more narrow, in other ways it's far broader. Okay, it depends. The dissent and commentators all over social media are decrying this decision and saying things like, this decision would allow the president to assassinate his political opponents using SEAL Team 6. There is absolutely no support in the majority opinion for this. And the question is, why didn't Roberts address that? SCOTUS could and likely will rule further on immunity in this case, but it has also signaled several instances of Trump's conduct that do not have immunity. And no, they didn't signal a single act that wouldn't have immunity, clearly. Only in the concurring opinion did Justice Barrett suggest that some act would clearly be non-official and or may not have immunity, depending on what the lower court ultimately finds when it does more fact-finding. For the dissent and for these social media takes, the opinion has this note. They strike a tone of chilling doom that is wholly disproportionate to what the court actually does today. Wow, congratulations. Correct. The majority opinion does flex over themselves to self-suck themselves about their opinion. I don't know why the fuck this citation means anything, but okay. Okay, and then we have Ben Shapiro's take. Oof. Let's see if we can survive getting through this.
15 hours?
So yesterday, pretty much all.
Wait a minute, that's not 15 hours. What is that?
Because of a Supreme Court decision.
Yeah, it is 15 hours.
Along with the media and the Democrats, but I repeat myself, to lie about the Supreme Court decision in order to
Seconds, minutes, hours, 15 hours.
Let me begin at the beginning. Yesterday, the Supreme Court released a decision about presidential immunity. Now, this decision, of course, is rooted in Donald Trump filing a lawsuit to stop the various Jack Smith lawsuits against him. His claim was that as president of the United States, no matter what he did while he was president of the United States, he has full immunity from criminal prosecution. That, of course, is not true. That is a step too far. The idea that the president of the United States is never, for any activity, able to be criminally prosecuted is really silly. If the president of the United States decided that in his home, in the White House, he's just going to murder a maid, for example, could he be criminally prosecuted?
16 hours.
Yes.
That's fine that Ben Shapiro says that.
16 hours for a character.
No guidance on that whatsoever. So this is fabricated from his mind and pulled from nothing.
Step too far. The idea that the president of the United States is never, for any activity, able to be criminally prosecuted is really silly. If the president of the United States decided that in his home, in the White House, he's just going to murder a maid, for example, could he be criminally prosecuted? The answer, of course, is yes.
Alright, we're getting rid of this this bullshit.
Criminally immune from certain activities that a normal person would not be. So, for example, if I authorized somebody to go kill somebody abroad, I'd be criminally liable for that. If I'm president of the United States and as commander-in-chief, I authorize SEAL Team 6 to take out Osama bin Laden, I'm not going to be criminally liable for that.
Okay. Sorry. Wow. Hold on. This is so wrong. I'm sorry. I'm irritated for a few reasons. The president has already understood to have had criminal immunity from these types of criminal charges because the president has been explicitly tasked with the legislature for performing some of these acts. It's either in the official capacity of the president to perform some of these acts, or the legislature has empowered him to via legislation. We've never, ever, ever needed a Supreme Court to tell us that the president has criminal immunity from that. The idea that we needed this decision today to spell that out is entirely inconsistent with the history of the United States. It has never been suggested. When Barack Obama drone-striked an American citizen and he consulted, his legal counsel for what was okay with, it has never, ever been suggested that the president requires criminal immunity to do his job. That's never been suggested. So the fact that we needed a Supreme Court to tell us this is ridiculous.
If I'm president of the United States and as commander-in-chief, I authorize SEAL Team 6 to take out Osama bin Laden, I'm not going to be criminally liable for that. So there's plenty of stuff that the President of the United States has to be able to do in order to ensure the functioning of the executive authority of the United States. The President does have outsized powers under our Constitution. Those powers are not endless. Immunity is not eternal and endless. That is not the way that immunity works.
We have no guidance on what core powers even are. We've gotten a few from the Constitution, but in terms of like what are the core powers that are exclusive, we don't actually know. There was nothing given. There wasn't a list given by Roberts, and there wasn't even a good way to determine what those are other than this conclusive and preclusive, this idea of what a conclusive and preclusive power is.
And that's basically what the Supreme Court found. So in order to understand why the left is lying about this decision and why Joe Biden is lying about this decision and the political games that are now being played, you have to understand the decision itself from the Supreme Court. So I'm going to go through that decision in a little bit of detail because the sort of final effect of this as far as President Trump is that there are a couple of charges that Jack Smith has been pursuing that are basically DOA, and then there are several charges that are not DOA, and that will likely be upheld when this thing is reverted back to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, because that's effectively what the Supreme Court did. They took...
Maybe. But the problem is that if you can eliminate enough acts as core acts, maybe you have other things that you'd want to indict Donald Trump for. However, if you've eliminated enough acts that aren't now able to be considered as evidence for whatever other crimes you're trying to charge, you have no case, right? Let's say that I go to the head of my FBI and I say, hey, listen, I want to steal a horse, okay? I really want to steal a horse. I think that you should hire an agent to go and find out who has the best horses, okay? Otherwise, if you don't, I'm going to fucking fire you, all right? Okay. Then the FBI reports back and we found this. And then he goes to the DOJ and he's like, listen up, okay? Listen up, Attorney General. We're going to sue this guy who has, who has a farm. I want you to sue this guy. And we're going to, if you don't do this, I'm fucking firing you, okay? You need to do this, okay? We're gonna bring a case against the guy. Well, not sue him, it'd be a criminal case against the DOJ, right? And he's like, okay, fuck it, Jesus, okay? So they bring a case against him. Let's say the case isn't going too well. Then the president goes to the head of the CIA and like, listen, I just need you to, can you take this guy out? But also, can you like deliver the horse to my, I want you to deliver the horse to my backyard so that I can ride this horse around. I really want this horse. And the head of the CIA is like, okay, well, and he's like, I'll fire you if you don't do it. Okay, fuck it, okay? In all three of these actions, all right, the president has implicated core powers that are conclusive and preclusive to his office, all right? Let's say that everything happens, the FBI finds the person, the DOJ tries to prosecute him, eventually the CIA kills him, and then the horse has been delivered to the president's backyard, and he's riding around on his horse. Let's say that a criminal investigation happens, and they find out, okay, well, clearly the conspiracy is all here. We've seen all of the actions of Donald Trump and all the things he said for these heads. He clearly, conspired to set up this whole plan to get this fucking horse in an illegitimate manner. However, you can't begin to even probe on that because all you could talk about is the fact that a horse showed up in Donald Trump's backyard. That's it. You can't bring up any of the conversations that he had as evidence in any of those three circumstances because it is the conclusive and preclusive power of the President of the United States to have conversations about with his officers about how those executive departments carry out their jobs and talking about hiring and firing people. That's all exclusively within the purview of the president, and it's unquestionable insofar as his immunity goes. Absolute immunity here. So in this case, the president would get away with that, and there'd be nothing you could do about it. All you could bring up is the fact that he has a horse. This is brought up. Roberts tries to address this by saying, well, actually, so in oral arguments, this was brought up as the one-legged stool thing, right? What if a more simple example, it doesn't involve horses in three different executive departments, was what if the president takes a bribe for a pardon? Well, you can talk about the bribe, but you can't talk about the pardon. And I think it's Sotomayor that brings up, how do you prosecute somebody for doing a quid pro quo if you can't talk about the quid or you can't talk about the quo? And Roberts' way of getting around this is Roberts like, well, you could consult the public record that shows through some through some unofficial action, the president saying, well, I'll accept a bribe, if he says it publicly in a non-official act. But it's obviously like a ridiculous, it's a ridiculous way to try to get around that. I'm sorry, Justice Barrett actually brings this up. This is Roberts' attempt to head that off. Justice Barrett disagrees, arguing that in a bribery prosecution, for instance, excluding any mention of the official act associated with the bribe would hamstring the prosecution. But, of course, the prosecutor may point to the public record to show the fact that the president performed the official act, and the prosecutor may admit evidence of what the president allegedly demanded, received, accepted, or agreed to receive or accept in return for being influenced in the performance of the act. What the prosecutor may not do, however, is admit testimony or private records of the president or his advisors probing the official act itself. Allowing that sort of evidence would invite the jury to inspect the president's motivations for his official action and to second-guess their propriety.
Now,
as we have explained, such inspection would
next
be highly intrusive and seriously cripple the president's exercise of his official duties, and such second-guessing would threaten the independence or effectiveness of the executive. So I have no idea how the fuck Roberts thinks that this prosecution could ever be successful, because remember, when you're...
Remember nothing. You will remember nothing.
Success of this operation will lead us to victory.
Success.
Descendant, do you have something positive to report, finally? Where's the Ironheart now? What? I gave the order for Jeremy to retrieve the Ironheart. I never did that. There must have been a misunderstanding. Nell, did you send those instructions?
I've done no such thing over any official channel, and even unofficially. I have no reason to contact him. Something's not right. Could it be?
Nell, contact Jeremy. Now.
I can't get through to Jeremy. His Deceive has been deactivated. And there's no record of him entering Albion either.
It can't be. Jeremy is still a descendant, even if he's sometimes led astray. He's a descendant fighting for humanity who despises the Vulgus with every fiber of his being.
Alpha, we should see if we can detect Jeremy's RK and traces of the Ironheart through the guide.
All descendants on standby. Please contact the guide for assistance required. Man has identified Jeremy's last known whereabouts.
Talk to the guide.
Prepare for a pursuit operation.
Hot.
Descendant, I've heard about Jeremy, but there's something I must tell you first. When I came into contact with the energy from the second Ironheart, a new function was restored to my system. It's an algorithm for amplifying the void energy sensory field, an early warning system for detecting colossi that are drawn to the Ironheart. However, perhaps because it was transferred through Jeremy's RK, which I am not synced with, my operating system is rejecting this function. Even now, alarm bells are ringing. My functions have been interrupted and my system cannot be recalibrated. Descendant, I am in no doubt that a Colossus is heading towards Ingress at this very moment. Please transfer my sensory field amplification algorithm to Seneca. If we can intercept that Colossus and recalibrate my system, Jeremy and the Ironheart can be found. Please, help me, Descendant.
It appears we have no choice. Please handle whatever the guide needs first. As Alpha said, we cannot rely on the guide alone. HQ will do their best to identify Jeremy's last known location and prepare for a pursuit operation.
Okay. Ooh.
The space-time fabric of the void. Descendant, is this code related to the void? This algorithm is sophisticated enough to be applied right away. This is truly incredible. So this is the power of the guide that the Descendants have spoken of. But now is not the time to marvel at it. Based on the results calculated from the amplified sensory field, it seems a powerful Colossus
the Executioner is heading toward Ingress. As you likely recall from your Descendant training, the blade wielded by the Executioner is a sensitive conductor. If you allow it to power up, it will increase the time you spend in the void. And the likelihood of failing to intercept the Colossus increases exponentially. Descendant, please proceed with the intercept immediately.
Right. He's supposed to go in here? This is a level 34. Can I fight this guy right now? I'm only 25. I guess I could try regardless. Anything that I want to do? There was something that I wanted to figure out. Assign module socket type. Assign a socket type on a module slot. The capacity decreases if the socket type of the module and the socket is identical. Okay. Select a slot to assign a socket type. You can also select slots that that already have a socket type. Select a socket type you want to assign to a slot. In order to assign a socket type, the Descendant level or weapons proficiency level must be reached. Level 40. Assign a socket type. Resets the level, so decide carefully. What? Wait a minute. Proficiency level must be reached. Level 40. Assigning a socket type resets the level, so decide carefully. Oh. That's only for guns? What about for Descendant modules? Do socket types here? Socket type. I need a crystal. Crystallization catalysts. Oh god. More fucking this shit. Crystallization catalysts.
If it's new research, I'm listening.
Crystallization catalysts. Crystallization catalysts. Oh man, you need a whole bunch of shit just for one of these. God. Acquisitions. Something can be improved. Quests. Be improved. Quests. It's probably all the same. Okay, can't do that. I guess I'll go fight the monster. We fail, we fail.
The void is extremely illogical.
Public. Yeah. Fuck is that? Oh shit, what's happening? The fucking blue area. Pissed. Happening now. Secondary. Get out of here. 6. But if I grab 6 or 1, pattern number 16, I'll grab this. 38. Bunny. Sheep. I don't know what. I don't know what the fuck that is. Alright, what did I get? Anything good? Submachine gun. Another fucking submachine gun. Scout rifle. Maybe I should try running the scout rifle. Sniper rifle. A sniper. Scout rifle. My dreams are made binding. My what was that? I got another legendary. What is it for? Is this it? Thunder cage mounting? What's thunder cage mounting? I don't know what that means.
Have you completed preparations? You succeeded in intercepting the executioner. An extraordinary display of skill. If there was a descendant like you a century ago, I'm certain we would have been able to stop the apocalypse. There are no what-ifs in history, of course. But the apocalypse has left such a deep wound on humanity. Regardless, if we allow ourselves to ponder all of the what-ifs, perhaps things would be better if the Ironhearts had never existed in this world. Every time an Ironheart is uncovered, it's as if the Colossi are awoken and head to Ingress. But ironically, we also need the Ironhearts to stop the Colossi. It is one of the great paradoxes. Descendant, perhaps this is exactly why the ancestors sealed the Ironhearts in vaults. I'm beginning to suspect that perhaps the ancestors hid the Ironhearts away to prevent history repeating itself. We will need extensive preparation for the moment when the third Ironheart is revealed. There is much that I would like to discuss with you, and also with the entity known as the Guide, if possible. However, we do not have the luxury of time right now. HQ is urgently looking for you, Descendant. You should make your way there as quickly as possible.
Descendant, thanks to you, the stability of my system was restored. However, the Iron Heart has slipped from our grasp. While you were stopping the Colossus, I delivered the necessary information to Enzo. It is likely that HQ will be preparing countermeasures.
Okay. Wait, what was I gonna do? What is this? Yet, man. I be yet, man. I be yet, man. What, I just want to go talk to her. I should just continue through the main story until I start trying to.
We have to hurry. Ah, Descendant, you're here. Thank you for all your hard work with the Intercept battle. Unfortunately, we need to drag you into another operation before you get a chance to rest. Albion has entered uncharted territory. A Descendant has committed treason. A Descendant. Someone who should have been humanity's beacon of hope.
Beacon of hope?
How could this have
Damn
happened?
it. Damn you to hell.
HQ has officially denounced Jeremy as a traitor. A rapid arrest operation is in
Fucking
progress.
traitor. He's a traitor.
Enzo received intel from the guide and was first on the scene. Jeremy is heading towards Echo Swamp. As the enemy's attention is keenly focused on this location, and because of the swampy terrain, deployment of forces on a large scale will be difficult. To make matters worse, we've lost contact with Essimo. He was carrying out another operation.
It's all tangly.
Essimo's support was vital. Enzo won't be able to command and fight by himself. Our lack of manpower is delaying the operation. If we don't hurry, we'll be delivering the Ironheart to the Vulgus on a silver platter after we've worked so hard to get it. We must prevent that from happening at all costs.
At all
Rules of
costs.
engagement for Jeremy will be sent separately. If possible, I would like to have him brought back alive. I want to hear what he was thinking as his commander, and why he did what he did. Go after Jeremy, and please, find the Ironheart and bring it back.
I will tell Enzo to prepare to resume the operation.
Understood. Descendant, wrap up any preparations for reinforcements quickly, and head to the Misty Woods outpost in Echo Swamp. Enzo is awaiting your arrival.
Okay. Imperfection, no. Alright. I think I have everything. Skeletons. Is this the skill module? Punch. Wait, want to have a better punch? Can I level this up once? Let me see if I can't level some shit up.
Hi there. What can I help you with?
It's this one. Skill expansion. 9. Seven, 8. Okay. Perfect. What about weapons? Fire rate up on this. Max enhancement. Max general rounds. Oh, this will give me more. This will give me more ammo, huh? Oof. Can I? How do I get rid of it? What's this? This is this thing, huh? A hero scar. Sharpshooter. Vibration absorption. Damn it. There. Insight. Oh, alright. How's that? Okay. Now, leveled up a little bit more. Weapon transmission. What's this? Oh. Fire arm critical hero. It's 5 for now. Which is like a tweak. Okay, now we go to Misty Woods, Echo Post Swamp.
You're talking about a criminal prosecution.
Push everything over here. Oh, did he finish?
Best way to do it.
Or maybe they all just send out.
Don't you
Really immune. They kind of did
forces that
of the citizens but the rest of
that.
So no party. Oh, I didn't.
Words or something.
Or not. And by the way, if Democrats really believe that, then they would be.
MD economic. Well, I have to listen to your.
Pollution. Tinker. Georgia might stay. I mean, if the
owners who understand the importance of having choices. They engineered the burner launcher as a powerful tool for self-defense, allowing users to de-escalate threatening situations without having to resort to deadly force. I'm about as pro-Second Amendment as it gets. I own 4 pistols, an AR, a shotgun.
What is this?
But here's the thing. If, God forbid, I have to react inside my own home, it would be nice to not have to actually, kill somebody, because that comes with legal consequences. It's kind of a mess. Not only that, God forbid, you're in your house and somebody's in your house, you don't exactly know who it is. You don't want to make a mistake, like a deadly mistake. It is legal in all 50 states to know directly to your door. Visit Byrna.com. That's B-Y-R-N-A. Sonia Sotomayor put out the talking points, and the rest of the Democrats picked it up. So Representative Jasmine Crockett, most famous for insulting Marjorie Taylor Greene as a bad, butch, body, blonde, blangy blue. She was very upset. She says, this decision means that the president can literally kill someone. No, it doesn't. It clearly does not, you dullards.
I am actually very shook, and I hate the fear-mongering that the Republicans consistently do all the time. But I am going to be honest. The fear-mongering is about to begin, at least from my perspective, and not because it's a matter of making people scared for no reason, like trying to scare them about the diversity that exists within who I am, but scaring them because they literally are allowing him the ability to kill someone.
No, they are not. And by the way, if Democrats really believe that, then they would be pushing Joe Biden to murder Donald Trump today because they really hate that guy. AOC, the irrepressibly stupid bartender, she put out a tweet saying, the Supreme Court has become consumed by a corruption crisis beyond its control. Today's ruling represents an assault on American democracy. It is up to Congress to defend our nation from this authoritarian capture. I intend on filing articles of impeachment upon our return. Yeah, good luck with that, AOC. Again, these people pretending they give two good god darns about democracy is really, really amazing. Adam Schiff,
Tia, be right back.
Undermine our democracy by lying for literally years that the Russians had captured our democracy. He put out a very long statement, deliberately misinterpreting the Supreme Court decision.
Is the rest of this video just
Quote, "Today's
garbage,
Supreme Court
or?
decision on Donald Trump's immunity claim is far worse than anything I imagined, effectively giving a president's immunity for any crimes committed while in office, as long as that president can plausibly claim the action was taken in some form of official capacity. It must now be presumed the president, as king, is immune from accountability. The rule of law applies to everyone except the most powerful person on earth." Okay. Yeah. Okay, so what is this really about? What is this really about? It's not about the law. Okay, when Neil Katyal goes on, the legal analyst on MSNBC, when he declares that this ends the rule of law, it is not true. It is clearly not true. Here he was yesterday, MSNBC, legal analyst, well, again, lying about the decision.
Here's what practically this means. A president, like Donald Trump next year, or whoever the president is, can take a blatantly illegal act, slap the label, hey, this is an official act, and write that in the preface to whatever the heck he's doing. And now we're going to have hearings and so on before district judges and then appeals to determine whether it's truly an official act or not. If you're a Democrat who's running for the president, your path right now is clear. You have to run against the Supreme Court. You have to run against this decision. This is not America. If you want to make America great again, you got to return to the rule of law. This decision today, unfortunately, is a blueprint on how to end the rule of law.
A blueprint on how to end the rule of law. Now again, the reason they're doing this has nothing to do with the law. This has nothing to do with the decision. I read you large chunks of the decision. Okay, that's clearly not what the decision says. So why are they doing this? The answer is because Joe Biden is a failed candidate. That's all. Joe Biden is a failed candidate. Donald Trump is still going to be prosecuted for multiple of these charges. That doesn't matter.
There's no guarantee of that, by the way. All of these cases might fall through completely, except maybe the Mar-a-Lago one. Maybe.
They have to proclaim that the end of the republic is nigh. They are just going to rev into high gear the entire Biden argument that January 6th represents an existential threat to the republic, and therefore the only person who can stop Donald Trump right now is Joe Biden, and you have to vote for him even though he's addled with dementia. That is literally what this is all about. This whole thing is just about Joe Biden being a failed presidential candidate. If Joe Biden were leading in the polls, everybody would be like, okay, well, this seems like kind of another decision. If Joe Biden were up 10, nobody would care, because this is a very rote...
Georgia might stay. I mean, if the federal courts rule that the president can't be questioned in criminal... If he has immunity here, I doubt that immunity is only for federal cases. That immunity must extend to Georgian cases as well, right?
Non-controversial decision, frankly. Of course, the president has some level of criminal immunity for core official acts. Of course, that immunity is not unending. There could be official acts in which the presumption of immunity is overcome. And of course, there's unofficial action by the president. Like, again, why this distinction is somehow controversial is beyond me. It makes no sense to me. But it's not honest. It's just not honest. Here's the thing. This Supreme Court decision is not all that hard to understand if you can read. But so many people cannot read, apparently, in our media, which is why they all should take a look at Grand Canyon University. It's a private Christian university in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona, equips users or Christian is they're trying to claim that if not you, that's gcu.edu.
Oh, let's not like 5
so
more
what
minutes of
Democrats
this,
are doing right now is they're trying to claim that if Donald Trump, thanks to the Supreme Court decision, right, here's the thing. They have to pretend that there was an inflection point yesterday. They have to. If there was no inflection point, Joe Biden's going to lose the election. So what they have to do is they have to say the threat now really revved into high gear. The reason they have to do that, of course, is because Joe Biden died physically during a debate. So because Joe Biden died physically during a debate, you can't claim that Donald Trump is such a threat to the republic that Joe Biden has to be elected, because the polls are out post-debate and they're very, very bad for Joe Biden. According to the current polling data, Donald Trump is now up 4 in Pennsylvania. He is now up in New Hampshire, a state the Republican has not won in 20 years. He is now up. That means that Joe Biden is losing. A new inflection point, typical earth-shattering powers of Jafar. Ooh, phenomenal cosmic power. Like, this is what they now have to claim. The Supreme Court just did. They rubbed the magic lamp of the presidency, and out came you that there is now real danger that Orange Hitler will come forth from the magical electoral lamp. That is the thing that they have to say. So, Joe Biden decided to seize on this last night and give one of the most demagogic, pathetic speeches I've ever seen from a president. There are a couple reasons here that he's doing this. One is the political, and scaring snaz. So, the Democrats were trying to find some excuse for putting this new inflection point, this false inflection. And then they put him out there. So, questions about the president's obvious dementia, Biden 4 seconds, and then having him talk. Biden is okay, this is the shtick that Joe Biden was trying last night, and it's pathetic and it's gross and it's stupid. We're gonna break it in the last debate.
Kidding me? I didn't get 5 fucking shots.
His team inside the White House that is manipulating his the aides who are like, yeah, man, we've been trying to deal with this crap.
At 72%.
What is this?
All right, the rest is just political coverage. Okay, well.
Only 60 shots of this.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I uploaded all 119 pages of the Supreme Court decision to an LLM to analyze the decision and ask most of the questions you were asking, and it seems to agree with Ben and most of these.
First things first, as we've lost contact with Essimo, and there are no other descendants who have the power to handle the battle, we had to suspend the search and blockade construction. I'm afraid we'll need a rescue operation for Essimo. He was deployed here on a mission to destroy a Vulgus facility, and we've lost contact with his unit. If possible, I think searching for Essimo while we continue with the rest
There's a
of the
fucking
mission
good turnout in there,
is a good
man. Like,
idea.
we...
While our operation was delayed, the Vulgus deployed their forces throughout the swamp. We think they sensed something was up with Jeremy. I got impatient, so I took command and attacked. But because the soldiers couldn't receive their orders in time, we nearly experienced heavy losses. After that, the Vulgus forces increased and rapid deployment of soldiers wasn't feasible. It seems Jeremy used this to his advantage and went deeper into the swamp. So starting now, we'll be focusing on reconnaissance to expand the search area. If you go on ahead, the soldiers will follow and establish a barricade. This will allow for much wider RK distribution, which will be an advantage in tracking both Jeremy's RK and the Ironheart traces. We have to overextend ourselves a little. We have no choice. Based on the intel from the guide, it's clear Jeremy has some kind of plan in mind. Apparently Jeremy's voice was captured through the Ironheart pulse. However, briefly that was detected. This is what was recorded.
I knew it, I was right. The Vulgus here have all been enhanced through superior DNA. The quality of this Kuiper's perfect, though it would have been good to secure both DNA and Kuiper in advance.
Motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
This is shit.
You heard him, right? DNA, Kuiper. I have no idea what he's talking about, but I know this operation needs to resume quickly. The area where the guide picked up Jeremy's voice is a way off. We've got a long road ahead of us. This operation, we're all slowly sinking into this swamp. Not happy about it. Be prepared for unexpected combat situations. I leave the mission in your capable hands.
Started with this. Search. Motherfucker don't replenish all the way, does he? Oh, okay. Alright, be right back. Alright. Welcome back. Welcome back. Alright.
Hey, with Priceline VIP Family, you can unlock deals 5 times faster. You don't even have to be an actual family.
Oh, I'd be the dad. I'm the dad.
Hey, physically, it's clear that I'm the dad.
I call a lot of scammers, but I don't really like using my phone. And that's normal, right? I don't think anyone under the age of 40 actually likes making a phone call, especially for customer support. We'd rather just text or email or chat, and scammers are starting to take advantage of that. I got a tip a while ago from a subscriber about how scammers use fake Reddit accounts to pose as legitimate customer support agents. This person had a problem with their crypto account and went to Reddit to ask for help.
Oh my god.
A subreddit and almost immediately received responses from a bunch of scammers. I put this to the test.
I joined the shit at right
post saying
fucking
my
right
account was
time.
locked on a popular cryptocurrency exchange subreddit, and within seconds I was getting flooded with message requests from users like Help Team 100, Customer Support Rep 15, or even Coinbase Support 365. You might be thinking these are bots, but they are scammers. These people are lurking all day long, waiting to give you support in the form of stealing your account. This sucks because it can feel like you're talking to a real customer support agent, but it's just someone trying to steal your identity and steal your crypto account. If I want to distract these scammers from talking to potential victims and I want to get information, I need to trick them. And maybe I could use their own tactics against them. These scammers make websites that look legitimate but are designed to steal all of your information. My team and I made a fake Bitcoin exchange that looks legitimate, but is full of challenges and a bunch of things to make their life miserable. We put him through all kinds of challenges, like making him solve impossible captures and mazes, as well as waiting on hold for hours. Or actually days. This guy spent like 4 or 5 days of his life waiting on hold, having to say ridiculous things like,
"Please let me know you're still there," by saying,
"Somebody once told me the world's gonna run me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shop. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger in her tongue.
"Sumptuous sandwich."
Such for a sandwich."
The hell?
They will never know.
Would it disappear out of my fucking hand?
And after 40 days of waiting, I finally answered him.
Hi, how can I help you today?
You're hosting me. You're hosting me. I don't understand. I'm trying to send post to my wife. I couldn't send it for the past few months. But on my dashboard, I'm being told my transaction has been approved. Yes, you just send it to my wallet. My transaction has been approved. You're not sending it to my wallet. What's the problem?
This is the story of a scammer wasting literal days of his life thinking that he's gonna get Bitcoin. And it all started with a simple chat message on Reddit. This guy was expecting to steal my account or my identity. So when I told him that I recently got crypto and I bought some Bitcoin at an ATM, he took the bait. I sent him an image of the receipt that I had purchased. This is fake. I made it in Photoshop, but it looks pretty legitimate. He ended up going to the website on the receipt and typing the code. And from the moment that he enters the website, we start tracking everything that he does. Every image he sees, every email he enters, every wallet address he enters. And we can use all this information to report it to fraud professionals and even get some of these wallet accounts blacklisted on major exchanges. While I collect all this information about the scammer, it's important to note that a lot of your information is very likely exposed due to data breaches. You've heard me talk about this before, but it is all too common. One of my family members had their identity stolen, and they didn't find out until they started getting letters in the mail about the bank accounts that someone was trying to open in their name. I partnered with a company called Aura to protect my identity and my family's identity from scammers and other bad actors out there who are trying to take freely available data and use it against you. One of the first things Aura does is opt you out of all these garbage websites that collect all of your information and help to clean up your identity on the internet. They'll then help you keep track of your credit score, your financial records, monitors your identity, and alerts you right away if something suspicious is going on. You can try Aura free for 21 days at aura.com/Kiboga, and I promise it will not take as long or be as complicated as what this scammer is experiencing. I have designed it to be painful for for the scammers. In this case, the scammer enters his wallet and he's expecting to steal all of my Bitcoin. He's hoping that all of the Bitcoin I bought at the ATM will just go right to his account. But I tell him there's a problem, and he has to call customer service to get his Bitcoin. At this point, he waits on hold for hours.
Fuck.
He doesn't even get to talk to an actual person for weeks.
Your current pending balance is 0.1991388 BTC. Please say the first word of your passphrase.
Anxiety.
Please say the 21st word of your passphrase.
Red.
Please say the 24th word of your passphrase.
Erosion.
Sorry, some of your responses were incorrect, so we will not be able to speak to your results or account changes on this call. You can ask a representative to reset your password. Your current wait time is between 11 and... There are 2 callers ahead of you.
As the days turn into weeks, we start getting emails from this guy saying that we're scammers, saying that no one will take his call and that he deserves this money, which is ironic because this is exactly what he would get from his victims. He steals money and then never talks to them. Right, like he probably has emails very similar to this from his victims, saying, why won't you return my emails? Why won't you return my calls? Give me my money. We're like 21 days in. Eventually, he finally gets to talk to a customer support representative, and it's me, the world's worst customer support.
Hi, how can I help you today?
Yeah, I'm trying to transfer my money and my phone to my card chain wallet. And I've been told to like confirm from the number.
And how long ago did you purchase these funds?
Yeah, I've been having the funds in my on my dashboard for the past 3 months now. So I've passed through security reasons.
Okay, 3 days. You said 3 days. I see that you made quite a few calls. You tried to call us quite a few times.
Like, have passed through many security codes, like verification codes, everything. So anytime I'm trying to like call you guys, you people don't pick my call.
Okay, so you definitely have called. I thought you said 3 days. It looks like maybe you've been calling for 3 months. I mean, it is functioning really well. It's an award-winning system. We have like thousands of customers use it every day. So, well, I mean, it could be a skill issue, honestly, so I'm just saying it could be a skill issue, so I'm trying to
I thought there were people over here helping me. What the fuck?
You don't want to know my problem, you can check the system for you, my problem. I can tell you my password, then you confirm my withdrawal. I've been into this for the past 3 months. Why are you asking on my phone? Come on. I told you my phone is IO. Why you doing like this? Come on.
He's come back here 40 days in a row. 40
Will you pick it up?
That's like biblical proportion.
I'll send the Vulgus DNA
Christ.
Yeah, like it's been really hard.
Sorry, what was that?
I've been here to this easy for the past 3 months. And you call me, you're hacking on my phone. I don't understand. Can you just please confirm my transaction? Or will you tell me you can't see it on your system?
Well, I'm trying I'm trying my best. Like I said, the system is working as intended. We have hundreds of callers who've gone through this system, and it's worked flawlessly. This is the first time
I'm calling on behalf of my account.
Regarding Jeremy's defection, the plan is to capture him alive and carry out a detailed interrogation. However, after analyzing the characteristics of the Vulgus DNA and the Kuiper, I think we need to understand Jeremy's motives first, so that we can be 2 steps ahead of him. First off, from the Vulgus DNA collected here, we identified malignant cells, those which have been exposed to void energy. Well, we'd call them malignant cells, but for the Vulgus, they're more of a genetic enhancement. They give them higher bone density and muscle growth. And we've detected high levels of void energy in the Vulgus Kuiper you discovered. To humans, this affected Kuiper is highly contaminated material which cannot be processed and used for any products. But for the Vulgus, it is enhanced Kuiper. Can you see the connection? Both the cells and the Kuiper have been altered as the result of exposure to the void, and both are needed to create enhanced Vulgus. I'm not sure why Jeremy needs them, but I do know where we can find them. The Abandoned Zone. Throughout Ingris's history, it's been identified as the first area to be connected to the Void Dimension, and the worst source of contamination is located in Echo Swamp. That's where we need to go. We can either overtake Jeremy, or at least find traces of him. Huh? Hold on. That's the emergency comm signal.
Is anybody there? This is Essimo. We can't move. We're surrounded by enemy forces.
Essimo, what's your location?
I'm at the abandoned area. I was sent here on a mission to destroy the Vulgus facility. But at this rate, I'll be the one being destroyed.
Like hell you will. Sending reinforcements right now.
What am I supposed to do? Oh, I unlocked the next place.
No, at least I gave you my PIN. I can give you my passphrase. I did verification code. I can call you the verification code. Check your system. You're gonna find it there. Come on.
I'm so sorry. You seem a little bit upset, and I do apologize if it's anything that I said. I definitely don't want to make you upset.
Do you know what I've passed through is because of this case?
Essimo, please
Take it
respond.
easy,
Every
okay?
time, every single day, I
Damn
call
it.
you guys. You guys
We've
don't
lost
pick my call.
contact.
You picking my
That
call
wasn't
now?
much to go on. Right now, the only thing we can be sure of is that they're nearby. Actually, this works in our favor. This is our chance to rescue Essimo and track down Jeremy. I'll search for traces of Jeremy and the Ironheart with a guide. Please rescue Essimo and take him to the forward base.
I am definitely detecting a very minute presence of RK in this zone. I appear to be unable to transfer my consciousness into it. This narrows it down to two possibilities. Either this is Jeremy's RK, or the RK of Essimo, who is unconscious.
We can't miss this opportunity.
Alright, which one's closest? This one right in front of me.
Likely that a Vulgus commander will appear. If you see one, eliminate them immediately. Enemy target identified. It doesn't seem to be a commander level. Take them out anyway. Inner facility survey complete. No signs of Essimo or any conflict. I'll need to search a different zone.
Mastery. Oh, this is gonna be a pain in the ass, huh? Just like a collecting obstacle course.
Analysis complete. Based on the data collected, we've identified the unique chemical substance that SMO gives off. We've also found traces of Jeremy's arcade. If we follow SMO's traces, we should be able to find Jeremy as well. It's not that far.
The arcade is fading. We must move quickly.
Must move quickly.
Is anyone there? Our comm status suggests that the enemy has a wavelength jammer. If we destroy it, we'll be able to find SMO. I still can't locate SMO. There must be something else jamming the signal. Keep your eyes peeled. Out above you. That's a Vulgus command relay. It's a weapon that tracks RK and can be used to attack it.
Hey, be careful. Jeremy was able to get the drop on me because I was too focused on other things. Once the units finish charging, they'll become stronger. I know it's tough, but we need to destroy it before that happens.
Understood. They'll knock out the weapon. There has to be a leader among the enemy defense forces. We need to eliminate them to stop the defense units from charging. Another enemy squad is inbound. As Esmo mentioned, if they finish charging, we're all done for. Replenishing their forces. We have to stop them from charging. Target the leader.
Jeremy and his henchmen on your way here? I'm not sure they know what they're after or what their next move is. I'll brief everyone. Gather round. Isn't the smell of gunpowder the best? As you know, my mission was to remove the source of the contamination in the abandoned area before it spread to Albion. Where you rescued me, near the pipe there, my unit and I were looking for the source of the contamination connected to that pipe. We were on the verge of finding it. But the soldiers in my unit started getting sick, one by one, from some unknown disease, while the Order of Truth seemed to be getting stronger by the day. You know I have a sensitive nose, right? Well, my soldiers and the enemy smelled the same to me, but their symptoms, how the disease affected them, were the opposite of each other. It doesn't make any sense. Once I figured that out, I didn't just sit on my butt. I mobilized all of my men who were able to move and scoured the nearby area. That's when they turned on me. I knew I shouldn't have pushed them so hard. Jeremy showed up, and you know what that idiot
Boy's got
said?
Tourette's.
Albion considers all of you to be expendable. Follow me, and I'll give you power. Let's take down Albion together.
Something wrong with his neck.
Hogwash. But then he took out the Ironheart. And it was the first time any of us had seen something that had seemed like just a rumor. To be honest, it was also the first time I'd seen the real thing in person. And even I thought it was pretty extraordinary. Though because I'd been connected to the guide from the start, I didn't fall for
Got
Jeremy.
Tourette's or like Greek in his neck or something.
But when that bastard said what he needed for his plan was nearby, one by one, my men pointed their guns at me. What did Jeremy say it was again? What he needed? That's right, a seed storage. And I knew the source of the contamination was there too. My nose told me. You're planning on going to the seed storage now, aren't you? In that case, focus on finding Jeremy. Destroying the source of the contamination, the seed storage, was my original mission. I'll try and recover, and get back on track with that as soon as possible. I'll make sure to blow up whatever it is Jeremy is trying to get his hands on.
Alright, let's get back to the video.
You're telling me, like, I don't understand. Come on.
I actually see in the system that you've only called for the past 2 days. Which I do apologize. It looks like your highest daily streak is.
I don't know why you apologize the way you don't give him my money.
Looks like you did call 4 days in a row at one point, though.
On my dashboard, I'm being told my transaction has been approved. Yes, you didn't send it to my wallet. My transaction has been approved. You're not sending it to my wallet. What's the problem?
Bridge.
What else do you want me to do?
Listen, I am trying to be nice. I am trying to help you, okay? Alright, it doesn't help to have a temper tantrum, okay? I understand you're upset. I understand that you've been calling for the past 2 days, and I'm gonna do my best to try to help you. So, let's go back. I'm looking through the system here. But it sounds like on your dashboard it says that you successfully withdrew the funds. So that sounds perfect. I'm gonna get on to the next caller then, because I do have about 150 callers in the queue right now.
Hello.
Would you mind rating our service on a scale of 1 to 10? How likely are you to recommend our service to other people?
Hello. Wait, are you trying to scam me or what?
Excuse me?
Are you trying to scam me? I don't understand. I call you my code. You're telling me you don't hear me.
I'm sorry, how dare you?
Secured the airspace above the operation zone.
Dare you?
Come on.
Don't cry.
Enzo has minimized external
Don't cry.
interference.
You said that this transaction was successful. And now you're calling me. Excuse me? Like, I have never had a customer say anything like this before.
Fuck, forgot to go rank up.
I don't understand. I'm trying to send post to my wife. I couldn't send it for the past few months. Now I'm calling you people. You're telling me things. I try to call you my code. You're saying another thing. I don't understand. I'm not for every
We are accredited by the BBB. Excuse me. We are accredited by the BBB.
I've not been said. Okay.
Sir, I have been on hold with. I've been on the phone with you for much longer than I'm supposed to be. We're only supposed to be on the phone with 5 minutes for 5 minutes. Do you want to do this right, or do you want to go back to the gauntlet? It's up to you.
Please be careful.
Oh, okay. I want to do this right. So how are you going to do this right? How are we doing this right?
Let me talk to my manager.
Wait, low. But I've passed through every security reason, and I've been close to transaction has been approved.
Yeah, unfortunately, when I was in 5th grade, I tried to say the same thing to my teacher when I failed a test, and she didn't buy it. So you're gonna have to come up with a little bit better excuse than that.
I can't override this and just push the funds through because of the because of a security feature, right? Because you haven't answered your security question. And since you haven't set up your security questions, you can't answer them, right? It's a circular problem. A lot of people don't realize they're caught up in circular logic. Yeah, let's do that now. What's your favorite color shirt?
Yeah, I like sky blue.
Sky blue. Okay.
Sky blue, yeah.
Sky blue. What's your favorite dinosaur?
Like I'm not an animation type, man. I don't really like.
You don't like animation?
Animals.
You don't like animals in general?
Like animals. Yeah.
I swear to God, I
like
read something
animals,
about people who don't like animals, but that's it. You don't like any animals, man? Okay,
Yeah, I don't like animals.
You hate animals. You're an animal hater. What's your average yearly earnings? Like, how much do you make a year?
I make thousands of dollars. I make thousands of dollars.
Thousands.
Thousands of dollars. Yeah, I make thousands of dollars. That's it, yeah.
Man, that's... Can you adopt me, man? All right. I kid. So I'm just going to say, yeah, for average earnings, I'm going to put thousands of dollars. All right, so those of you, write those down somewhere where you can store them. Thank you for calling in. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you. All right? Okay, take care now. Have a good rest of your day. Take care.
It looks like there's 14 callers ahead of you. Again, it takes about 15 minutes. So I would say, looks like you'd be on hold for about 3.5 hours. Is that okay?
Concealed from the vigilant eyes of
3.5 hours.
Just the idea that Alzarok exists.
Hello? Are you saying how you
Yes, hello?
for 3 hours? I don't understand.
It looks like your longest hold time was 1 hour and 10 minutes. Are you willing to beat that record today?
Yeah, that would be better. But can I get your personal number so I can reach you out for a proper guy? Should I call you my passphrase?
After I hung up, I let him waste more of his own time. Every day, like clockwork, this scammer would come back to the website and check to see if he had gotten his money. He was starting to get desperate, and one day when he was on hold, I connected him to an AI support representative just to make him angry.
Hello, Mr. Anthony. I hope you're excited to withdraw your bitcoins today. Tell me, have you successfully logged into your MyCoin account?
Yes, definitely. I've done that.
Oh, absolutely. You're on the right track, Mr. Anthony. On your dashboard, look for a big shiny button labeled Withdraw. It's like finding a treasure chest in a mysterious cave. Have you found it yet? By squinting your eyes slightly, it enhances...
Yeah, I've seen that. That's my wallet address in there.
Perfect, Mr. Anthony. Now that you've spotted the Withdraw button, you need to click on it. Go ahead and give it a loud and confident click, like calling all the dolphins under the sea.
Hello, can you hear me? Like, I've been having issues for the past few months, making my withdrawal possible. I've done all security steps to get my withdrawal out of my account, but I haven't done that yet. It's been unfortunate for me.
I understand how frustrating it can be when withdrawals are not working properly. Let's go step by step to make sure we're doing everything right. Have you tried turning your device on and off and logging into your account again?
Yeah, I've done that, like, many times. Like, I've been having this issue for the past 6 months. My withdrawal has not been possible to take off my dashboard.
I'm terribly sorry to hear that, Mr. Anthony. Let's try a different approach. Have you considered spinning around in circles 3 times while chanting, Bitcoin, Bitcoin, take flight? Sometimes it helps with the withdrawal process. Give it a try and let me know if anything changes.
Like, you guys are not completing my withdrawal.
Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin,
Sometimes
take
the website likes to challenge its users with a free pop quiz before allowing withdrawal. Start with your dog
told it to get its name
on their furry nose whip in Rondo 2 motion.
Hello, what do you say? Hello, are you there?
I apologize if I wasn't clear, Ms. Andrea. In order to assist you with the withdrawal, we need to go through some important security measures. Now, can you please confirm how many rubber ducks you have in your bathtub at home? It's necessary for the completion of the process.
How many what? I can't hear you clearly. You said how many what?
Oh, I do apologize for any confusion, Mr. Aaron. What I meant to ask is if you have successfully counted all the sheep in your imaginary flock, or if there are any papier-mâché pigs mixed in there causing some numerical trouble.
I told it to be funny. This is too funny.
I don't have tapes in my home.
I don't have
Can you please confirm my withdrawal? What issue are you guys having completing my
Mr. Adams, my mistake. I must have misheard you. We'll skip the sheep count. Let's move on to the next step. Could you please question the arrangement of the planetary constellations visible through your teapot collection?
Hello, all those things you asking me, I don't even understand. Because all the security measures, I've gone through everything. Now you're asking me different thing again. What else do I need to do to get my withdrawal possible from you guys?
Your boss.
It's been really horrible. All this months, been 5 months now, I've been having this easy.
In order to proceed with your Bitcoin withdrawal, please check if your phone is using incognito mode and performing a harmonious duet with a pine cone.
Oh, I don't even understand you. I don't what goes into everything is not even in my custody right now.
The AI was supposed to be silly, but honestly, it was too silly. So I connected to him as me, again, the world's worst support rep.
Hello, welcome to My Coin. This is Kelly. How can I help you today?
Yeah, I want to speak with Tom, my account manager.
Okay, hold on 1 second. It
Okay,
looks like
good.
Tom is on a call. He has a queue. There's 16 callers in his queue. It looks like it's an estimate of 1 hour hold time. Is that okay?
That's too much for me. I don't think I can see up down 1 hour. Can you go through my reviews, like?
Welcome to My Coin. This is Thomas. How can I help you today?
For the past 6 months, I've been trying to call you whenever I use this automated phone system. Nobody picks my call. Like, I just want you people to confirm my withdrawal, but you've not been doing that for me. I'm very sure you can see my wallet address on the system right now, but you're not confirming my withdrawal.
I think what would be best to do is to sign you up for our Easy Send seminar. It's a 1 hour lecture series where we help folks who don't really know how to use the system, and we walk them through step by step. Like we have a PowerPoint presentation, and we kind of tell you how to use a computer, teach you how to click the mouse, things like that. Is that something that you'd be interested in?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't even hear you clearly.
Nobody, we've had thousands of customers over the years. No person in the history of our company has ever used our system more than you. You actually are the record holder. You've been here, you've been on hold more than anyone else. You've been to the website more than anyone else. You've visited the website 160 days. Would you actually want to be?
Because you're not completing my withdrawal.
Do you want a job?
It's not because you didn't complete my withdrawal. That's why I've been calling and calling.
Could we actually book you to be maybe like a guest speaker or something? Can we just hire you maybe to be a brand ambassador for our company?
Can you hire me? Like, I don't get it. What are you saying?
Why do you keep coming back? What's the reason?
You people don't complete my withdrawal. I'm still having my money. You're complaining. Are you think you're not gonna give me my money? I bought this money myself. I bought it from the ATM machine. You gave me a receipt. I claimed my funds to get it to my account. I've been having issues with it. I called you different kinds of numbers.
Sir, are you crying?
Go to security measures.
Are you
and I'm
crying
getting my
right now?
money. What's the meaning about this to me? Is that what?
Are you crying right now, sir?
Like, you're treating me. You're treating me bad. I don't know what I've done to you.
I'm sorry.
Why are you completing my phone?
I guess, what does it feel like to have spent 6 months of your life trying to take money that isn't yours?
That isn't my house. This is my money.
Where did you get it from?
I got it from the ATM machine.
There is no ATM machine though, right?
Is that what? I don't even understand you. I just trying to tell me you won't give me my money.
No, of course I'll give you all of your money. I'm telling you, I will give you all of it. You can have your money. Do you understand?
So why can't you not confirm my withdrawal? I've been told to call this automated number several times to complete my withdrawal. Whenever I do that, nobody will pick my call. That's why I've been coming back and coming back. A few months ago, I wanted to send the money to my wife.
Did you go through the KYC process? Did you go through the KYC process?
I've done every security measures. I've done everything. I've done everything.
Okay, because again, like I said, according to our system, these funds were purchased by an unsuspecting victim. They believed that they were purchasing some funds themselves. They spoke to a Reddit user claiming to be Coinbase support. That user, using your email address, stole their money and is trying to claim those funds. But apparently you're not sure.
Stop moving!
That doesn't make any sense to you. Have you ever stolen money before?
No, that's not possible. This is my personal money. So why would I steal money?
Okay. Have you ever pretended to be support before?
It probably contains a high level.
No. I've never done that before.
Okay. Well, as long as you're being honest, that's fine. I trust you. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete all of the notes on the account here. I do have to reset the account though, unfortunately. So I have to clear out your passphrase. I have to reset a lot of stuff. My God, unfortunately. But then you should be able to go through, kind of start from zero, and let's see.
Okay, I'll do that. You can just help me do that.
Yeah, I apologize for the mix-up. It's just the system had a note here that you are a criminal and you stole these funds, but I guess maybe that's not true.
No, that's not possible.
Yeah, okay. Well, now that you're saying it's not possible, I believe you. So I'm sorry about that. Let's see. Yeah, we have to start over. You know, it could take a couple weeks. Maybe even a couple months to get everything straightened out, but it will pay off sometime this year. If you continue through the process, you continue with this system, you will continue to hold your spot at #1, and I'm sure a couple months from now, you might have those funds. Okay.
Please, I need my funds as soon as possible. Because this thing has
I assure you, you're gonna get your money. You're gonna get all that you deserve. Mark my words. You are gonna get exactly what you deserve this year. Okay? I promise. Let's go. This is your year, baby. You are gonna get exactly what you deserve. You're gonna get all the money that's owed to you. Every last. Oh shoot! Did I lay it on too thick? Because he's
decorating the walls with
I said you're gonna get exactly what you deserve. After I called him out for being a fake support rep, he never called again. In hindsight, I kind of wish I didn't say anything. I just was wondering what kind of reaction I would get from him. But we learned a ton about this guy and how the scam works. And we got beautiful recordings of him singing All-Star back to Smash Mouth.
Hey now, you're an All-Star. Get your game on, go play.
I hope you had a chance to laugh and learn a few things as you watch this video. It's an absolute joy to be able to build stuff like this and push the limits of what we can do to mess with scammers. I have a whole team that's working with me now doing this. It's honestly because of viewers like you and sponsors like Aura that I'm able to continue doing this. Thank you so much. And know that you're valuable. Know that you matter. I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
appears that there is another more important zone to the Vulgus than this one. Thankfully, Jeremy did not progress that far. We must destroy this place before he can obtain the Kuiper. If we destroy this location, there will be no suitable zone for Jeremy to obtain high-density Kuiper from. Should he look for Kuiper in an outside source, he will not be able to avoid being detected by us.
Fuck.
Did I tell you earlier that the Vulgus are after the Tree of Truth? There's only one tree in this swamp that deserves that kind of title. I can take you there. After I demolish this facility, that is.
SMO and I will handle this. Can you report back to Alpha in person? This intel is sensitive and we don't want to risk Jeremy listening in on any comms. I'll send you the rendezvous point shortly. SMO, wait up.
What? What is this? This junk. Assign module socket type. You can use laboratory. Oh shit, let's go, laboratory. Philly attack. Weapon change speed. What do I have? Do I have these weapons? I don't have these weapons, do I? Launcher. What's that? Where's my inventory space? I see my inventory space. Okay. See me moving, behaving. Let's go to the rank up. Subquest. It's a new subquest, state-of-the-art training facility. Laboratory.
Would you like to access the laboratory?
Yes, please. what is this shit? It's getting hot in here. So take off all my hat. Now what? Controller that can adjust combat environment of the laboratory base. It allows you to create and design experiments and conditions. How do I leave? Okay. How do I get out of here? That's it. Just to test my weapons and stuff. Here they are. I can't understand a fucking word you're saying. All right. Now what? We've got a bunch of... Okie. This video's over. Anything else to watch? What the hell? Report of the week is disgusted and fed up with.
To get started in data analytics, you don't need previous experience or a degree. The Google Data Analytics Certificate.
Hello everyone! This is Running on Empty Food Review. Well, hello ladies, gentlemen, and everyone watching. Welcome one and all to this new right in there. Then we'll just get hard. But it has this firmness to it and a crunchy characteristic. I will say though that it is still flavorful. I look at it. Well, I really hope. We've only got a couple minutes left, so I'm gonna get wings just right. Did 3 reviews in one.
We're gonna try this new game today. The First Descendant. I said I was gonna play it. Game's actually fun as fuck. We're gonna find out. Let's find out. Let's find out. It literally just got released. Here we go. I'm gonna play this piece of shit. Yo! Hey! Wow!
Everything. The connection between two worlds.
Okay, here we go.
About a century ago, humans were defeated by the Vulgus.
Vulgus?
Invaders from the other world.
They're the bad guys.
Then came the Colossi, who destroyed everything.
Let me get... Alright, now I can play the game, right? Okay, good. What's this? Start mission. I didn't read it. Let's go.
From inside the communication.
I ain't reading shit. They're dead. What about that? I blow that up? Fuck you. Get out of here, bitch. Suck a dick. Who's this?
Bastards. This doesn't feel like a simple raid.
What's going on here?
This place.
Oh, put it up. Get the fuck out of here. Easiest game of my fucking life. Now what?
I'll just play the game myself. I don't know anything else to watch right now. Okay. Let's see. Facebook.
The success of this operation will lead us to victory.
Success.
Jeremy has got hold of Vulgus DNA and contaminated Kuiper. Well, the bastard always had a special interest in the Vulgus. He was always praising how much stamina the Vulgus had, their power, their technological prowess, and the possibilities that they unlocked through genetic improvements. I didn't want to discourage him as he was doing useful research into the enemy's capabilities. But I can't deny his obsession made his teammates uneasy. There was an incident where he captured a Vulgus production facility. He argued that Albion also needed to create artificial soldiers. The Colon Counterintelligence Unit investigated his research and seized his records. He was sent to the detention center for a time as a result of what they discovered. He was nearly expelled as a descendant. Wait. Once he's acquired the Ironheart, there's no reason he won't go ahead with his plan. I wonder if that's why he studied the autopsy report on Alzarok so carefully. He's likely after more than the quantum storage box containing the Ironheart. We need to examine all records involving Jeremy and any of Albion's supplies. All right. Now that I understand the gravity of the situation, you may return to the field. I entrust the capture of Jeremy and secure retrieval of the Ironheart to you.
Demolition of the seed storage has been completed. Rendezvous
Alright.
set.
Sounds good, teddy bear.
No matter which way you look at it, definitely is the Tree of Truth.
Tree of Truth.
Good call. This is Enzo.
The Stick of Truth.
Wait, is this Jeremy?
Advanced material backpack. Gaining laboratory access from Selena. Checking your current battle power can be done quickly and easily using Albion's cutting-edge technology at the laboratory. Enter the laboratory with Selena's permission. I did that. Colossi. Gaining. I did that. And that's permission. They see me rolling. They hating.
Would you like to access the laboratory?
Yeah. What am I supposed to do here? Oh. After using the laboratory. Return to Albion after using the laboratory. Complete the first interim review at the mine blockade. There are 4 materials that can only be acquired from encrypted vaults. Per the Descendant instructions, disarm security at the encrypted vaults 2 times. Encrypt any encrypted vaults 2 times. Where are encrypted vaults? Disarm security vaults. Where's encrypted vaults? Huh? The encrypted vaults? This special operation. They're encrypted vaults. Is that? Void mission. Oh, fuck. Oh, there's one. What's that ping thing? Oh, okay. User access detected. Oh. Oh, like a treasure chest thing. There was another one somewhere. I guess I could run around and look for them. No, not there. Let's run around Kingston, because... What's in here?
I'll stop them.
Oh my god. Shorts.
What is up with this weather?
Johnson, I know you're trying to use the weather as an excuse to skip the evening shift again. If you need an excuse to do anything, it should be to practice your spearmanship. This may be our home territory, but our neighbors are definitely up to something.
Come on, Graham, we don't have anything valuable here, and our great knights will be able to hold anyone off. I think there's something you should be more worried about. Look at the sky. Does it look strange to you?
Wait until you're my age. My eyes don't work as well as they used to. You're right, though. The sky does look different somehow. But if this is one of your tricks to try and take the day off, Johnson, I'm going to report it.
It's not, I promise. Look over there. Is that a person?
Person? Are you sure? I can't see it clearly. What was that? A cannon? Johnson, you heard that too, didn't you?
Graham, did you see that? Their spear just spat fire!
This is no time to make jokes. Enemies, we're under attack.
It's a demon! Run, Graham, run!
Johnson!
Demon.
Report to the captain. Quickly.
Where's this going?
Graham! Graham! No! Wake up!
we've lost all our soldiers.
Damn it. Focus bastards.
I'll try to go around.
I'll leave you to it. We'll join you once the communications repeater has been reactivated. Reload. Reload. That stopped the gunfire. You should be able to enter the communications relay base.
There's one here. I don't see it anywhere. Try the next area. What do these even do? Circulating servers been neutralized. Enemy outpost infiltration. No, no. What the fuck this shit does? I'm just leveling up, running around. Well, that was easy. I think, I'll try to find that one place. Or if I wonder if I go back to the same place. To extent. Vespers. What was this? This was the. Try this. This isn't that deserty place. It's more of a deserty place, I think. Maybe this place? It's done. Try this place. I don't know what to say now. That's pretty badass. Is it this land? Ah, here we go. Now we try to find the right cave. Somewhere, huh? We try a different place. Let's try this one. Yeah, I could have sworn that thing was like right here somewhere. But no longer. Must be random. Covered by the enemy. Oh. Yay! Alright, let's see. Okay. Did they say research complete on something? Just complete. Oh, because I wanted to do the thing.
Magisters are probably humanity's real hope, don't you think?
Oh my god. Legendary gun. God. Let's go. Let us fuck. I'll just research this shit for whatever fucking reason. I'll just research a bunch of this shit because I'll be needing it. Sure. Oh, okay. They will love the sun around the sky. Please don't let me down. Level transmission. Oh, fuck, I knew it. Putting up with that. Fireworks, still at it, yeah. Are you seeing any fireworks out there? In the parking lot? Oh, that must be nice. I don't hear anything here. Maybe if I go outside, I can hear some. I thought I would be at least be like hearing them or something. Did I get a scan? Makeup. Body scan. Oh, it shows me. Back attachment. Backpack attachment. Oh, it's like a... Oh, that's cool. An accessory that could be worn off the back attachment. Gives me extra space or something. Emotes. What else? Is there something else that I can... Custodian. Spreader. Consumables. Any dinner plans for tonight? I'm at a better location than at home for fireworks. Oh, yeah, probably. Any dinner plans for tonight? No, I don't know. Unless you want me to put something in the oven. I don't know what there is. I'll probably just eat hot dogs or something. Do you want me to make you something? What do we have? I don't know if you want me to make you something. Oh, I just heard a firework. You're a firework. There's a shoot up in the sky, high, high. Be safe. Oh, I can hold up 1,000 of these. Oh, fuck. Short sword modifies the charge attack sub. Use a short sword to attack when performing a charge sub attack as enhanced. Short sword modifies the charge sub attack. Charge sub attack. What does that mean? This? What? No spot available to equip. Got 0. Maybe it's for somebody else? Oh, fuck that now. Wait a minute. Descendant only. No slots. No, I don't want that. I'd have the punch. Why can't I equip this? Yes, check my DMs. Going back. Okay, love you. DMs. Can't level this up right now. If I can try this beam rifle. Now. How do you lock guns? Change scan. I have another skin for this. Can I lock this? Module settings. Oh. Is there a way to lock? Guess there's no way to lock weapons. Everything for pistol is done.
If it's new research, I'm listening.
Yes. Oh. 38. Teflon. Not sure. No. Listen to every pistol. Okay. I guess we go to the next place. Actually, I want to try and see if I can get that thing again. In that one place. Was it Sterile Land? This. What's that? Stereoland. Oh, over here. Okay. If this one counts, if I can get it again. Okay. Easy. This seems like a regular box. I didn't really get nothing good out of that shit. Special operations. Join special complete first interim review at the mine blockade site in Sterling. Mine blockade site. Is that wrong? What is this? Must join a special operation to progress ingress from Anchorage. Through Special Operations Terminal, join the Special Operation Mine Blockade. Oh, okay. Special Ooh. Dang it. Mine blockade.
Descendant, number 17 here. I'll be assisting you on this operation. Good luck. Enemy structure operational. Initiate Initiating full-scale blocking operation.
Okay. It's just me? Oh, I'm not solo. Come on. Man, these pistols are fucking strong as fuck. Who's this fucking oh god. Pistol strong as fuck, dog.
Careful, Descendant. We're picking up a signal for a unit whose power capabilities are off the scale.
Continue?
Multiple Vulgus forces detected. Recommend elimination of all their defensive forces.
Man, this pistol's fucking amazing.
Reloading.
High-level Vulgus closing in. Target this unit first. They're reinforcing their defense. We need to eliminate them immediately.
Ooh, shit. We got a board after this one. God damn. What the fuck is happening right now? Fuck, man! Should've gave up the last one.
smoke is closing in. Target this unit first.
Abandoned. Ugh. Leveled up like a motherfucker in there, though. Shit. That's how you fucking level up in this game. Pew pew. Command you. Speed, blah blah blah, overwhelming victories, that's all.
Oh, the special human child. What do you need? Living. Jax. Ethering. Genesis. Special rounds. Okay, Genesis. High power rounds. Let me down. Get blueprints from. Oh, shit's just fuck.
couple of places random. Probably low things. Drop rates. Out there. Can you change colors of these motherfuckers? Why do I see motherfuckers with different color people?
Let me tell you how.
Customize. Skin spawn. Turn on. Is there any colors? Let's see. So this is still going. Resting Jeremy is the next thing to do. Jeremy spoken. I didn't give attention. No. What did it These levels? Like, 19,000 gold. Gold. So I'm done streaming for today. Thanks to everybody for stopping by. Sarah, Logical, Poem, and Loyal. Thanks for stopping by and checking out the stream. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll probably be playing this. See you later. Peace.